Yep. It's there.
I'll put it up on the website then. It's in the chat. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Well, I know Deborah's excited about the Ascension panel because she is really an Ascension
All right,
expert.
brother. We're live on New Realities.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me just put the schedule right in that description. And
All right, everybody. Hello. Welcome, everybody, to the 6th annual Portal to Ascension Conference. I'm so excited and happy to be here with you all. More than excited, even. I'm overjoyed. And I've been anticipating this event. And as a lot of you know, we do many events at Portal to Ascension, but the level of anticipation for this one has been unprecedented for myself. Just really having the opportunity to do this event with so many people that are going to be a part of it over the weekend. We have around 4,000 people registered. You know, a lot of them will probably watch the replay for sure. But as we are coming together in this time, we're realizing that there is a lot going on this planet, right? There's a lot happening, and it's really, this is game time, everybody. This is what the moment that we've been prophesizing, you know, the time for us to come together in unity and realize that we are all reflections of each other. We're all interconnected. It's not only esoteric information, but it's all scientific at this point, you know, and things like non-locality, that all information is available everywhere. The fact that we're all vibrating frequency. We are the word expressed in human form. And this event is not only just to provide nonstop epic awareness, okay, over these 3 days, but the theme of this event is unity consciousness. The theme of this event is not just only unity consciousness, but it's love. Every single second of this gathering today will emanate that love frequency for you. This is about how we can, you know, we can transcend our divisions, transcend these belief systems that are limiting us, so that we can come together as one human family and truly create heaven and truly create peace on earth.
wow.
I am so incredibly grateful to be here with all of you and to do this and to be walking this journey with you all. This is the 6th annual Portal to Ascension Conference, and it's been amazing doing this event in particular, especially since we've been doing it online. And this is the 14th anniversary, everyone, of Portal to Ascension. April 2008 was the beginning of Portal to Ascension. So this is 14 years, right? And it's been a really interesting ride, to say the least. You know, I've definitely realized that as I've been doing Portal to Ascension, that it was really an answer to healing my own traumas. And which is why I don't judge my traumas and judge what happened to me in my early life, because I realized that the reason why I created this, that has had such a huge impact on the planet and is going to continue to move forward, is because I faced some challenges earlier in life that led me to come to this moment where now I have this platform that I've created to assist others in also that healing work. Right? We talk about ancient history, UFOs, extraterrestrials, sound and vibration. But what is all of that really represent? It's for us to realize who we truly are and the depth of the human experience. We're not this limited, these limited beings that we've kind of been indoctrinated and even signed up to kind of embody. We are so much more than that. And right now is the beginning phases of a new reality in which we are going to be able to tap into our human body avatars, our consciousness, and we're going to be able to transcend this matrix and start creating magic, little magic, like manifesting things, using our hands to heal, instantaneous healing, frequency devices. This is just the beginning of it, and we're having this conversation right now together, and I'm just like, I already see the future. I see where it's going to be, you know. So I just want to say one more time that I'm just so grateful that all of you are here and have been, you know, along this journey with Portal Ascension, with New Realities, with John of Angels, and all the other individuals that are doing this work on this planet. Because it's not about competition. It's like competition, like, what are we doing this for, right? We're doing this for the upliftment and the betterment of all of humanity. So it's not about who's doing what and that person's doing this and I'm doing that. It's about how can we join forces together to make a new paradigm, a new system, a new economy that works for everyone. And that is definitely possible, right? So this is just one of many conversations happening across the planet in regards to that. So also, I just have a few more minutes here. So what I want to do is I want to do a hard coherence. I want to talk to you about the astrological alignment. And and then I want to read a poem, and then we're going to get started. Then I'll bring my MCs on, and then we'll just flow with the day here.
I just
So
want to say, Neil,
yeah, go
you are
ahead.
an example of everything you're saying. You are dropped into a beautiful centered place, and I see your expansion over the last couple of years. You are a different person now than who started this, and you're all the things you thought you could be, and you're expanding beyond that. So, just personally,
Thanks, man.
beautiful, brother. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And let me just say this: I just spent the last week and a half with Alan, and I'm reeling off the love from Alan right now. So that the amount of like, I just love Alan so much. Like, such a great friend, and has just like really fuels my soul. And just spending the last week and a half with you has just been exactly what I needed to move into this event. You know?
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's you. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
firstly, let me talk about our sponsors for this event. We do have sponsors, and New Realities is a constant sponsor, right? So it's more like a sponsor than a sponsorship with New Realities. Alan Steinfeld, we're live on New Realities YouTube exclusively right now, and it's more like it's a partnership, right? So Alan Steinfeld, New Realities for sure, and then also Star Family Wisdom, which is Jenna Laden's platform. She has sponsored this event and assisted us in being able to do it. So we're going to be announcing Star Family Wisdom quite a few times throughout this 3 days. We're even going to show her website. She has courses on there, next level, starseed, extraterrestrial, interdimensional information. So please do remember that name, Star Family Wisdom. And I'm just going to go right into reading. And I think my friend Claudia might be on here right now. She's the one who sent me this. And this is just the alignment that's going on, the astrological alignment. And our other friend, Alan and I's friend that Alan got to connect with just 2 days ago, Verdaluz, he is going to be on later on today because he does astrology, and he's going to be specifically talking about the importance of the alignment that we're riding the wave on that started yesterday. So there is a once in a lifetime planetary alignment today with Jupiter, Neptune gathering in Pisces. This hasn't happened since 1856. Expect the unexpected and a rapid reinforcement in your awareness and connection to source. Your intuition is becoming stronger and louder. Your resistance is decreasing. A new spiritual awakening is underway. A vibrational, sometimes even irresistible draw is reinforced towards something new. Trust it. The universe has your back. This energy is aligning you with what you need to expand. And that is
It's
what
also
we're
the full moon. This is the
there we go.
full moon in Aries.
Right.
It's the planting moon. It's the beginning of the Passover, Easter celebration. Easter was a tribute to the goddess Ishtar, the goddess of fertility. So this is really, in a way, the new year. We're birthing the new year with this full moon, and new times, and all that astrological configuration empowers us to move into a new future. What do you think?
Right. Fast track to ascension is what the stars are aligned for if you're willing to let go of what holds you bound.
Exactly. I love that. All right.
We have
So
fast track.
I want to do two more things before we, officially speak about what we're going to be going through today. And what I want to do is a poem first, which is my poem called Cocoon. And then I want to do a heart coherence because I want us to really like focus on our hearts and expanding it to the whole planet for this and just bringing harmony to, all the experiences that are on the planet right now so that we can really all realize and have that void that some of us feel, which is the lack of love. A lot of hatred, a lot of anger, aggression, wars come from that void, that love, that lack and that limit, or that disconnection from source, let's say, feeling disconnected, right? So we're going to do that. But let me go ahead and do this poem first for y'all. And I figured I'll do this poem because this really represents my journey to Portal to Ascension. And instead of like explaining to you how we got to this event today, I'm just going to do this poem that kind of just shows like the things that I went through and then what, the kind of questions that came about in my head when I was doing this and creating Portal to Ascension that eventually ended up with the creation of many events, but especially this one. So this is called Cocoon. As I enter my cocoon, emotions flood my eyes as I tear up inside, expressed in love through my heart that has been wounded so much. Is that why we are here? aware of the cycles of time, the intensity, the ability to reach a level of consciousness that has presented itself on this beautiful planet countless times. This planet is so beautiful. The story of how we became. Thousands of years when humanity and time coexisted, instead of being authoritative and controlled by the ages that will come and will go again, and will continue to come again. Each eon presents an opportunity for liberation. As I sit in my cocoon, eyes closed, safe now from the faces, the hatred, the pain. It hurts me often. Knowing the cycles is not a form of implementation, integration of the construct of the highest order when we do not follow leaders but our own sovereign leaders of our own right. A facilitator of energy. Why are we here? Who are we? The philosophy of humanity. What makes us unique, but also what connects us to the plants, the animals, and what lies beneath our skin, the vehicle to transport our essence. This time has come before. I cannot judge the transition of one construct into another, one system into another. Who can judge me? The frequencies were designed to provide a depth of experience. Duality came from an infinite singularity until the infinite potential burst into countless possibilities. A fractal, a water drop, a black hole, where I can go and hide. The vibration of love is sometimes buried deep inside. Why am I here? I often wonder, who am I? Why do I exist? Why do I know what I know? I cry often for the beauty of what it means to be human, for the uniqueness of our position as the galactic position of the Earth shifts to better assist in my mission. My mission? What if I gave it up? Does life continue and is the energy enough? I gave up my mission multiple times as I could not deal with the depression and the self-hatred inside. I grew up having to lie. Fears, insecurities can lead to demise or a way to rise. I experienced both. I love the earth so much. Sometimes that love makes it hard to communicate with words. My hope for humanity has been tested over and over. I lost hope, but then a silly joke, or just by people watching, my faith is restored. We are beautiful. We are so beautiful. I wish we all knew. I wish we all knew. I have experienced hate for myself that altered my health, but only I can help me. Only I can help me. Only I can help me. All right, everybody.
Beautiful. Thank you, Neil. Was that a new one?
I made it a few months ago, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before, so.
Thanks. All right, so before my hosts start expressing their excitement, let's just do a heart coherence, everybody. I want everybody just to get comfortable and relax in whatever place you are, laying down, standing up, sitting down, and close your eyes. And let's go with some inward reflection here. This event is for every one of you, but it's beyond the individual. This is for every single person and animal, insect and plant on the planet. And this will also expand out in the cosmos. So I want you just to breathe normally right now. Just breathe normally, calming yourself down, relaxing everything in your body. Just breathe. And as you begin to relax, I want you to feel your heart in your chest. One of the many organs we all have in common. Feel your heart. Send your awareness to your heart. How does it feel? Don't try to change the way it is. Is it beating fast? Is it beating slowly? Can you feel the pulsation in your chest? Just feel what your heart is doing. Feel the blood being pumped through your entire being, through the portal of your heart. expand this feeling to the rest of your body. Can you feel the pulsating of your heart sending blood into your hands? Can you feel it in your fingertips? Do you feel it in your stomach? Feel what your heart is doing to your entire body. Do you feel gratitude for your heart pumping this blood all over? And as we all begin around the planet right now to feel the heart portal pulsating inside our bodies, let's begin to send this signal, this frequency, this aura, this electromagnetic field around our heart to encompass the entire planet. Every single one of us. Send our electromagnetic field, the aura of our heart, to encompass the whole planet within our hearts. Do you feel it? Do you feel your heart expanding? And as it expands around the planet, we continue that expansion to our entire solar system, cultivating harmony within our hearts, cultivating harmony within our hearts. And we encompass the entire solar system. And we emanate the harmony through all the planets, the asteroids, our sun, providing the frequency of harmony so that we can move from a disharmonic state to a harmonic one. It's not about higher dimensions. It's about harmony and disharmony. And then one last time with a deep breath in, we're going to expand that heart coherent field around the entire galaxy. Deep breath in and expand it around the entire Milky Way galaxy. Deep breath out, it encompasses all the stars, the nebulae, all the suns, the planets, the moons, the satellites, and also the central sun, the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy. All these individuals tuning in right now, all these people on this one planet, in this one solar system, out of thousands and thousands of solar systems, out of millions of galaxies, all of our hearts have now encompassed the galaxy. And we send love to all creatures, to all planets, to all solar systems, to all the solar systems that our galactic ancestry comes from. We send gratitude and we sit in awe of the expression that we are on Earth and the journey that we took through the cosmos just to arrive at this place right now and have this experience. Just take one more deep breath in and breathe out harmony and love. Whenever you're ready, you may open your eyes.
Nice. Thank you.
Here we go. So here are my two really good friends, Joan of Angels and Alan Steinfeld. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, guys. And it's time to begin.
I just want to say, Neil, the power of your words, not to get too personal, comes from self-acceptance. The fact that you acknowledge who you are and what you're doing and you feel good about all that gives your message this extra strength to connect with people. That's just what I was feeling today. So thanks for doing all the inner work because it shows on the outer. Right, Joan?
I love it. I want to add one thing, Neil. It's like you give permission for the rest of us to be ourselves 100%. Because I was thinking, I'm really starting to show up on these, because you've given me permission to be me. and Alan to be Alan and new realities. So, man, keep it up.
It's interesting because it's completely a reflection, because you two are definitely two of the people that are closest to my heart in the world, and having your presence in my life has allowed me to step into more of who I am, because you've given me that reflection, so it's
Yeah, and
amazing.
it feels good. It feels good. We're supporting each other. I have to say, Alan's becoming one of my besties too. Just by this. So yeah. Thank you for living your vision, Neil. That's the way it works. When one person lives their vision, it spreads out, impacts the rest of us, and then we turn around and do our vision. And you guys out there listening to us, it's you too. You're being activated to be authentically you now.
Well, I was going to say that the fact that there is permission like this to tap into this bigger field gives everyone listening a chance to express their individuality. I mean, they're tuned in to this program, all 180 people on the Zoom and everyone online, because there's something being offered here that reflects a yearning inside all of us to know more, to be more, to realize we're part of the cosmos, and that's the destiny of humanity. It's not to live in a small, isolated little planet thinking we're the only ones out there, because that actually shuts down the availability of the vastness of consciousness, of the non-local mind, of the essence of the beings we are that came here and incarnated into this place to share it with the rest of the cosmos. So it empowers everyone. These conferences, these online gatherings, I think when I watch the presentation, I learn more about myself, more about what I am, possibilities of who I
Yes,
am, right? So that's the
Phew,
perfect reason for doing it. That's what I
we
feel.
are ready. All right, bring it on.
exactly. So we have an amazing 3 days for all of you. We're going pretty much 10 hours a day for 3 days in a row, and 36 speakers. We have 2 panels. We have the Ascension panel on today, and then we have the ET Experiencer panel that Alan's going to be hosting on Sunday. But maybe you want to share some things that you're excited about, Alan, to get into this weekend.
Well, I think, the combination of speakers, and the speakers are in the chat. They're also online if you're watching this on the New Realities platform. And we're mixing star knowledge with personal evolution, and it's all focused on
Yes.
the vibrational upgrade of the human being. So if you do the inner work or you're looking out, it shifts our cellular vibration. That's why I'm excited about that. We have an opportunity these next 3 days to not just take information, because information is everywhere, it's just data, but to take in what's being said and to apply it to experience. It only changes us when we relate to it experientially. That's my feeling. So
Mm-hmm.
what's offered here among everyone is a chance to modify the principles of experience and move into being a new species, essentially. So that's what I'm excited about, all of it. And Joan, what are you
Yeah.
excited about?
I just love that. You just inspired me. Okay, I'll tell you why I'm inspired. We are in the most unique time of our history that we know of. Okay, we've never been in these times before. It is challenging us to the core, and we are united in finding a way to thrive as a humanity and ascend and go into the highest vibration. And
Mm-hmm.
it all is happening right during this period of time. So we are offering like ways to, it's not like we're talking about what's happening in our world, but we are, and we're talking about how you can take this and cope, thrive, become the leader, empower yourself with those special gifts that we have. And I think that's what this weekend is about for me.
Definitely.
Right. We're not talking at people, we're talking with people. It is a dialogue here. And
Yeah.
and that's why the chat's so important, to express what's coming up for you, and we'll be tuning in to share a lot of the chat.
Yeah.
And we're all in this together. We are. We are a portal to ascension community, Neil, that you've created out of your own desire to create community, create spiritual community on this planet. So I'm just acknowledging you. Just
You're
at this
so
point.
acknowledging him. You must have had a
Well,
great time.
because I see a transformation in him. That's why.
Yes, he's become a creator god. You know, we're all creator gods and we create our own universes, right? And so we get to see and play in Neil's universe, which has been created, but which I feel is for the betterment of all of us as we have an ascension technique, a tool right here this weekend to accelerate and raise the vibrational frequencies all together.
I'm only saying this, Neil, because you've told me a little bit about your personal story and where you came from to where you are is the transformation of the ascension process. So it's
Yeah,
a
definitely.
part of that.
I
Yeah.
feel like, and I've said this before, that when I see chaos in the world and struggle, I feel that that is because certain things are coming to the surface to be expressed so that we can really move into this new reality that is manifesting. I'm extremely hopeful. I feel scientifically, through the position of our solar system, our galaxy, esoterically, through the yuga cycles, so many different things, prophecies are all saying that we're in this upturning consciousness. So there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to be evolving out of this. But part of that is that there's been a lot of repressed emotions, feelings, past karma, all types of cellular memory that has been repressed. And the way that we can really transcend and we can't take this baggage with us through the singularity into the next reality, right? We need to express it. And how does it get expressed? Well, it might look like some chaos. It might look like temporary division. I love what Bashar said at an event many years ago of the rubber band effect, that and to me, that's like the duality experience, that within duality, it's like a rubber band, you're pulling back the rubber band all the way to separation, complete disconnection from source. But when you're at the end of it, there's no way to go but the other way. You let go of the rubber band and you go into the next reality. And I feel we signed up to experience duality. We signed up to have amnesia and to forget our connection to source. But that game, that virtual reality experience, or that holographic projection of consciousness experience is at its final days. And now the next step is remembrance, right? So these events here are just giving us tools and techniques to remember who we truly are so that we can really create some unity on earth, peace on earth. We have all the tools, education, information, psychological awareness to really create something amazing on this planet. But why is it not happening, right? And the reason why it's not happening is because there are some institutions that really need to shift out and some new institutions need to be created. And these discussions, it's just the beginning phases of us figuring out how we're going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And when we create that piece, the next level is to do what you're doing, be the artist, be the creator. This is what I feel we're really incarnated for. And maybe I'll talk a little bit about that in my presentation, how once everything is how it's supposed to be, when we're free to express the divinity of what we are, that just gets us to an even playing field. That's where we're supposed to have started from, right, Joan? And so when we get there, we do what we really came for, which is what you're doing, Joan, creating art, creating beauty, creating joy, creating possibilities. So,
well, because we're all creators, which is
right.
the most interesting thing. So this is my theme of the weekend, freeing our creative, inspirational gifts so that we can each step into our initiation, personal power empowerment, so we can I really feel like it's a collective that's going to push us to the ascension. Yes, each and every one of us is responsible, but can you imagine if we're together pushing up? It makes it so much easier, and we are, I think, for the first time in humanity's evolution, able to get there. But it's a collective.
Yes, together. And okay, we're gonna get started now. We're at the hour and we're gonna start with our first presenter here, but I just want to again acknowledge New Realities for the long-term partnership that we've had. Star Family Wisdom, and we're gonna be showing the website pretty soon. Jenna Laden will be on today, I think it is. Yeah, so Jenna will be on as well and she'll speak about it. And also Wish Alliance. So let's just give a 1-minute shout out here to Wish Alliance. that is kind of a sister organization to Portal to Ascension. It's definitely a lot of community in there. Support groups for walk-ins, indigo, starseed hybrids, which is pretty much most people on the planet, I would say, and doing some really amazing events. And Alan, Joan, and myself work closely with Wish and with Sheila Seppi. But I want to give you guys like maybe just 30 seconds each. Why don't you just give a download about Wish real quick before we begin?
Well, for me, Wish started from the I would say the genius and the expression of pure individuality that Sheila Seppi had walked into with a mission to bring together the next level of consciousness for those people who didn't feel like they fit anywhere. Walk-ins, indigos, hybrids, and starseeds are the new race of beings that we all are. And Sheila with Wish Alliance has formed an organization where people can go and share and learn about those experiences.
Wow. Yes, you're so right. And deepen their connection to source, to their guides, and learn from everyone else who also are part of this evolution. No, I think the Wish Alliance is fantastic because we're all walk-in starseeds, hybrids, or indigos, and this is our destiny to be together. So I love Sheila. I love the Wish Alliance.
Yes, and check out wishalliance.org. I am on the board of directors for it, so it's definitely completely in alignment with Portal to Ascension, what we're doing, so check it out. And we're going to get started because we have ANISTARA here with us right now, and it's time to begin the experiences for these 3 days. So thank you, Alan, Joan.
Thank you, Neil.
See you guys soon.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, ANISTARA.
Hello, beloved. So nice
good to see you.
today. Yeah, wonderful.
So I want to do an official introduction just so I can read your bio here so everyone knows, a little bit about you. And
Sure.
I know we're waiting for Brielle, but I don't see her in the room, so I don't know if she's in.
Yeah, Brielle will need to be co-host too.
Okay, I don't see her in the room though, so maybe you want to ask her if she's under a different name. Maybe. So
you said
yeah,
I am here. What is the name, Brielle? Just dealing with the tech things right now, family. Hold on for one moment. Butterfly Brielle.
All right, cool, got it.
Thank you.
Butterfly Brielle. She's actually not underneath that name. So go ahead and just ask her one more time. Maybe she's under. There's someone with 3 dots, and then there's also someone that says Zoom user. So maybe that's it.
It's a @ Butterfly Brielle. Thank you, beloveds, for your patience. Brielle and I worked very lovingly on this presentation, so I would love to have the visuals that will be.
There is no @ Butterfly Brielle.
Okay. Okay.
You speaking to her directly right now?
She's asking for the link again. So
And for all the people joining in right now that just joined in the last few minutes, we went ahead and let everybody know where we're from on or off planet. So if you want to, while we're just getting this sorted here, go ahead and write in the chat room, let us know where you're at. And we're just going to get this live in just a moment.
I love that, Neil, asking people where they're from on or off planet. I've never heard anyone actually do that, but I think it's so great, brilliant to do it with this audience in particular.
What about this life, past life, future lives? I always say that in my affirmations too. I go, this life, past life, future lives, this planet, all planets, this galaxy, all galaxies, and let's just keep going beyond and beyond.
Yeah, dimensions. Which dimension are you from?
That's right.
We got
This dimension, all dimensions.
Yeah, UK, ninth density. Wow, that's nice. Thank you.
How's it looking, ANISTARA? Do we have her in yet? I don't see her yet.
Yeah, I emailed it to her. And
okay, cool.
You, John.
You are looking beautiful, ANISTARA. It's so nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you too, dear. It's been a little while since 11/11 last year, actually.
Oh God, that's
the Portal to Ascension panel with Neil.
So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and do the official introduction,
okay, great.
And then you can take it away, and then I'll just put Brielle in, as you're speaking here.
Okay.
So everybody, I'm really excited to start up this event with ANISTARA Maka here, who is the mother of 1111 Unified. She's an awakened leader and visionary pioneer. Her mission is to weave community together, co-creating multidimensional experiences for humanity's awakening. She's a lover of Mother Gaia and a steward of the new earth, be-earthing creative projects with a cause. She is an author, a mentor, a team leader, a ceremonial creatrix, healer, passionate woman on a purpose. She has taught at retreats and festivals around the world for over 2 decades. Her perspective is holistic and spiritual, while also being grounded in science. As a mother and an empath, her shares come from a heart-centered, compassionate place that is both touching and inspiring. And a little bit about my experience with her is that we connected because of the 1111 Unified event that happened last year, I believe, and in which I was asked to do a panel. And just, it was a great panel on unity consciousness. And I just really tuned into ANISTARA's energy, such an amazing woman doing such incredible work. And the passion and dedication to the upliftment in consciousness is epic. And the website, the 1111 website, that they're doing an 1111 event every year, but now hitting up other synchronistic numbers too, 222, you know, and more, that is really just cultivating that synchronistic energy and creating downloads on those specific days in order for us to really embody more of who we truly are. And so she's created a lot of amazing events and worked with so many people. She's been doing this work for some time. So ANISTARA, I'm just so happy that you're here. I'm really happy you're starting off this event too.
Thank you. Oh, such an honor to be here, Neil. Really, you are a true brother. Welcome, family of light, soul tribe. We are here doing the work, and through these solar flares, all of us are receiving light transmissions. And we are just so grateful to be here to start off the Portal to Ascension Summit weekend. It is such a deep honor. So I see that Brielle's in the room, and when she pops up the presentation, we'll get started there. But I'm just gonna say that as a mother and an empath, I've been feeling all of the energies that we've been going through on our planet right now. And I just want to honor and show respect and love and acknowledgement and compassion for each and every person and all of our paths. I believe that 1111 is a codex, that it can be found everywhere on the planet. It is actually a global phenomenon right now. And so I believe that this codex is a path to our awakening. No matter what culture or religion or upbringing you have, 1111 is something that a lot of people see around the world. And so here's that Portal to Ascension panel that Neil hosted last year for our 1111 Unified experience with some incredible speakers, and it was all about unity consciousness. And so we're so grateful to be here collaborating again. So I wanted to play some music in the background. This is from my beautiful friend, Ruti Celli. And she's an improvisational cello player. And ultimately, all her music is done on the spot, 432 hertz. And it is all about being in the now. She has dedicated her life to the right brain art of what she calls intimate cello. And based on that right brain activity, this is all about creative powers and follows your internal authority, your intuition. It is an essential tool for the Ascension timeline and in the left break dominant world. All right, dears. So we'll just soak that up while we go through. Do you see 1111 all the time? I mean, sometimes I see it twice a day, and we'll see it in other places in our life. Maybe on an address that you're driving by. This is a hotel that we stayed at after our 1111 in 2020. You can even see it on the $100 bill. There's 1111, 1111. It is everywhere. Perhaps you can experience it during a special holiday. This was my family on Christmas last year. 1111 is a portal. It is a gateway. It is an angelic number. It reminds us that we are connected to source energy, to God, creator, goddess, whatever name you put it to. It is a tool for our ascension. Some people will stop and take a breath. Some people will make a wish. Some people will say a prayer. The point is the more that you see it, the more it's in your awareness, the more that you see it. And when we work with the number 1111, which symbolizes spirituality as well as enlightenment, then we are connected more to source and our higher selves, our true sacred selves, as we bring more light onto the planet. My husband and I have been 1111ers for many years. And we really started to acknowledge it community-wise by creating events every year. It started in our home at first. And essentially, it was just a small group of friends that we really wanted to bring together in sacred circle and say prayers. Brielle, go back to the next one, please. And say prayers. We started with the prayer for ourselves, then our family, our community, and the world. And we began this in 2009. And so 3 years later, we began the unification celebration. And this was actually a recommitment ceremony for my husband and I. It was our 5-year wedding anniversary. And it was a 3-day weekend retreat at the CYO camp here in Occidental, where we had music and workshops, and we really got to tune in together on a deep level before we had our unification ceremony. And throughout the years, it has progressed. So my husband and I, our last name is Kaus. K-A-U-S. Next slide, please, Brielle. K-A-U-S is our last name, and we added an E at the end to create Kaus. Kaus Creations. Kaus Creations, and we lost it. It's okay, it'll come back. Kaus Creations is creating causes in the world where we co-create causes with others. Important philanthropy work, as well as fundraising opportunities. And so we're just so grateful to be in collaboration with so many beautiful people. And our beautiful friend, Joyous, he shared with us a nonprofit transdimensional illumination. The original charter was teaching people about their multidimensionality. We have recently changed the charter to co-creating multidimensional experiences for our awakening. Then we began to see that this wasn't just going to be a live event. We wanted to create a virtual event. And so we renamed it 1111 Unify in 2020 and began creating a virtual event. The intention was to open the 1111 portal of unity around the world. And this was the website. You could see the diamonds, and these diamonds really represent the intention of 1111 Unify. And that was and is to go to sacred sites on 1111, where we receive sacred light code transmissions. And so we'll be taking tours to sacred sites in the future. And we really began to collaborate with beautiful, amazing, inspirational speakers. Here's one of our Wisdom Wednesday graphics with Kirsten Ligman, and she created the Hope 1111 event in 2020. And then we began to shift into the idea of, instead of attempting to unify, we wanted to claim that we were already unified. And so we rebranded the event to 1111 Unified. And so we went from 1111 Unified Global Gatherings to 1111 Unified Portal Gatherings, where we're creating a network of 1111 events all around the world. So if it's something that you already do and acknowledge in your community, tap in with us, please. We'll put you on our map. And that way we really create a network, a global network of 1111ers. We call you our 1111 tribe. And so here's the flyer from last year, where we had, again, incredible speakers, awakened leaders, visionary pioneers, and music and workshops. And we were so grateful to be in collaboration with our sponsors and network partners. We really wanted to make sure that in a coherent way, all of our topics that we discuss really came from our core values and our guiding principles. And so you could see here, our core values are what we stand for. Things like the non-aggression principle, the regenerative solutions, communal effort, renewable resources and sovereignty, civic responsibility, sustainability, cooperation and collaboration, and reciprocity and integrity, and self-governance and self-reliance. Our guiding principles are more on the esoteric field, where we talk about peacefulness and forgiveness, compassion and love, consciousness, natural health and well-being, authenticity, divine truth, coherence. Our theme last year was co-creating coherence, and we worked with the Heart Math Institute. Synchronicity and intuition, passion and purpose. Our unprogramming continues. We actually have a beautiful mastermind coming up on 5522. And as Neil mentioned, we really like to acknowledge the portal days. And so 5522 is a special portal day for us, where we'll be presenting the Divine Harmonics activations for Ascension, where we'll be giving you practical daily tools to use to help ground and center us as we're receiving more light codes. And so this year's event, the theme for 2022 is Seeding Our New Earth. And so this will be a hybrid event, because we'll have a live event at our new retreat center called Joy Oasis in Occidental, California. We will also be having the virtual event, where we'll all tune in together at one specific moment in the day. And this will be the beginning of the hybrid events, where there'll be events all around the world that are happening live, but we all tune in virtually together at a particular moment. And I just love this because it is a dream come true. Earth Dance and other events have paved the way for all of us connecting together at one moment in time in meditation and the intention for global unity and peace. And so last year, I had the privilege of going to Egypt on a sacred pilgrimage. And really, it was just about coming back home, essentially receiving the codes at each of the sacred sites, the codes that are meant to come for me to share in the world. And all of us get activated when we are present at sacred sites. And when we do that together, collectively, in a community space as well, even more information comes through. Light is information. And so we will see that there are these codes at every sacred site on the planet. There are cave drawings that show, they call finger fluting. It's 4 fingers, because the number 1111 is the number 4, and the 4 is the builder of things that last. It doesn't mean building institutions or roads or things like this. It's about building our new earth, and the knowing that we are all creators of our experience. And so it's on the esoteric level of what it is that we're building within ourselves. The new earth begins within. And so there's so many reasons and so many ways that you can see the 1111 codes, as well as there's 1111 is 22 as well. And so there's 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. There are 22 trumps of the tarot card. There are 22 paths in the Kala tree, the tree of life. And so 22, or a combination, is really ingrained in ancient civilizations and these sacred sites around the planet. And so here I wanted to share with you, this is a realization that happened after I was at the Osiris temple. This is called the Jed Pillar, for those of you who don't know. And the lightsaber that the Jedi uses in Star Wars is based off the Jed Pillar. It actually is a representation of Osiris's spine. And here we can see Osiris and Isis and Horus lifting it together as a family, the Holy Trinity, that neutral place between the polarity and the duality that we're experiencing in this 3D matrix. And as we lift that Jed Pillar up together, you can see on a close-up here that there are 11 lines. If you start at the bottom and count them on the way up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then at the 11th level is unity. Unity from the experience of duality and polarity. And if you turn your head sideways, you can literally see an 1111 written on the Jed Pillar. This was a huge code that came through for me, and literally I still have full body truth bumps when I speak about it and share about it. This is Isis on the throne in the same temple, and we won't count them here, but I'll tell you, there are 11 lines or 10 lines, and she's sitting on the 11th level of the throne. So have you ever been to a temple space where you see doorways that seemingly go nowhere? These doorways or portals are entrances to other dimensions, to other places in space and time. And you can see, if you outline the doorway, that it also is an 1111. And so I lovingly called this the 1111 doorway at Osiris's temple. This is the Dream Stela. This is placed between the paws of the Sphinx on the Giza Plateau. And upon closer examination of this, I noticed that there are, again, 11, and there's 10 empty spaces, and the Sphinx is sitting at the 11th level. And so there's something to this. There really is. And I look forward to visiting Egypt with many of you so that we can go through what we believe are the codes that are coming from the hieroglyphs and from these ancient symbols. You can also see at the bottom of that there is a doorway and then 4 spaces above it. So I'm always looking at things through the lens of 1111. So here we have an example of there's many hieroglyphs like this that I saw in Egypt, and it's about the third eye activation. It's about decalcifying our pineal gland. It's about opening up to the energy, to the namaste, to the divine in me acknowledges the divine in you, that we are all divine, multidimensional beings of light inside these human bodies, experiencing the 3D matrix so that we can return home, we can return to unity, we can return to source. Here you can see a hieroglyph that shows energy inside the hands. And so it's really a symbol of mastering our energy, of taking the time to have embodiment practices, meditation, yoga, whatever it is that you feel called to. I was a dancer and am a dancer most of my life. And so my meditation is usually through movement. And when you get into that flow zone and you're really connecting to the energy of the unified field and moving through it. Yes. This was in the the lower part of Hathor's temple. And here you can see the blue lotus flower at the bottom, that entheogenic experience that influences the Kundalini rising, that we have opportunities to connect to source and to truly understand the divine plan, the cosmic order of it all. And again, this is about moving our energy. And here you'll see a close-up of the center there. This is a rendition of the Jed Pillar. Again, that 1111 portal, that 1111 gateway, holding up the experience of our Kundalini rising, supporting our ascension. This was one of my favorite pyramids. It's Saqqara. It actually doesn't even really look like a pyramid. It was almost a pile of rubble on the outside. But when you go down inside where the sarcophagus is, I turned around and this entire wall just called out to me, because we could see the 1111 very clearly in many places. And again, they're talking about energy, or also water, that the full moon, that the cycles of the moon actually influence us on a deep cellular level, because we are mostly water. And just as the moon moves the water and the tides of the oceans on the planet, it also moves the water within us. And so working with water during this time is really important, as we're being bombarded by all kinds of solar flares and energies. We want to remind ourselves, we want to remember the value of spending time by water, moving water that has negative ions, or spending time in water, whether it's salt baths or a hot tub, or you put your feet in the ocean. It is crucial to remember that water is a key aspect to our ascension. This ultimately was one of my most favorite places in all of Egypt. This is outside the Temple of Isis in Philae. And on either side of the door are these big hieroglyphs. And on the right, you can see, again, another rendition of the Jed Pillar with that 1111. It's sideways. And then on the other side, there's this big kind of popsicle looking hieroglyph with the 1111 going right through it. And that hieroglyph in particular, I've been told, is literally a portal to another dimension. And so here I'm standing in the doorway between these two very powerful symbols. And I lovingly call it the 1111 portal at Isis Temple. And we will be there. We actually will be at this temple, at this portal, on 11/11/2024, where we're bringing a group of people, sacred pilgrimage, and essentially touring Egypt starting October 26th and going to November 14th. And on 11/11, we have private access to this particular place in the Isis Temple, or beside the Isis Temple, on 11/11 for 11:11 p.m. 2024. And so, family, we invite you to have your light codes activated, to visit sacred sites with us. We will be touring many different places throughout the world in the coming years, and we invite you to come and experience it with us as we have our light codes activated together. Thank you for allowing me to share 11/11, a path to our awakening. If you'd like to find out more about the virtual event, or you want to be involved, become a network partner or a speaker, or be one of the live events that is connected to our 1111 Unified Network, you can find us at 1111unified.com. And also, I am here in service to humanity's awakening. And I really love mentoring awakening women. So this ANISTARA.com, you can find out more about transformational mentoring for awakening women. Thank you, beloved family, for the opportunity to share today. My apologies for a little bit rushing through it, but I feel like got to really share exactly what my heart wanted to share today. Thank you, Neil, for having me here. Thank you, Brielle, for being here. And for those of you who are in Mountain Time, this went through 11:11 a.m. So sending those beautiful vibrations to each and every one of you. Have a
Beautiful.
beautiful, blessed day and enjoy your Portal to Ascension Summit experience. The temple doors are open.
Thank you so much, ANISTARA. You're so amazing. I loved we've been connected for a year now, but you just, in that time alone, your evolution and growth and all the things you're doing are just so amazing. So I just appreciate you. We're doing this together, just moving forward, and we all have our own roles to play in this, and I really honor your role. So thank you.
I found that very heartwarming. I loved the visions. I loved you I just loved everything about this presentation and your introduction of how you are just doing your ascension in your world. And I want to talk to you about being on some of your platforms. I'm amazed. Just the beauty, it resonates with me. So.
I want to say, ANISTARA, I've never seen that association of the Kundalini from those Egyptian hieroglyphs, but it makes a lot of sense. So that adds to my Kundalini knowledge.
Right. That was the number one thing that stuck out for me too, because a lot of people say that it's evidence of a light bulb, right? But what you said and your reference to the Kundalini makes more sense to me.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not an Egyptologist. I literally just go to the temples and I look through the lens of the 1111 Codex and I just receive what comes through. So thank you for letting me share.
Okay, appreciate you so much. We'll be in touch soon. Okay, talk later. All right, guys, so we have Jenna Laden up next, and I'll just say, because I know Joan and Alan both want to introduce her, so I'm just going to say that Jenna is one of the sponsors of this event. I'm just going to show the website real quick, and hopefully she'll show it again as we get into this. But Star Family Wisdom, incredible website, and it is the brainchild of Jenna Laden, who's been on Portal Ascension a couple of times now, and I'll let her go deeper into what it is. I'll keep this up here. And Alan, why don't you start off and introduce Jenna?
Right. What's so amazing about Jenna and what I like about people like her is that she comes from that other world, the mainstream world, the business world, the world that things are really grounded. And to meet her and see her transformation, and yet bringing the skills that she learned in that world back to our community, I think it's really valuable for a lot of us, because a lot of us start out here and we don't have the skills she has to pull it all together. So Jenna is a great combination of left and right brain awareness, and your awakening, Jenna, and your commitment to Star Family Wisdom is something we need as a community of people looking for Star Family Wisdom. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks.
And Jenna, I'm just so happy to see you. And I want to, you just amaze me every time, okay? Your depth of information and wisdom, but you bring together, I want everyone to understand this about Jenna. I'm going to read your bio, but I'm going to start with this part. You are a member of the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma, and a passionate advocate for the indigenous communities and wisdom keepers who've been fierce protectors of humanity's original wisdom. And Jenna is a former global VP for Whole Foods Market and was leading teams and individuals through change and transformation over 15 years. And then she had her own experiences in the supernatural phenomenon and ET contact, and now really is passionate about helping us humans embrace our multidimensional reality without fear. And through her experiences, she began to remember her lives off Earth and is now focused on her mission in this life to be a teacher of lost knowledge. You're just amazing, honey. And wisdom from the stars, okay? But I also want to tell that she's a shamanic practitioner and spiritual cosmic guide. She connects ancient wisdom, new mind-body science, and universal spiritual teachings to assist people to navigate their healing. And in early 2021, she founded Star Family Wisdom, an online educational platform and community. And she's going to be showing us actually exactly what she is offering. So we're just happy to welcome you to the ship, the Portal to Ascension ship, where you're just a big part of it now. So thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, Alan, Neil. So good to see you guys. Such a beautiful introduction. Thank you.
So take it away, love.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and we'll get into it. So today I'm going to be sharing a little bit about my personal journey with my awakening, my ET contact experience, and how that led me to what I'm doing at Star Family Wisdom and led me to understanding more about my star origins. And then we're going to talk for just a few moments about the spiritual teachings of our ET star brothers and sisters and what they have to offer us at this time on Earth. And then I'll share an overview of what we have to offer you at Star Family Wisdom and all of the resources that are available to you. So as Joan said, I am a former global VP for Whole Foods Market, where I spent many years leading teams through transformation and change. And I'm also a former atheist. I think that's important for everyone to know because I've gone from being a person that was very analytical, logical minded, very much skeptical of everything we're talking about today and this weekend to now being an experiencer of many phenomena I have worked to understand. And ultimately that led me to ET contact, understanding my star origins. And now I think it's important that we have these sorts of conversations about what's possible, how we are evolving as humans. And it's time for us to come out of the closet, right? It's time for us to talk about this phenomena, this reality that we are a part of in an open and mature way. And we talk about that a lot on the podcast at Star Family Wisdom, because it's through these sorts of conversations that we can all embrace more of who we truly are and go out and change the world. So with that being said, my awakening experience began back in 2017. And, for anyone who is new here to this world, anyone who might be having their own supernatural experiences that they can't quite understand or place just yet, know that you are not crazy. Your experiences are not crazy. They are extraordinary. And we are just now learning about the extraordinary nature of our reality. So mine began with a big kind of event in my life. I went through a big breakup, and that triggered a dark night of the soul. It triggered my awakening. And I started to have quantum entanglement with people I was close to. I knew a little bit about quantum physics. I knew a little bit, about quantum theory and how particles interact at a distance and all of that. And then I started experiencing it in real life. And it made me wonder, is this really a theory or is this real? And does this actually facilitate the things that, I was skeptical of, like psychic abilities, telepathic experiences? And then I started to have some of those. So I started to have psychic experiences with people I was close to in my life. I started having, telepathic experiences with them. And then that just led me into a phase of research and exploration on that to really expand my understanding of consciousness. And as that was occurring, as I was, working through my healing and working through that dark night of the soul, because we've got to face our shadows as we wake up. That's a big part of this. And so I was facing those shadows and trying to make sense of things that were going on in my life. And I started to have some spontaneous visions. I started having spontaneous past life visions. I started having spontaneous future visions and precognizance, right? So seeing things before they happened, having premonitions about things before they would play out. And when this started, it gave me a lot of pause, right, to really question everything I had been taught about how my reality operated and about what was possible. And then more things started to happen, right? So I was curious, I was open, I was exploring, and I started to explore ET. stuff. I started to explore the UFO phenomena. I started to explore, abduction cases, because I was curious. I was open-minded, and I wanted to know a little bit more about, that stuff I was hearing about. And so I picked up some books very synchronistically. It felt very much guided. Many of you are probably having that experience of feeling guided to the next right thing, the next right information. And I started reading a book by John Mack, who is a Harvard professor of psychiatry. He was. And in reading his book about abduction cases, in the very first chapter, I had a huge emotional release. Like, it triggered all of these tears, just a flood of tears. And it triggered in me this knowing that I had some memories, some information that was suppressed, that was wanting to come out. And so in that moment, because I knew about the science of the mind, I know that we can suppress memories if we're not psychologically ready to process them, or if something's just too far outside of our worldview, that it would be difficult for us to psychologically process that. I knew in that moment I had something suppressed that I needed to figure out. And fast forward a few months, I started having messages delivered to me. So as I would be in meditation or thinking deeply about something, all of a sudden a message would come in to give me direction. And when this started, I did have moments of thinking I was crazy. I went through about 6 months of working through, am I crazy? Where is this coming from? But all of the messages were helpful. All of the messages were beautiful guidance and guiding me in a spiritual way. So I didn't know where they were coming from at first, but I was open. So I knew I needed a past life regression at this point. I wanted to go through that process, but I was a little scared. So I put it off, and then I'm going to tell you about one brief incident that happened, and you can learn more about it on our YouTube channel. But I was researching a little bit about Bashar and Daryl Anka. Daryl Anka is a channel of Bashar, an ET being. Check him out if you have not seen his work. I was watching his documentary, and I was still in very much a skeptical, left brain analytical place at the time. And about halfway through the documentary, I thought, you know what? I don't know about this. I don't have time for this. I'm going to turn it off. And so I turned it off, had work in the morning, needed to focus on that. And within seconds of turning off the documentary, I had a delivery arrive at my front door. I had ordered food for dinner that night. And I got a text message on my phone that said, your food has been delivered by Bashar. So in that moment, I knew I'm having ET contact. This is real. This is happening. I think Bashar just contacted me, and now I need to go through the regression and really uncover, more of this. And so I did. You can learn more about that on our YouTube channel. I share clips of my regression and the transcript of parts of the regression as well. And we'll continue to share more of that, because I think it's important that, I'm open and sharing with you aspects of my journey that can support you. And through that regression, I learned a lot about my connection with my star family, and they channeled through me during the regression, which was a really interesting experience. And so that also validated for me the fact that, yes, these messages I had been receiving, these many synchronistic events, the emotional release, the Bashar contact, it was all ET contact and meant to guide me towards a better understanding of how our universe works, what is possible, and the fact that they are here at this time. And so many of us are in connection with our star families to support this evolution. So that all guided me towards starting star family wisdom, towards shamanic energy medicine, training and study. And that all led to me understanding more about where I come from and the experiences that my soul has had. So what I now know is that my soul, like many of you, have had many experiences in other civilizations. So I know I've had experiences or am having experiences in the Syrian civilizations, the Lyran, the Arcturian, but I'm more primarily in contact with the mantis beings in this life. And my last incarnation was with the mantis beings. And it's my understanding that that's where I'm going when I leave this body. I'm going home to that civilization. And I've spent the most time in the Aldebaran and Rigel star systems. And I only have 2 souls from my soul group here with me. We normally incarnate with about, 5 to 10, members of our soul group. And those will be people that are really close to us, right? In our family and, close inner circle. But most of my soul group are back on the starship. And so that's also what's facilitating this telepathic and contact connection that's occurring. And like many of you, it kind of feels like I'm just visiting, like Earth doesn't totally feel like home, that maybe you don't totally feel like you fit in here. And that's because you're here to change Earth. You're here to change the planet. And I've supported the ET agenda of teaching spiritual science and cosmic law on Earth. And we'll get into a little bit of that now, because I do think, it's important that we reflect on the benevolence and love, as Neil was saying, the love that is offered to us and that we can offer each other and our planet and the cosmos. So I find, through all of my experiences and the research that I've done to understand the contact phenomena, that our ET brothers and sisters absolutely have our best interest in mind, most of them, the majority of them. And they want to help us. They want to help us evolve. They want to help us grow into a more spiritually evolved version of the human. They want to help us become the new human that will lead us into the new Earth. So they teach a lot about manifestation and the creation process. So Joan was talking about becoming creator gods and stepping into our power and accessing that internal power and learning how to work with the energies of the universe and learning how to manifest and actively, consciously create our reality. And we teach a lot about that at Star Family Wisdom. That's one of my passions. And the ET teachers also share a lot about the power of the mind, right? And how through the mind, we direct consciousness, and how we direct that consciousness can influence the world, the universe around us. And they have reminded us of how easily programmed the mind is and how we can reprogram the mind to experience what we really want to experience in life. And they talk about the interconnectedness of all life and our connection with Source, and that we are Source, and that we are not separate from each other. And that separation is just an illusion, right? And that we're experiencing that illusion in a really, really strong way here in the 3rd dimension, but really, we're all just connected, right? And we can connect with anyone, anywhere, because of that oneness that is part of this creation. They talk about universal geometry and physics as a way to understand the structure of space-time and to understand the structure of the universal energy field and our personal energy fields, and how to harmonize our personal energy field with the universal energy field. They talk about the ascension process and traveling between dimensions, and how, we get excited about ascension, right? And we think it's just going to be a quick fix, an overnight thing, but it's really this long evolutionary process. And we are at a critical point here on Earth. We are moving towards a more ascended state on this planet, and ascension happens over many, many thousands, maybe millions of lifetimes, right? It is an evolutionary process that we go through in the universe. And as we ascend to higher dimensions, we can choose to come back into lower dimensions, and we can travel between those dimensions in an easier way. They talk about the nature of duality and how, as Neil was saying, we're experiencing a really extreme version of that duality here on Earth because we have hit that critical juncture point for our civilization. And it's time for us to take that extreme polarization and bring it back to center. And when we do that, and when we balance the masculine and the feminine in our left and our right brain, we can then find harmony. And I love that the ET brothers and sisters that we're in communion with talk about moral code and the spiritual laws of the universe, and how there is cosmic order and there are laws in place to facilitate that order, even if it doesn't feel like that is playing out in each and every one of our lives every single day. There is a larger order in place. And I love that they talk about transmuting fear and returning to the light, because that's what we're here to do. Like, we are here to transform this planet, right? We're here because this planet has been through a lot of trauma, and it's time to transmute that trauma, transmute that fear, transmute that darkness and our shadows, and come back to a state of lightness, and to come back to a state of harmony and love. And while we'll always experience duality, that's true, that is just a truth of our universe, we have this ability to transform in really powerful ways. And then lastly, I love that our ET brothers and sisters are imploring us to make changes, right? While they can't come here and just directly interfere, there is a non-interference policy, and incarnating, in human bodies is one way to bypass that. They can't just land their ships and take over and make us change things, right? We have to be the masters of our own transformation, and we have to create a sustainable future for ourselves. And they talk about the galactic, organizational structure that exists, right, in the Federation of Planets, and that there are leaders and representatives from so many civilizations participating in these organizational structures. There's my corporate background coming in, but that really, shows us that yes, there are these kind of governing bodies in place that help maintain the order and help planets like ours at a time like this through this sort of work. So I have found the vast teachings of our star brothers and sisters to be really profound. And it's my understanding and belief that humanity's original wisdom is wisdom from the stars. So at Star Family Wisdom, that's what we focus on. We focus on integrating ancient wisdom, new science, because that's important too, but with our understanding of cosmic wisdom, so that we're really creating a holistic set of resources and teachings that can help you in your evolution and give you practical tools to take action with. So Star Family Wisdom is also a podcast. Check it out on YouTube. We are a community. Join the email list so that you get our newsletter and our emails and guidance. We send out lots of great content that will support you. And we have tons of free resources that are available for you as well. And, I know a lot of us are in a place of what's my purpose? That's where I was at for a while, towards the end of being at Whole Foods before my ET brothers and sisters told me to leave Whole Foods. But when I was in that place of what's my purpose? What am I here to do? I think what would have been helpful for me to hear from someone is that you're just here to light the world up with love. If you don't know anything else beyond that about what you're here to do, and if you don't yet have your mission figured out, that's it. It's that simple. We're just here to light the world up with love and to transmute that darkness in every way we can. And there are so many beautiful, unique ways that we can all do that. And a little bit about our team. We have just added 2 amazing team members to Star Family Wisdom. So Sinead Wellahan is coming on as podcast co-host and my partner in growing Star Family Wisdom. Sinead is a former special needs educator. She is based in Toronto, Canada. And Sinead is also a deaf woman. And Sinead brings decades of her own personal transformation experience, her own spiritual awakening and ET contact experiences to Star Family Wisdom. And Nadi Hana is coming to us from Galactic Rose Geometry, and she is an instructor of sacred geometry and crop circles and cosmic teachings. And the 3 of us met last year and realized that we are all from other civilizations, and we were meant to meet and work together in this way, which is really cool. So, when you progress in your journey, you get to a point where you start to meet your soul family, you start to meet your people, and that is a really beautiful thing. So I am so thrilled to be working with Sinead and Nadi, and just a little bit about our mission. So we support the spiritual and cosmic evolution of humanity, and we believe that all things, people, and beings are interconnected and interdependent. We deliver inspiring information that helps humans remember who we are, where we've come from, and who we can become. And we work to support the healing and transformation of humanity and planet Earth, helping us all achieve the highest cosmic destiny. And we operate in a harmony with all of life, and we act with integrity and seek authentic connection. We stand with the indigenous people of the world, and we act as an ally to the communities and cultures who have protected humanity's original wisdom for thousands of years. And we love, embrace, and accept all forms of life in this universe, dark and light. And we believe that we're not alone, that we never have been, and that it's time for the world to know the truth. So again, check out the podcast. We're on YouTube, on the podcast apps. We're just getting started. We have had some amazing guests. You might recognize the one and only Alan Steinfeld. He was just on the show, so check him out. It was an awesome conversation where we got to interview Alan about his experiences. We've had Michael J.S. Carter on the show talking about his own ET contact and his research and understanding of our ancient spiritual texts. And we recently had Xiao Ma from Australia talking to us about her experiences and what's going on in China and how we can understand and learn from what's happening all around the globe. And Sinead and I also do a lot of solo episodes where we're just talking about our experiences and how we've processed them and how wild life is and how amazing it is and how we can manifest our reality and all that stuff. So check it out. We're having a lot of fun. And we've got some awesome free resources for you. Check out the free library page at starfamilywisdom.com. We focus on, again, a lot of practical things, right, that help you in your evolution. You can get a free 28-day Raise Your Vibe challenge, which gives you 28 days of tools and practices you can use to actively raise your vibe, heal, clear energy. We offer free stress relief meditations because who doesn't need that, right? And that's important for our healing to come back to a place of zero stress. And free daily affirmation emails. If that's something that would be supportive for you, you can check out our free manifestation journal to get your manifestation practice started. And we have tons of spirituality and manifestation products for you as well. This is just a little taste of what's available. The Masters of Manifestation course is one of my favorites, where I teach everything I have learned about how to shift, clear energy, transform darkness, understand our limiting beliefs, understand the science of the mind, understand how to apply practices in a way that help you become a powerful creator of your reality. And then tons of other tools like mantras you can download, manifestation, meditations, hypnosis recordings to help fast track that reprogramming of the mind. And then we offer some spiritual courses as well if you want to dive in there and learn more about our spiritual reality and how you can connect yourself to your guides and create protection. And just this last week, we launched sacred geometry courses, which we're super stoked about. So Sinead and I and Nadi did a sacred geometry crop circle meditation and evening presentation thing a few weeks ago. And I can tell you, after looking at sacred geometry for hours, activations will occur, and we can really work to harmonize our energy body and utilize sacred geometry for the purpose of harnessing the powers of creation, the energies of creation in our universe. So check out these courses. Nadi does drawing instruction, which is really powerful for syncing the hemispheres of your brain. So as you're in the process of drawing and just allowing the sacred geometry to unfold, it really does something to our consciousness in terms of that kind of expansion that's possible. So check those out. Nadi's a really fun instructor. You'll get to see her sacred geometry goggles. And then we also offer some ET products and courses, more coming soon. And then we also offer a few shamanic tools for your transformation as well. So you can get some different quantum journeys, which are just deeper guided meditations in shamanic practice. And we have a shamanic practice course as well. So if you're kind of new to the world of shamanism, want to step into that, want to get some, beginner's tools and learn about the shamanic process of manifestation, that's a great one for you as well. And then last but not least, go get your evolution on with us at Star Family Wisdom. We've got some discount codes for the Portal to Ascension audience. You can use geometry to get 25% off the geometry courses, and welcome for 25% off anything else. So go have fun exploring the content and the options that we have. And there's more coming. And we're so excited to be here and to be having this conversation and to be together in this way. It's so important that we are coming together at this time to facilitate this transformation, and that we're all doing that in our own unique way, because we all have a unique piece of the puzzle. And it's important that we all activate that and become more of ourselves and put more of ourselves out into the world. And for anyone who is maybe at that point, where they're a little nervous about putting their real selves out in the world, know that you're supported. When you do that, the universe swoops in to support you. And I've been doing that slowly over the last year as I left Whole Foods, and have been divulging more of my journey, more of what I know to be true about our reality. And just today, actually on LinkedIn, I changed my entire profile to reflect the new me and exactly what I'm doing now. So that's now out in the world. And I'm beginning to do some corporate speaking engagements on some of these topics. Not the ET ones just yet, but we'll get there. And it's just so important that, we find that courage and that bravery to put ourselves out there. And I hope that by me doing that here and offering some of that to you, that gives you permission to do the same. So with that, thank you, everyone. It was so good to be here and see you. And Neil, Joan, Alan, thank you. You guys are beautiful, amazing people. And I'm just so thrilled that this weekend is happening. And I hope you all have an amazing rest of the weekend.
Jenna, what a
Thank you.
great presentation and introduction of you. That was outstanding. Number one, you took us on your whole evolution of awakening.
Yeah.
And that one seed that happened for you now is a movement, which is exactly what Neil is doing. You know, what Alan keeps commenting and praising Neil for. Alan did the same thing too. So, and I'm doing it. We all can do that.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got to lead,
Jenna,
right?
oh, Jenna, I was just going to say, you're not just talking about it. A lot of people talk, but you are a manifester. What you're teaching, what you're sharing. Because I walked into Jenna's home in Sedona, and I said, wow, this beautiful palace of a place that you just found recently because you said you wanted to live in Sedona. And there was this beautiful, it's probably one of the nicest, most comfortable places I've seen in Sedona. So that's evidence of that what you're talking about really works. For me, it's evidence.
Yeah. It requires a lot of practices, a lot of detachment, right? A lot of being okay with the unknown, but there's a lot we can do to create our reality. So
yes, and a lot of trust,
Yeah.
And
Thanks, all.
You definitely, because I've been saying for a while, like that what took me 16 years to get to is taking people 1 year or 1 month, and you are like a walking testament of that, like the rapid evolution of consciousness that is now occurring on the planet. The information is readily available, not only in the Akash, in the field, etheric field, but the internet, the programs that we have, all the information and data that we have. So, your awareness and everything you share is so incredible. You're such a beautiful person. And you also just like really inspire that hope that, it's never too late to wake up.
Yeah, it's not. No, we're going through a quantum leap, right? Like that's what's happening. And that's like nature, Mother Earth, the universe needs us to make that shift in consciousness really fast. So that's what's happening. Yeah.
And you had all those seeds, your indigenous, your Cherokee background. I'm sorry. It was right there waiting for you to wake up. It had probably been knocking on your door even before that. But but we don't wake up until it finally hits us big enough.
Yeah.
This is the time the planet is waking up. It's not just us or everyone watching, but this is going out to the world. And I just met someone the other night who said this teacher came to him. He didn't know what was going on, but then he got it, So this is happening all over the planet. Isn't it amazing?
It is. Thank you for your presence, Jenna. Your work is such a high quality of offerings that I hope everyone takes advantage of working with Jenna.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of the weekend. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jenna.
Bye.
And just a reminder to everybody that Star Family Wisdom is the sponsor of this event. Please do check it out. Another amazing platform that is really creating ripples in consciousness. All right, we're going to get into the next guest. You guys have any comments really quick before we move on?
No, go ahead. That was great. Thank you for bringing Jenna in.
The energy is building. I feel it. Everybody's like contributing a little piece, and it's just awake. It just feels vibrational.
We've only just begun.
I know, right? All right, everybody. So I'm excited now to introduce my next guest here that has become a really good friend of mine. And I'll just give you the backstory, and I'll let Lorianette kind of speak about her bio and her background. But what happened 6 months ago was the next guest added me on Instagram, and then I added her back, and then we started communicating back and forth for months, like maybe a couple of hours of conversation, like just through text a day for quite a few, like for the first couple of months, and really started tuning into her energy and what she was about. And to summarize it all, it's definitely way more beyond this. But our next guest, Lorianette, is an Orion starseed, but beyond an Orion starseed, an Orion being incarnated onto Earth with remembrance of not only lives there, but the system, the history of this area, and a true dedication and passion to the upliftment of consciousness and bringing down the Orion energy, and also correcting the record in some cases on the things that happened in Orion and then what occurred afterwards that goes beyond what we may have understood or accepted conventionally, even though this is all very non-conventional, right? When it comes to the Orion Wars and, you know, just the history of that belt in general and its connection to Earth. So as we've progressed in our friendship, this is the first introduction of her to Portal Ascension family. So I'm extremely excited for you guys to connect with her, because this is truly just the beginning. The conversation that we're about to have, the presentations he's going to do, is only the beginning, because I've already have a map in my head of a series of in-depth interviews with her that's going to go really deep into Orion and the beings from that area. So everybody help me in welcoming Lorraine. You there?
Hey, thank you, Neil, so much for your introduction. Sorry for my English because I'm Italian, so you have to have a little patience with me today if I say something strange or sounds strange. And thank you, Neil. Really, the connection I have with Neil, it's been something really unexpected, and I think we help each other throughout our healing process this year.
No,
definitely. It's so weird to speak with other people. Yeah,
so why don't we start like
first.
this? Do you have a presentation you want to do, or do you want to go back and forth?
Yeah.
Like, take it away, whichever way you want.
I think because my English is not good enough, I don't have to speak about myself too much today, because I prefer to give the most important information about Orion. So I just give a little bit of introduction of my story. Here in Italy, as you said, I've come to this world with full memory of my past life, and that's for all my teenage years I have these clear memories, but it was all keep it for myself until the age of 18, where for the first time my star family contact me. I remember I was walking my dogs out, and it was summer, so it was time for dinner. I go out with my dogs, and it was like sunset. This pinky sky I saw for the first time in my life, because before that I have no clue about UFO aliens. I feel my soul were from another place, but I don't have remembrance of UFO or stuff like that. But I think it was some kind of protection I have. Like if I open that door of memories, all the downloads will came out. So for a certain times, I think even my star family helped me to not realize so much what I was remembering. So at the age of 18, I saw this for the first time, something incredible that seems like flock of birds was in the daylight. So it was the sky above my home, and those I think 100 or I don't know thousands, really like a flock of birds, but was those objects shaped like a boomerang object above my house, and I was feeling this huge emotion. I was shocked, and I don't know what I was just sawing. I don't know. And I come back home. I have to tell to my mom. I grew up with a single mom, and I come back and I found her, and her was because she passed last summer, and she was a channeler, a medium, but at the time she didn't share this part of her life with me. So I was shocked because I've just saw that things in the sky, and I come back home with my dogs and I saw my mom. The dinner was burning, and I remember that my mom was channeling this message, and I never saw her channeling something. So the message, long story short, the message was, welcome back, Larianit. We are here to welcome you back to your your star family, and it's time for you to remember. So we want to help you because we know you have so many memories, and we want to help you to understand where you came from, your story. And basically, I don't remember every word, but I have that paper. I still have it. It's like the most precious thing for me. And they basically welcome back with a lot of love and a familiar sense of unity. So that was the first contact, conscious, like interaction we have, and the first and crazy things happened since that day. I was about to have 18 years old, and right now I have 27. So because of that period of awakenings, I have an energy that I cannot control properly. Sometimes I was burning computer and stuff. I need their help. So they the beings I'm talking about are beings from the Orion belt. So the 3 stars of Orion, the main, I think the most famous stars of the Orion constellation, because of Egypt. And yeah, the things I have to share with you today is not my story, because it's it's like many story of many star seeds, but is to introduce the energy of these beings, the Orion Neteru, or reintroduce, because it's something we have inside our DNA. We just have forget about them, because they are beings that are very not interferent. They are different to any star beings you may have come in contact with, because they are very, even in their contact, they're very slow when revealing information. So I spent 10 years to have all this downloading information by them, and they prefer to let us grow up and strengthen, our souls, muscles, to listen ourselves. And so they prefer to left people free to wake up by themselves, by guiding them, but from a distance. So why they here? They are now here because they are those kind of beings that interact at the end, at the beginning of a cycle, and at the end of a cycle. So in the other times, they prefer to let the confederation, they are part of the confederation in the Orion Council. I don't know if this is the right term, because it's my first conference in another language, so please forgive me if I say something weird. And the identity of Neteru is the most important things I want to share with you. So Neteru is a term that I will use today to help you understand who they were, and because it's more fast for me to say Neteru than repeat again Orion beings from Orion's belt beings. So I will say Neteru beings, to referring to the beings from the 3 stars you are seeing right now. And especially my people came from the central star, that is the Alnilam, the stars, the middle stars in the belt. And yeah, the most important things to say about them is that maybe you have, if you can show something about the pyramids and the Orion alignment, the pyramids that are aligned with the belt. Yeah, and yeah, that's just to give you a visual impact, so I can skip the long historical boring part about the the Orion belt presence in history. So many people on planet Earth are have contact with those beings from the belt. So the Hopi, the Egyptian, Maya in China, you have some trace of their presence in every ancient civilization. So it was important to me today to help you understand, to clarify some points, because they are different beings from the rebel, the Orion War stuff. It's being basically some of here in Italy. When I speak about my people, when I speak about Orion, everybody has stigma and prejudice about what's happened there, but the Orion beings from the belt are different things. They are the guardians of Orion. So in the Orion Council, they protect the Orion and the other innocent planets to the interference beings of any kinds of lower interferent beings that are unbalanced, that lost balance. So they've been called by ancient civilization the guardians of balance. So Neteru in Egyptian means guardian or watchers, and they have influenced North Africa, South Africa, a lot of part of India. They've been called in the Vedic historic teachings, they were called the Gandharvas. So those who fight the darker forces, the dark entity, the lower entity, or interferent beings. And so they were just called when something was important to solve. Otherwise, they wouldn't never interfere, because they are very natural beings. They very root like beings. They love nature. They are connected with the source. They want to interfere as less as possible. So sorry, it's difficult to explain in another language. So I'm trying to express what I want to say.
It perfectly.
Thank
we're
you.
with you. Yeah. Everybody in the chat room is saying that they understand you perfectly. So please continue.
Thank you. And so the main thing you have to keep in mind when you think about those beings is that they're very they're like in the chakra of heart. So they're not in a mental level as many other Orion beings. They are in a soul to soul level. They are this spiritual. They're like very folkloristic. Like even in Orion, the Orion belt beings are so different that are seen as, I don't know, unicorns because they do not want to interfere. They live in their planet, but the main beings of Orion belt you can meet is the Anilam people. So the people I came from, because of the story of the Orion War. So they were the first who fight those darkness and win those darkness. So they are one of them that can give advice to other planetary system or star system that are in need or fight some kind of entities. But I will talk about that later if I have time. I don't know. And in order to understand their nature, you have to keep in mind that Kachina called them like beautiful beings. They say that they are not gods. They say the Kachina from the Orion belt were those who built the mesa, the tree mesa, the three mountains aligned with the Orion belt and the Hopi culture. The teachings of the Hopi are highly spiritual, so you can have an idea. I want just to say that just to give you an idea of the energy we are. So they were bringing fruit to the Hopi, so you can have an idea of how friendly these beings are. So they just be friends with the Hopi people and bring fruits, and then sharing with them some teachings. And for the rest, they're not interfering with anyone. So the other part of the Neteru the other side, the other energy they bring is to guarding portals and astral planes. So in the ancient Egypt, often we see the description of the gods came from Orion. Is that these gods, Egyptians said that they were gods, of course, because they say they saw them with this aspect. If Neil, if you want to show some tarot light very quickly, just to give an idea of their faces, their head, their features, and I think.
Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah. It's not important if you can, or if you're not, it's fine. And those beings are, in order to speak about them, I must speak about the Orion Nebula. So I'm just confused about how to keep all this information in short, in few minutes, but I will try. So those beings were called like immunitary system of the nebula. They have been created by the source as a natural defense of this nursery of stars. So they are really linked to their star place, and those beings are very, very I don't know the term, sorry. Well, they've been created to protect the nebula. The Orion Nebula is being called, for the scientist, M42. The Orion, yes, these are their faces. The Orion Nebula is like a biochemical industry. So the scientists call a biochemical industry right now. It's creating future, if I don't get wrong, 11,000 future solar system like ours that will be able to create life. So this nebula, according to science, has all the elements, physical elements that it needs to create life, like water, sorry my pronunciation, carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, methanol, dimethyl ether, hydrocyanic acid, etc., etc., and a lot of other elements. But the most important things is that for years and years, scientists has looked in the universe to find a particular light that is responsible for the creation of life in this universe. So they found this kind of light that is called the circular polarized light. That is, the scientists study the universe using frequencies and radiation. So by this, like fingerprints of this radiation, they look around all this universe and they do not find this kind of light that is responsible of the creation of life on this planet and other star systems. So they find this amount of circular polarized light only in one place, and this place is called M42 Nebula of Orion Nebula. The Orion beings call Ra. Ra for them is sacred. It's not the sun god Ra, it's the creator of sun. So in some aspect, in scientific aspect, it makes sense that they call him, Orion people call him Huru or Ur, that is transliterated in Egyptian as Ra, and they have a huge respect for this sacred source of life. In his physical aspect is a nursery of future stars and suns, and according to scientists, and this discovery is very recent. Has been very recently, because I remember that when I was preparing the conference, using all this information that my star family gave to me, I didn't know about this discovering. And 2 years ago in Italy, my first conference, and I thank God that someone make this new research came out where the scientist officially says and discover, and for science, you know that for scientists it's very difficult that something came out, and they discovered that these light, circular polarized light, is the responsible of the creation of this, our star system, our solar system, sorry, and others, and the all star system existing. So what does it mean? Ra is not God, it's just a emanation. It's like a mirror of the source. So if I make a quick example, so they made this example to me, so I want to share it with you. If our universe would be a body, Ra would be a womb. So if our universe would be a body with many organs, the nebula M42 would be the place where the life is being created, the organs of the divine feminine energy, the womb where suns have been created. So that's why they call it that's why they've called it Ra, the sun's god, because it was the creator of the suns. So these doesn't mean that there aren't other nebula important as well that have different function. It's just to give you an idea that that's why they call them Neteru guardians, because they have to watch these sacred space that create life. So basically what's in the nebula is an emanation of love. So it's like a mother, father, I don't know, for them it's love. They describe as love. And by speaking about the nebula, you can understand what's happened in the Orion War. The nebula, can you imagine the power of creating suns? Right now, the nebula are creating 1100 future solar system. So can you imagine for certain beings how can be seductive to have this power of manipulating life? So that's why the Neteru have been called warrior or guardians of portals, because they have this responsibility to be like a immunitary system that defends these beings that is a sacred beings. As our planet is a sentient beings, Ra is an emanation of gods and is beautiful beings of love. And that's just, they want just to give you this information that maybe you knew sometime and you just forget. Because all the things, the manipulation, the disinformation about the Illuminati and what they do about the Eye of Ra, it's very deceiving, and that's not the truth. That's not logic and not science. What the scientific aspect of Ra, but most important of all is that if that was the womb, like an organ of this universe where a lot of life came out, Ra should be like a divine feminine energy. So that gives you a different perspective of a lot of this information that speak about Orion, that it has 14 stars, and as a like a mental level beings, etc., etc. They are not. There are few stars that are in evolution, but what's happening in the Orion War is that, and one day maybe with Neil we agreed to dedicate more time to that, but today I have not enough time. I have other things they want me to say to you. So the Orion War happenings because some entities from outside this universe came to violate the nebula and study and have the power to manipulate those stars, those capacity, those ability to create future suns. So in the Orion Nebula, they find all the kind of light spectrum. So from ultraviolet to infrared, all the kind of light. And you know, this radiation, it means sounds, and it means frequency. So that it's just a natural place, like, you know, worlds and trees. And so there's no need to hate so much a place that is love, that is natural. So there is a womb of divine feminine energy that creates such beautiful stars and life. So can you just for a moment, the physical geographical area of this universe where the star system, you know, have been created, are created in that nursery. So the source is the I don't know how you call it, God or whatever we feel more comfortable to call it. I use the term source to help even those who have a scientific mind, but of course God has this emanation that are the nebulas, and every nebula has a different purpose and different energy to bring to the world. So the energy of the Orion Nebula is the creation of life, so it's a womb, a divine feminine mother. So that's why the first war in Orion occurred, because some beings from outside this universe were like not conscious beings, unbalanced beings, came and possessed some of the Orion rebel that then they've been called rebel in the Betelgeuse and the gray beings. I have to say that honestly, I can understand why people have this I don't know, have this confusion, because I have two bad experience with gray beings, and I came from Orion. But when I see a gray, even if now I'm in the process of healing, and I know that it's not due to the breed, but it's something to the star beings, but it's something to certain groups of rebel. You cannot generalize. I can understand that on Earth there are those groups that have been called Nephilim, that Nephila in ancient times were the terms referring to the Orion constellation, the 14 stars. And Nephilim were those who came from Orion, were the group that even the evil group of interference beings were not the beings from the belt. So we have to make a difference when we say, oh, the Nephilim created the pyramids. No, the Neteru created the first pyramids. And even here, there is some point to clarify, just because we don't have to divide by different options. We have just to integrate in order to understand that it's all came to starting to fall to the right place if we understand a few things. For example, Manetone was a priest in the ancient Egypt that divided the ancient Egypt period in 3 times. The first time, the Zep Tepi, was the time of the Neteru that lasts 1400 years before Christ. The second time, the Shemshuhar time, is the time where you can hear about other star beings interact in the Egypt. But the time of the Zep Tepi was the time of the Neteru beings from Al-Nilam, then cooperate with the Confederation. So when they left, they leave their colleagues, their other star beings to operate in certain area, but any beings have certain geographical area to watch after. And the Neteru just interact with this Egypt at those time, because here on Earth there are some bunch of rebels from the Orion War. So they were here to protect other innocent beings from those kind of entities. So the Neteru beings are here to help for the protection. And the third time, the Manhattan saw that in the list of Manetone was the time of a human pharaoh. So when we heard other beings channeling or other channeler that speak about Orion, and I heard many times in Italy and even around the world, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are not true, but those beings came in the scene of Egypt after the leaving of the Neteru, because Neteru came to protect in a delicate moment and to leave some access to some portals that connect directly to the nebula. And by connecting to the nebula, we can connect to other star systems. So it's a central point. And I don't have time, but I wasn't finished. Neil, I can go on, or I have to stop?
Yeah, take a few more minutes.
Okay.
Like 4 or 5 minutes.
Like very few minutes. We have another important things to say about the Orion zone is that in the Orion zone, an author mathematics called Vasil Drozd discovered these huge pyramids built among the distance of the stars of Orion. And in this sacred geometry impressed in the, you know that geometry is a sound, is a frequency made visible. So what the message of those pyramids, if you check Vasil Drozd and stars pyramids in Orion, you can find everything. But I will speak better in another moment. It's delicate, but basically what's imprinted in that area of Orion, it's message from the source, divine source, that says with symbols of a circle like an eye, and under these eyes there is a pyramid, and this is a sacred geometry that on Earth it became something evil because Illuminati, evil group or dark agenda wants to manipulate the symbol, but this symbol only resonates with balance, so they can use it as many times they want, but that never worked for them. So that symbol means just sacred geometry, and it means all these ones vibrate together, and in order to have balance, to have balance, the only laws in the universe, in order to go in any dimension we want, the free pass we have is balance. Without balance, the door will be closed. So that's what they, what the source leave in that particular area. And the teachings of Neteru are just speaking about balance. So if you have balance, you can go whatever you want in the dimension, but for that, in a lot of channelings, they keep saying raise your frequency, because when you raise your frequency, you see that we are all connected. And the first law there is imprint in that geometry, it says that the law of correspondency, the law of unity, if all is one, you have to be responsible for your action, because your action your electromagnetic fields can affect others and can change other electromagnetic fields. So those are the kind of laws that Neteru were there to help some interferent beings to respect, because they do not have to do nothing. Even the benevolent beings don't have to do so much, because the universe has this system, intelligent system of order that regulates itself. If you go in a dimension, or you try to pass some dimension, but you are not, your frequency is not in balance, the door would be closed. So for that, they manipulate the DNA, because DNA, the rebels, those who try to escape those rules of balance, they try, but they never will be able to do it. They try to manipulate DNA because they think that by manipulating DNA, they will be able to open those keys to those portals. And DNA is like, we have all the key that all the benevolent beings leave to us. Like every benevolent beings leave in our DNA a frequency and a key to open certain dimensions and certain portals. So this is the part of Orion that they want you to integrate the Orion belt, divine feminine energy of the nebula, and not and forgetting about the rest. And you heard about Orion, because this is the part of the beings that are part of the Orion Council, the Confederation. So all the evil beings you heard about are no more part of this universe or this timeline. They push out from Orion. So Orion is one of the most safe place right now, because nothing can enter and nothing can ask without the guardians watching all over, by protecting by this sacred system of frequencies. So it's not clear. I didn't explain it well, but I do my best because it's not my language. Sorry.
You explained very well. I keep telling you that you're doing a great job.
No.
And Joan, do you want to comment? I know you're feeling it.
There's so much to break down. I actually need to hear it again. But I will say this. So you actually said the negative entities have all been pushed out of the nebula. And the nebula is where we can go and connect, right, with all the other parts of the galaxy. And evil ones are no longer there, right?
No. Are here on Earth, but not there. There are a system, there are only stars that is being called like a prison stars. That's something I've heard sometimes, and I'm not sure yet, but there's like these stars or planet system in Orion that has like lower density beings who are incarnated, but it's like in another dimension from the nebula or the belt. It's like way different dimensions. Like their frequency is not accessible one to another. So they're two different places. So it's in the physical form, you can find part of Orion, but it's like it's tuned in another frequency. I don't know if
I loved your visual images, your depiction of the beings of the Orion beings. They're just beautiful. Reminded me of the Avatar.
We will go deeper, into all of this, and I feel kind of somewhat accomplished, right? Because we've been talking for 6 months, working up to this moment, and now you're on here discussing it. Before you and I think you're going to stick around, but make sure you read the comments in the chat, because everybody was engaging and commenting on everything you were sharing. So I want you to really take it in and receive everything that everyone shared with you. And are you going to put your images on the internet? Have you put them on a website yet? No, right?
No, because it wasn't. They asked me to wait to the right time to show it.
Yeah.
No, why? But I think lots of face and figure I showed to you, and were just very important to integrate their energy. And I don't know if where I can put it. I don't know where to post it, because I don't have a site right now.
We're gonna hang out in Europe. So guys, we're going to be hanging out in a few weeks in Europe, and then you're moving over to, the central Mexico, and we'll be hanging out. So I'll help you put it all together.
I've read a comment. Just I have to make precise that not all grays are evil. Of course, I've said something. Maybe I'm not clear because I'm not speaking well, but there are beautiful beings in the Orion Council that are good beings, like from Zeta Reticuli and Betelgeuse and others. But some beings of the rebels I've met were from that place. But of course, they're not evil. The beings are now part of even though they are different frequencies, every star beings in this Orion constellation, and there are many stars with life there, have different level of consciousness. So that was just too precise.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And we'll be going deeper, and you're going to be on a lot more events. We'll be doing some interviews, so you'll see.
Thank you. I'm so happy to have met Joanne. Sorry if I didn't speak. I'm so emotional right now. Sorry. I'm almost in channeling.
I can feel it. I can feel it. You're beautiful the way you
Thank
are.
you.
I'm going to look forward to more deep dives, love. Can't wait.
Thank you.
All right, Rebecca, talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, oh my goodness. So another deep dive. I love that she was talking about the Orion constellations and Neil was showing some of the planetary constellations because our next guest, SHIMA Moore, happens to be an astrological curator, or even she calls herself a metaphysical educator. She's a community and event organizer. She utilizes ancient and modern wisdom, celestial insights to integrate body, mind, and spirit through many portals, actually, but she does have her 5D star portal. And she is SHIMA Moore. You look gorgeous, love. She's one of my best friends, guys. I'm just so happy to see her. Okay, she's co-founder of the LA Conscious Life Expo. I know many of you have heard of that. Perceptions Magazine and Rainbow Grocery. She's creatrix of dance, trance, fusion, moon manifestation, magic, 10 days to ageless vitality, master cleanse, and SHIMA Metaphysics and More Radio. And she also facilitates the Paneurythmy Sacred Dance, Uniting Heaven and Earth, and Stargate 12th Dimensional Activation Meditations. And I want to tell you a few more things about her. She lives in Mount Shasta. And over the next few months, you're going to see that SHIMA is going to be curating an amazing astrology event for us that's just going to really be one of those deep dives Neil talked about in the beginning. So, dear SHIMA, welcome.
Yay, Joan. So wonderful to be here. Wow, exciting. I enjoyed listening to the last presenter and Orion, love Orion, and was so glad to hear some great information about good things about Orion, because, you know, often you hear all this negative stuff. And so that was great.
Right. No, so that was really powerful leading into your presentation. So I know you have a presentation for us. And let's talk about it. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with you. And here we are. Share. And I'm sharing the screen, and I'm going to go into start from the beginning. And here we are. Yay! Jupiter and Neptune in Pisces. Well, this is a most magical portal. And so I'm really so happy to be here with you today. I'm SHIMA Moore, as Joan mentioned. I'm your astrology curator. And this is the first time in our life that we've had this experience. Jupiter and Neptune come together 166 years. That's Neptune's cycle. So we've never had this before. We're never going to have it again. The exact moment of conjunction was this week, April 12th, but we're still in that portal. We're still in that window. And as we're going to see, it's really a seed point. It's the beginning. When planets come together, we call it conjunctions. When they come together in the sky, from our point of view, that's a seed point for a whole new thing. So this is this is a powerful time, great time to set our intentions. And so that's what we're going to look at today. Now, because it's all well and good, right? I mean, but what does it mean? How does it affect you? How does it affect me? How does it affect the world? Well, that's what we're going to take a quick look at today. We don't have a lot of time, but I'm hoping that maybe enough to ground us in the here and now. And that's what I like to do. I like to really ground us because that's such an important thing for us all in these times that we're in, especially in this magical time and place. So it's exciting, and I'm going to help you take advantage today of this divine once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So this is, I like to start my presentations by showing this 1888 woodcut. And the reason I like it is it really shows us the multidimensional quality of the universe. And we don't see that from our 3D reality. And it also shows us that the universe is cycles within cycles within cycles. And so today we're going to pierce through that 3D veil. That guy's there all on his own, but we're going to do it together today and possibly catch a glimpse of a whole new world of possibilities for yourself. And to see why this time in particular, from mid-March to May 10th are the predominant times, but especially this week, as we said, because of the conjunction on Tuesday at 24 degrees Pisces. And we're going to look at that in just a little bit. And it's a time to really become conscious of the magical universe in which we live. Now, here's the thing. Astrology is my passion. So I can spend literally hours reading and researching on the internet and doing an occasional reading here and there. It never gets boring to me. I love it. It encompasses so many things. It's history, it's physics, it's current events, it's mythology, and so much more. And to me, it's like finding that missing piece of the puzzle of who you are and why you are, right? But I realize most people, we don't have time for this. So, or maybe the inclination isn't there. So several years ago, I began Your Astrology Curator online on Facebook. And I did that primarily to highlight, to make it easier for you to access what I call ancient wisdom and modern pathways. And it's from a variety of astrologers whose work I admire. And I think that you might find it relevant yourself if you had the time to find it. But so this actually began for me a few years ago. I had a weekly radio show, Metaphysics and More. Actually, it was SHIMA Metaphysics and More. And and I interviewed a variety of guests, and they all had wonderful things to share, important wisdom. And I soon found that every Monday seemed to be, oh, it was the new moon. I'd been making new moon wishes and intentions for years. So naturally, I wanted to share that with my audience. And then the next Monday, oh, now it's a quarter moon. Oh, now it's a half moon. So every 7 days I found, and we're going to see what that looks like. But I saw that it was a new phase. So it kind of like happened organically. And so every week I started to begin my weekly show with an update of the lunar phases and how we can implement them in our life to set our intentions, to have our dreams come true. Well, we are now in that dream come true time. So let's take a peek behind that veil together. So ironically, when I accepted Neil's invitation to share today, I thought I would be talking about the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction. And we are doing that, and we're going to talk about that because, hey, 166 years, once in a lifetime, right? Well, I had no idea that it was going to be a full moon and a full moon in Libra. My moon is in Libra. So is Joan's, for that matter. Well, my moon is a gibbous moon, and that's one of the 8 phases of the moon. We're going to touch on that a little bit as well, what that means. It's right before the moon is full, and the moon is full tomorrow. Well, I didn't think about today being Passover. I didn't think about tomorrow being the partial full moon in Libra, or Sunday being Easter. I had no idea. I was just thinking that I wanted to share Jupiter and Neptune with you. Well, by the way, these days are both holy days, and they're based on the moon. So we're going to see a little bit about why that is. In any event, today, not only am I sharing during my own Libra moon phase, which is fortuitous, but today around the world, Jews, Christians, and many other religions are celebrating their respective high holy days or holidays as well. So this is truly a synchronicity in itself. So what are these? Well, these are 2 of the symbols of Jupiter, and that's a symbol that means conjunct together, and then Neptune. Well, notice they both have crosses, right? They both have that cross. They both have a stylized semicircle. In some glyphs or symbols that you'll see, this is more of a half circle. And then Neptune has its half circle opening up to the heavens above. And then here we have the circle and the conjunction thing, bringing them together. So we're going to see this in other situations. Here are all the planets, okay, excluding the sun and the moon, which are the luminaries. This is the 8 of them. So we have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. And notice they all have the circle. And look at Earth. Earth has the circle and the cross of material world, the crucifixion on the cross. I spoke about that in my last talk about when we come in on the cross of materiality. And we're all crucified in our own way on that cross. So it's very exciting. Now, Mars is the only one that seems not to have a cross, right? But actually, that little arrow that's there on Mars, that arrow used to be a cross. I don't know when it changed to an arrow, but it used to be a cross. Here we have Jupiter and Neptune, Jupiter and Saturn. Now, Jupiter and Saturn come together about every 20 years, so it's a generation. They're generational planets. And when they come together, and many of us saw them come together at 0 degrees Aquarius last year, 2020, I believe it was. And it was on the vernal equinox. So all of these things are starting to happen on dates that are astrologically relevant and astronomically relevant. It's time to pay attention. Okay, so if we look at Jupiter and we look at Saturn, look, they both have crosses. Here's Jupiter's cross. Here's Saturn's cross. But they both have that semicircle, and Saturn's is a little different, but it is that semicircle as well in different places. And those are symbols of different things. Jupiter, expansion and growth. Saturn, constriction. Okay, now Saturn and its neighbor Uranus here have been doing a dance in the sky all last year, came together 3 times. If you look at Uranus here, those straight lines that H has to do for the founder Herschel, but actually in many situations you'll find those straight lines are also curved, the semi-curve or the crescent of the moon. And it is sort of receiving from above, from all places, bringing it into the cross, into the material world, and their spirit. And then we have Neptune. So today we're going to primarily be looking at the cycle of Neptune and Uranus. Okay, so I wanted to just include this sign to orient us a bit from the position of the planets from the sun coming out to Pluto. Now, it was interesting. I couldn't find a lot of images that showed Pluto. They've knocked Pluto out. Once, well, that's a whole nother story, but Uranus came, Chiron was discovered in 1977. And scientists started downgrading Pluto, thinking that Pluto, well, it was, a planetoid about the same size as Chiron, so it didn't really matter. But Pluto matters a lot. And to a lot of astrologers, it means so much. It's a primary thing. But for our purpose here, just to ground you a little bit in the lineup of the planets. I know we probably all learned this in grammar school, and most of us have forgotten it. But you can see, here's Earth. Earth is the 3rd planet out, and here's the moon revolving around the Earth, and then there's Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and after Saturn, as we're going to see in the next one, after Saturn, they don't show Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune. But they do, and why is that? Well, because before 1781, when Uranus was discovered, the astrologers could only see out as far as Saturn. And if you look up at the sky, occasionally you can see Uranus, but really Saturn is the furthest out that we can see. And that's a 29-year cycle, give or take a little bit, 29 years. And that's our Saturn return. Now, 3 Saturn returns are considered a full life, 90 years. And when we discovered Uranus in 1781, that's an 84-year cycle. So it's almost that 3 revolutions of Saturn. So Neptune then would be the next one out, and that wasn't discovered to 1846. And then Pluto was discovered in the 1930s. And Neptune's cycle, as we said, is 166 years. Jupiter is 248 years. And so if you notice all of the signs, now there's all symbols in there. And those are the symbols that we looked at with the crosses and the circles and maybe the stylized semicircle. The moon is a half circle, right? And so you can see why, because look at how much space it takes to write it out. And if we did that, you're going to see in just a little bit what that would really look like. Well, here's what's called a natural chart. Well, what does that mean? Well, if we start on the left here, that would be, so imagine, well, we're going to look in a bit, but imagine you're looking up at the sky. And here is the horizon. This is above our head, and this is below. And we're going to start here. We're going to go around this way, because this is the way the universe moves. So here's Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Mercury, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Capricorn rather, Aquarius, and Pisces. Well, today we're going to be looking at Pisces primarily. And what's interesting here, Pisces is the last final sign right before it begins anew in Aries. And so we just began the spring season, which is in Aries. But our planets that we're looking at primarily today, Jupiter and Neptune, are in Pisces. Interestingly enough, what we're going to see when we look at the chart, they came together at 24 degrees of Pisces. There are only 30 degrees in each sign. So at 24 degrees, there's soon, Jupiter, which moves faster, is soon going to move into Aries. So let's take a look at Pisces. What's Pisces all about? Well, Pisces is a water element. It's like the ebb and flow of the oceans, emotions, service. It's about being adaptable. It's a mutable sign. As we said, it's the last sign of the zodiac. And it's detached from the ego, from identity. It's more higher realms, meditation. It can be relaxed, intuition, emotions. Okay. And this is a time with being okay with not knowing, trusting. A lot of people are like in that space right now. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Take a breath and be okay with it, because that's the time that we're in. Divine timing, that's what this is about. Higher energies, opening up the heart chakra, the crown chakra, tapping into our kindness, tapping into our spiritual energies, our compassion, our vision, okay? And so this is a time to listen to each other. I know it's a very divisive time out there, but this is a time where we have the possibility to open up. Now, there are lower energies. What are the lower energies? Escapism, alcohol, drugs, TV, so many things, sex, victimization, grudges, resentment, being stuck in the lies, the illusions, deceit, being overwhelmed. Those are just a few of the Piscean elements that we know about. Now, what about Neptune? That big planet that's out there, that 166-year cycle. Well, Neptune came into Pisces in 2011. Okay, well, what was going on in your life in 2011? I just posted some things on Facebook the other day about me doing a cross-country magic love bus journey. And it was very festive and creative and costumes and all of these things. That was a creative time. So this is about working, Neptune in Pisces is about working with us and our abilities to connect with the energies that we can't necessarily see, but we can feel, we can sense at the same time. Again, it's about divine timing. So this now is the time, especially with Jupiter here, it really expands this energy. Letting go, surrender. We are going to be moving out into a whole new energy. So this is about taking all those negative things, the escapism, the victimization, the grudges, the separation in Pisces, the negative parts of Pisces, and dissolving them, letting them go so that we can move into a whole new phase in Aries. Now, the last time Pisces was in, Neptune was in Pisces was in 1856, 166 years ago. So this is our opportunity in this lifetime, perhaps for many lifetimes, to let go of things. Neptune is going to stay in Pisces until 2026. And around the time, all the planets are going to be changing signs. So we're getting ready for some major changes. Okay, so Jupiter. So we're talking about Jupiter, big planet, expansive, 12-year cycle versus Neptune's 166-year cycle. And Jupiter expands whatever it touches. Now in Pisces, there's an ebb and flow. And we can see that just because Jupiter came in to Pisces last May 13th. It stayed there until the 28th. Then it retrograded back into Aries. Then it returned again in December. Now it's back again. So December 29th, right before the new year, to May 10th. But now it's going, and then it's going to come back again. So it's going to go into Aries. So it had retrograded back into Aquarius, but now it's going to retrograde back. Now it's going to move into Aries around May 10th, and May 10th actually, and then it's going to come back again into Pisces in October. So it's giving us with that opportunity to cleanse, to release, to deeply release and dissolve, to clear out energies, release them, maybe even from lifetimes that have been blocking us in our way. Forgiveness, forgiving ourselves, forgiving others. But because of this back and forth motion, it's not making us do it all at once. It's giving us time, that ebb and flow. Pisces, the ocean, the water. Jupiter expanding that energy. So Jupiter in Pisces shows us what's possible when we trust in ourselves, when we listen to our intuition, Pisces, Neptune, when we honor our body and allow the softer parts of ourselves to really be heard. Jupiter in Pisces can help us let go of those disappointments, victimization, and beliefs. The last time Jupiter was in Pisces was 2010 to 2011. So what was happening for you then? Okay, so I came across these, a lot of this information is from a variety of astrologers that I love. And my recommendation is listen to a number of astrologers. Not everybody has the same information. It's kind of, I like to tell the story of the elephant and the blind men describing what an elephant is like. And some are going to touch the ears, and some are going to say, oh, it feels like paper. Oh, the trunk. Oh, it feels like a tree. Oh, the tail, it's like a snake. So there's all different perspectives. And in astrology, there are many, many cycles that we looked at the very beginning. And those cycles, people are going to focus in on different parts of them. But here I took some healing intentions for Jupiter and Neptune in Pisces from an astrologer whose work I really admire, and who's actually going to be with me this summer on our astrology series here on Portal to Ascension. But basically, with Jupiter and Neptune and Pisces right now, what you can do, free yourself from what's ever keeping you in the shadow expressions of Pisces. We're all up and down. Those higher expressions are amazing. The lower ones, not so much. Integrating more of your God self into this physical reality. This is the time that we can do it. We've been talking about it for a long time, and here we are. Also accepting and allowing the divine feminine to rise within us. The divine feminine is in all of us, male and female. And that's the part of us, that's our heart expansion. That's the balance within us. Maybe from previous lifetimes, maybe those were parts of ourselves that were unaccepted in those lifetimes. Maybe we were stoned, or who knows. I've had readings where I was vivisected, where you're just kind of like pulled apart. So surely we're going to kind of like be hesitant sometimes about stepping back into those areas. This is a time to trust in the divine timing. This is a time also to allow the soul contracts that we've made to close out, for those endings to happen, and for the very best and the highest of all concerned. Elevate your vibrations to the frequency of your higher self. Calm, peaceful, serenity, meditation, walking, whatever it is for you. We're all different. Everyone has a different way in and a different way out. And we're going to take a look at how we can discover that. We want to honor, let's see, go back here. Okay. We want to honor all our feelings. That's how we honor our truth. What that means, if you feel grief, if you feel sadness, if you feel lost, they're all parts of the human experience. Yesterday I was part of I was doing a music rehearsal, Pisces. It's kind of a time for me to really find my inner musician, which I'm loving. It's been just great music. So, and one of the members sort of his anger came up about something, and rather than repress it, let it out. It soon diffused, and he kind of just chilled out. And rather than packing up to leave, which was what he was going to do initially, he stayed. He felt his anger. We all acknowledged it, and we moved on. At this time, some of those emotions are going to be bigger in this Pisces energy. So there's a visualization that we can do. It's a very simple one. I was doing it this morning. I like to meditate when I wake up first thing in bed, and just kind of let you bring the earth energy of Gaia up into my body and bring down a stargate, and which is one of the meditations that I do. But this visualization is really lovely, really simple. And it's basically visualize a shower of white light coming through all your chakras, from above, from even above your seventh chakra, coming down and clearing them out, clearing out any excessive cords or attachments or expectations, removing anything that might be overused or excessive, helping us to flush out through all those parts of us that we're ready to surrender. So give that a shot. See how that works for you. Okay, well, let's take a moment now to look up at the sky at night. Imagine you're standing in the middle of this on the earth here, and you're looking at this view of the ecliptic, which is the equator expanded out. It's where all the stars, it's where the sun and the planets, the wandering planets, that's what the planets are, wandering stars, as they go through all of these constellations in the sky, right? So just imagine, okay, and just imagine now that we're going to cut the slices of that sky up. We're going to cut it up in 12, but we can only see the top 6, right? That's what's available to us. And let's take a look at the moment about what that might look like in your chart. Okay, so here's a chart that I did, and this is for today. This is actually for 11:40, the time that we were to start our talk today. And so, as I mentioned earlier, so that's the time you can do charts for births, businesses, gatherings, coming together when two planets come conjunct. You do a planet for that to see where that falls, what area of your life. Now, if we look at this chart, you can see it's like this is the horizon. Just imagine we just looked at all of those constellations across here, right? So here, and ironically, this looks remarkably like my chart because I have Cancer rising. Now, this is what's called a whole sign chart. There's about 20 more than 20 different kinds of looking at charts. There's many different kinds of astrology. I do tropical Western astrology primarily, although I've studied a lot of different kinds, but that's what I basically focus in on. And I like to use whole sign houses. And why I like them is because, like I say, this is the ascendant down here. So the ascendant is based on the timing. So at 11:40 this morning, this is the ascendant. This would have been, if this was, maybe you're familiar with Placidus or Coke or Porphyry or many of the other ones out there, the chart might have looked like, had this on the ascendant right here instead of 0. And then all of the planets would have fallen a little differently. And there would be probably some houses, a couple of houses that were called intercepted. Just gets confusing. This is the way astrologers did it in the beginning. And so many modern day astrologers have returned back to using this. So and how it works is whatever number, there's 30 degrees in a sign. So today at 11:40, it was 20 degrees Cancer. And you can see here why we would use symbols. Imagine trying to write all of this in like, oh, this is the ascendant in Cancer and all of these numbers. This is Leo, this is Mercury, you know what I mean? Anyway, so we take 20 degrees Cancer or 1 degree Cancer, whatever it is, we take that sign and we put 0 degrees of it on the ascendant. And every area of life, which we call houses these days, every one of these little slices of that pie that we looked at represent a different area of our life. So, and what this does is, depending on the time and the place, this is going to change. So the planets are all going to be there looking the same, but they might be in different houses. So let's look at the planets we're talking about today. Jupiter, you remember Jupiter? There it is. And Neptune, you recognize the symbol. Okay, they're both 24 degrees in Pisces. Now, when they came together, they were both exactly the same minutes. So we have 30 degrees and 60 minutes. Well, this is in that what's called the 9th house. And the 9th house has to do with higher studies, travel, all kinds of things that are expansive. And here's the midheaven. Now in whole sign houses, the 10th house here, these are called cusps. And the midheaven and the ascendant, very important. The degree is very important.
Shima, just to let you know, we should be wrapping up, hun.
Oh, we started late though.
I know, but we're going late.
We went over 2.
We went over 10, but we gave you 10 minutes already. So
oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
we can just start to wrap up, love.
Oh, good. All right. So anyway, you want to find where Jupiter and Neptune are in your chart. And if they're in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, if they're up here, like this is the 9th house, if they're in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th house, we're talking about the energies outside of yourself, the relationship interactions, sharing energies, cooperation. And if they're in the 10th, 11th, 12th, they're about the world at large. If they're, so if you're going through experiencing energies from something outside of you, that could be another person, something at work, energies that you're feeling or sensing. Or if they're in these houses down here, I know Joan is down here, this is about the internal part of yourself, who you are, getting to understand more about who you are, what you need, what you want. So these are about self-development down here. Okay, this is just a quick look at this. This kind of shows us there's a big, this is from Shamanic Astrology Mystery School, who shows that we've got, showing that we've changed the, if we look up the stars now, if we look at Pisces, there's confusion about Pisces and Aquarius and stuff. Well, they have it all down why that is. I don't really have time to get into it, but so this is a chart. These are the most important areas of your chart, the 4 angles. And we're back to here again to see. So we're not humans having a 3D experience. We're souls coming into this dimension to reality to grow, to evolve, to experience being incarnated in order to process our own development. And just to wind up, ending up here, the full moon and what the moon is about. The moon and its whole cycles determine Passover, determine Easter. And this, when they come together, this is a seed point. So Jupiter and Neptune right now are in their new moon phases. They're coming together. And they're going to take 166 years to go through this whole area, the whole 166-year cycle. But every month the moon does that. All the planets coming together are based on this cycle. Okay, spring goddess, Oester, Easter, Passover, based on the full moon, which starts today, goes to the 23rd. Easter is the first Sunday after the vernal, the first Sunday after the full moon, after the vernal equinox. It's all astrological. You can't beat it. Okay, so this summer we're going to have a lot more time to go through all of this information with you. We're going to have Barbara Hand Clow, amazing, wrote the first book on Chiron that I ever read in 1977, came out with her book on the ruby crystal, a trilogy, fabulous. I'm on my second reading of them all. Heather Ensworth, Jungian psychologist, amazing information. Akuta Baba Das, also known as, formerly known as Adam Ellenbass. I studied ancient astrology with him for years. You're gonna love him. Daniel Giamario will find out more about what this symbol is about in shamanic astrology, as above, so below. Rick Levine, love Rick. You can find him online. Do check him out. And Molly McCord, who she's an intuitive astrologer. This is her new book coming out this summer. And so, wow, it's an exciting time. So visit my website for more information, shimamore.com, your astrology curator on Facebook. A couple of free apps I want to leave you with. The Pattern, no astrology language, but it's based on that. It's Daniel Giamario created it, and Time Passages, free programs. You'll love them. And in the meantime, enjoy. Where heaven and earth meet, Mount Shasta. Love it. Wish you were here with me. But thank you, Neil. Thank you, Joan. Time, the thing.
Oh my God, Shima. So all the feedback, people are loving the overview of the astrology. And I mean, as a Pisces, I could just say all of us Pisces were very, very excited to hear what's going on. And I loved your presentation. Well done.
Thank you, darling. All right. Well, I'll see you next time. Love you, Neil.
Beautiful.
Thank you,
so much. We'll see you soon. Okay.
See you soon.
Thank you so much,
Have a
Shima.
great holiday, everybody. Right? Enjoy the full moon. Manifestation.
Got everything.
Thank you.
All right.
And just to second what Shima's saying, we're actually creating a first course on Portal to Ascension astrology course, where all those individuals that she mentioned, that's actually a course on PTA, and it's going to be epic. She's going to have some like a really next level awareness in many different avenues. So it's going to just be like this full on astrological awareness that just comes from many different facets, to really paint a picture of what it really means to have our connection to the stars, and how as stars are literally a roadmap, of consciousness, of our experiences on Earth and all that. So
I love it. I'm so excited about it, and happy to meet Dr. SHARNAEL, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Hey, Dr. SHARNAEL.
Hey, how's it going, guys? So excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's good to see you. So let me just officially read your bio here so we can introduce everyone to you.
Okay.
So I'm excited to bring on Dr. SHARNAEL, everyone. She's been on Portal to Ascension once before, but it was a paid event we did on Galactic Heritage with Laura Eisenhower. I think that was the one. And I've been on her podcast, but when we worked together with Laura, I really just tuned into her energy and completely fell in love with the way you convey it and who you are as an individual. So wanted to just slowly but surely figure out different ways to really connect and work together. And we're starting to do that now. So a little bit about Dr. SHARNAEL. She's a naturopathic doctor, speaker, author, social media influencer, and teacher on divine health and human body. She is passionate about reconciling all people to an integrative life, mind, body, and soul. By teaching in over 41 countries, having thousands of clients worldwide, and with her influence on social media, she does just that. She's a master at demystifying complex information in a way that makes it fun and easy to understand. Dr. SHARNAEL currently lives in LA with her husband Brian, her 5 children, 7 cats, 4 dogs, hedgehog, and turtle. She is also an animal advocate, foster mom for her local shelters. So really good to have you here, Dr. SHARNAEL.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we actually don't have the turtle and the hedgehog anymore, but we picked up a couple other kittens. So there you go.
It's a good trade.
Yes. Yes.
All
How
right,
are
so
you today? You've been busy
doing
all
well.
over.
Yeah. Just I'm in Florida now, but gonna be here for a week or so. But I'm just excited to just be like fully immersed in this event. So what are you gonna share with us today?
I'm going to talk about ascension and how we can upgrade into a different consciousness. And I loved I got the last bit of what she was saying, and I was like, wow, this is cool. I think everything's just going to go right with the flow with everything and everybody you have. It's just such a great different group of amazing people. So I'm just so honored to be here, and I'm absolutely adore you. And so I'm so excited to be working with you. And then Joan is new to me, so I'd love to get to know her better and love all these great people here. This is going to be an awesome activation for everyone who's listening, and for you and your family, your home. I'm really excited about diving in on seeing how we can all upgrade together this weekend. This is going to be a great time.
Beautiful. Well, I'll be here in the background. It's all yours.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I see Greg and a few other people here that I already am very familiar with. So super excited. I'm just going to shout out to everybody here that's followed me. I'd love to know who has never, ever heard of me. I'd love to just have a show of hands. I always love meeting people, and I absolutely adore these kind of conferences because I can be wherever all the time and just pop on a computer and be with whoever all the time. But I honestly really miss like real live conferences. I did real live conferences for 20 something years, traveling to all these countries. And sometimes they were little conferences all the way up to 40,000 people. But what I did enjoy very much is afterwards, after the end of the conferences, I always did like book signing and could actually see people's eyes and hug people and feel their biofield. And so I really do miss that connection with actual, hugging and physical touch and all of that. So if, I love this, but I can't see your faces. I see your comments, but I can't see your faces. If you are on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, if you would do me a huge favor, just give me a quick shout out or an inbox or something and say like, hey, I was on this conference this weekend and I just want to introduce myself. That way I can have like a visual of who I'm talking to. And I do send good vibes and Reiki to everyone that comes my way. And anyway, I just want to start with that. But my website, swiftfire.org. That's Swift as in running, swiftfire.org. And I invite you to get on there in the newsletter. I talk about a lot of different things, and I'm going to try to pack in as much to catch up with where everyone's at, but also to make up for some time here because I know we're a little bit over. But ascension is a big portion of who I am, what I do, how I help serve on this planet. And I know Neil does a fabulous job of that with so many different modalities and just hosting conferences like that. So I just adore him. And I've hosted tons of conferences too. Of course, they've been live and some of them online. We have a show that's weekly, but the key thing I'm going to talk about today is ascension and how that works with your field, with your biofield. Anything that can be measured can be managed. I want you to write that down. If you're taking notes, write that down. Anything that can be measured can be managed. If you don't have a notebook, get one now. Anything that can be measured can be managed. And what's important is a lot of people don't necessarily know where they are. And if you don't know where you are in consciousness, it's kind of difficult to move up in your ascension because you've got to have a starting place. Oh, it's 3:33. That's the year that's the minute I was born. Interesting. Someone just put that in there. If we know where we are, we can know where we're going. And like, just like if you get in your car and you're going to put in your phone or your GPS, like directions to go somewhere you've never gone before. That sounds a little Star Trekky. Let's go beyond where we've never gone before. I think that's Star Trek, or it might be Star Wars. I don't know. But you have to have a starting point before you get to your destination to even find out how to get to your destination or how long it'll take to get to your destination. Once you have that starting point, then you can take off and you can start making progress towards those places. And most people don't know where they are, and most people don't care to know where they are. Most people wouldn't even think to ask where they are in consciousness. But you guys, I know, are very enlightened and like aware, and obviously you wouldn't be here at this conference if you weren't interested in that and in ascension. I mean, portals of ascension is exactly what this is all about, of finding that avenue, finding that pathway to rise up in ascension. And so I just want to start with, I'm a naturopathic doctor. I'm a science geek. I love the spirit. I have 20 years of ministry behind me, and then later went and got my doctorate, my master's and my doctorate in the medical field. Not for the purpose of wanting to be in the medical field, but actually for the purpose of just training and teaching and understanding for myself, because I had my own health crisis at the time, and I was like, everything wasn't working, at least all the avenues that I was going to, and I was like, there's got to be a better way. And so I went back to school to find a way to kind of reverse engineer what was going on with my physical body, and also hopefully to help teach and train as many people as possible for them to reverse engineer where they are, where you are. So it kind of turned into where I have a little bit of a practice now. I bought a practice and I do see patients, but mostly everything is remote. So I do a lot of phone stuff. Almost everything is on phone. I prefer in person, but mostly everything is online at this time. And I really enjoy it. I've met people all over the world. Since I'm not been traveling with all this stuff that we won't talk about. But when I'm working with people, the first thing that I need to do is see where someone is. If we can know where you are, then we can know how to get you to that next space. And so I'm first going to talk about the biofield. Everyone has an aura or a field, or there's a lot of different names for it, but bio means two. And so your field, most people have an average field of like 3 to 4 feet, honestly. I have tested people who are higher, and I've tested people who are lower. I've tested people who are 1 inch. I've tested people that are actually inverted. I'm not going to name any names, but we'll just say a lot of the deep state and some of those people that I've tested are so inverted that they actually only survive on other people's biofield energy, because that energy is, that field is what people can actually pull in or draw in or suck in to themselves to create their ability to move forward and do all the things that they need to do. They're unable to generate their own energy. They have to live off someone else. So I doubt that's any of you, but for the average, most people are not inverted. Most people are like 2 to 3 feet, which on the map of consciousness is at courage. So courage is the starting point for people realizing, oh my gosh, this world is way different than I thought. And I'm going to start having the courage to look at where I am and to actually admit and to understand that I'm the one who's authoring my life. I'm the one who's creating my own world. And so definitely, that is a good starting point to get out that 200. Now, when I'm looking at measuring people, I'm using the map of consciousness that Dr. David Hawkins has created. And for all full disclosure, I have read some of his books and followed some of his work. I do not endorse all of his work. I don't believe in a lot of things that he believes in necessarily, but I have tested his chart And the chart that he uses is scientifically proven. It is a good chart to use. So I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm going to use I use the chart because it's a good chart and it's a good starting place for me to be able to test people. Yes, bio means two. So the two, thanks, Robert. So two, bio means two. So that biofield is called biofield because number one, it radiates. It pushes out a radiation. It pushes out a certain code that's a signature to you, custom to you. And then the second part of bio would be the magnifying part. So it not only radiates, but it magnifies, meaning it draws things into you. So if you are inverted, you're going to be drawing a lot from other people in order to keep your energy going and to keep you sustained. If you are radiated out, that means you're not only supporting and helping others, but you're also free from necessarily being pulled at or sucked at, or you also have a better probability of really supporting and touching other people with love. So 500 on the map of consciousness. Here's the map right here, by the way. So this is the map of consciousness. If you want to look it up, you can just Google Map of Consciousness by David Hawkins. It's also in this book, Power versus Force, which is a really good book. But again, I don't endorse like everything in this book for sure. He doesn't even believe in aliens, which it's okay, whatever people, aliens do exist, obviously. So yes, I agree, David Hawkins. Yes, so awesome, perfect. So we're on the same page. So bio, radiating out, and also magnetizing back in. So that biofield, the code within the field, or the way the code is generated into the field, is by a few different things. So write this down. Number one, we have a signature DNA code that is absolutely custom to only you. You have your own signature code that you incarnated into, that is a combination of all of your ancestors and everything going backwards from, beginning of time, whether that's here, off planet, all the stuff, whatever. So you have your own distinct energy signature code that basically projects out like a projector into the field. Now, within that signature code, you can have a lot of different things of information, including poverty or abundance. You can have ease or you can have dis-ease. And the dis-ease and ease can be very specific, like maybe a lung issue or a kidney issue or what have you. Or maybe you are functioning in the highest radiation of ease and possibilities for perfection and wholeness. Mindsets are also included. So maybe great grandpa had a thing where he failed in marriages or something, or maybe he tried different businesses and it didn't work out. So there's like fear involved or a poverty thing involved. That is a code that you can actually be born into. Now, the opposite is also true. You could have amazing background of presidents of banks in your field or in your ancestors. That's part of your signature code of just like everything's fun and easy and miraculous, and I create money everywhere I go and I create abundance everywhere I go. So there's lots of different things in a signature code that you can yet be born into, and or those things can change regarding your own environment and belief systems that you kind of grow into over time as you are presented them, especially in the younger ages of your childbirth or your childhood, because belief systems carry a code, right? So the good news is epigenetics is real. DNA can change, everything can shift. We're going to talk about how to change DNA and go past the blood and brain barrier in order to even modify the DNA. So dis-ease, poverty, all those things doesn't have to be a signature code for you. You can have abundance, you can have love, you can have courage, you can have all the good things. Everything that God is, who is source code, this is also in your DNA. And there is a certain portion of your DNA that they consider junk DNA, but I don't call it junk DNA. I just call it unused DNA. And we can activate the junk DNA because this is just a part of God DNA that isn't fully functioning that can be activated. A big way to activate that is minerals. minerals can really, really activate. If you're looking for a really good mineral, contact me on Facebook, or you can email me, SHARNAEL@swiftfire.org, SHARNAEL@swiftfire.org, and I can help you find a good customized minerals that can really work with you to help turn on that DNA. So you have a different presentation, you have a different radiation, you have a different field that's projecting. And also that would help change your belief systems just by activating those little bits of DNA. And I'm working with tons of people and seeing so many different activations. Now, how do you know if you have poverty or different things, disease or mindsets that are in your field? You know, by the way, what's coming to you. Whatever is coming to you in your field, whatever shows up in your field, whatever patterns that are coming that may not be like your highest, and you're like, oh my God, here we are again. Why does this always happen? Whether it's like not being able to get the exact food that you order at a restaurant, or maybe in business, there's been multiple times where you stepped out and basically tried to maybe do a business deal or buy a house or something, and then it constantly falls through, right? That would be a pattern. If things like that are showing up in your life, you know that there are some DNA changes and some mindsets and belief systems that actually can be changed and will change your field, which will change what you magnify back, because you can only get what you are. Write that down. You can only get what you are. So if you change what you are, who you are, then you can also change what is coming to you, because you cannot get anything less than what you are. You're always going to get a match. That's the 100% way that you can tell if you've shifted something. When those things stop happening and you start getting new patterns that are positive, then you absolutely know, well, I fixed that one, right? And even if something is from your ancestors, I don't blame anyone. I'm not like, I can't believe you, Grandpa, or whatever. But I look at it as, if I find it, it's mine to fix. It's yours to fix. If you see it, it's yours to fix. Just like if you were the manager of an office building, and one day you walked in and shit was all over the place, and desks are turned upside down and computers on the floor and trash everywhere. You don't have to call anyone and go, do I have permission to put everything back in order? Or what do I do? You either go fix it yourself, or you hire someone to help clean it up and get it back in order. And this is the same way with your DNA. Your DNA is fixable. Either you fix it yourself, or you can find someone to help you. But either way, this is yours to fix. You have authority. You are the author and the captain of your life. You create your own reality. You create your own journey. And there's absolutely no excuses for us to have to live with anything less than miracles. We have an inheritance of miracles. And this is something that we can enjoy minute to minute, day by day, all the time, every day, 24 hours a day, if that is what we choose. And if that's what we're moving towards. Again, let's start with where we are and figure out where we are. Look and be aware of what are the patterns. Let's look and see what's going on with me. What do we like? What do we don't like? What do we want to improve? But also know where we are. So number one, like I said, is your signature DNA code. Number two, the other thing that is encoded into our field is our thoughts. Every single thought that you have has a frequency, has a code. So being very mindful of good and positive things are what is going to create a different radiation or a different code substance equation formula into your field. So if you're a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's a positive, you're going to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're a negative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, guess what? You start getting negatives. All of this and way, way more is in my book, The Science of Miracles. Someone was asking about the website. SWIFTFire.org. Yes, I do believe in generational curses. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You can have different things from previous that are locked in code to your DNA, but it is changeable. It is fixable. You can recode the DNA of your signature code and change it to be something else. So yes, thank you for that. So number one, your actual DNA is a signature code. Number two, your thoughts. So why is imagination so important? Just like the lady who was on here before, she talked about meditation. I know Neil has tons of amazing meditations. He's carried us through many of them, and through music, right? So whether it's music, binary beats, megahertz, whatever, Your thoughts create, and your thoughts have code. The reason why your thoughts create is because as you think, so are you. Have you ever heard that scripture that says, and the man thinks, so is he? Because as you think a thought, that sends out a code that radiates out into the field, and then it magnifies back to you those thoughts. So the more positive thoughts that you have, and the more you use your imagination for the positive and not the negative, instead of thinking of the worst case scenario, instead think of the best case scenario and only the best case scenario. Lock in what you envision already happening as a miracle and put it on a vision board, outcome map it, do whatever you need to do to stay in that outcome that you truly wish, and only think that thought. And like I said, lock it into the screen. You can also be very, very aware of what you're watching on social media, on the news. Hopefully you're not watching the news, on whatever channel or TV shows. I can say for yesterday or the day before, someone had sent me something on Shanghai, and I didn't know what was going on with Shanghai because I was off doing whatever I was doing. I was actually with Laura and Montana doing Laura Eisenhower, he mentioned, doing some stuff up there. And we were just kind of out of the loop. And then the next thing you know, I saw Laura had posted, oh my gosh, about something about Shanghai. And then someone else sent me a link, and I made the mistake of clicking it. And I am still like trying to figure out, like trying to clear those images, because I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to keep that image, right? Same thing with social media. If someone is ill in your family, and you have an average of 200 people who are following you, if you post that person ill with all the tubes coming out and this terrible distressed like person in the hospital or whatever, and you post that, then those 200 people are locked into that image, and they're holding that person to the sickness image. And that is a code that will generate for that person, but also for all the other people seeing it. And if let's say I have 200 friends, I actually have 5,000 or something, and I think 20 something thousand following. So if I put something, that means 25,000 people are seeing that image on that one page, 40,000 on another page. And then all the people who have friends each, that goes in the feed of all my friends and all their friends. So that means there's a grand opportunity for a whole lot, thousands of people to see a negative image that they all are holding space for in their mind and in their field of a person in distress or in dis-ease. And that is not a good thing. So as a collective, we could do different things, like posting things like in a positive way, like maybe putting a really thriving, nice picture of someone and then posting the words, please vote victory for so-and-so. I see them with miracles moment to moment every day, please agree with me, or something like that, or envision this. So imagination is really important. Your thoughts are really important. Even meditating and envisioning, like today, I know someone who's in surgery, and I keep envisioning a magenta bubble around the surgery room, around the person getting surgery, around all the medical people. And I keep that envision, a bubble of love, just to encompass that whole entire room, that God and source would be there. And that is my thought. That is what I'm holding space for. And I'm asking everybody to hold that too, where angels and everybody can come in and they can help and support. And that this is a thought process. So thoughts are very, very important. Number two. And then also feelings. Feelings are trump of all the things I've mentioned so far as radiation. Feelings, this heart is the biggest generator of the magnetizing part. So if you think some things, you're going to radiate. If you talk about some things, you're going to radiate. But as we focus on, as we focus on feeling, because usually if you see something, you're going to have a feeling about it. Just like the Shanghai situation, I saw it, and then what happened, I had a feeling about it. And so being very careful what you're looking at, because that's going to bring an automatic feeling usually, whether it's good or bad. And so again, really, really careful about what your eye gates and your ear gates and what you're actually being around, who you're being around. Those things are important because that's going to connect with feelings, especially if you're an empath. Empaths are going to be able to create and manifest much faster and much easier, depending on what they're focused on. What you focus on, you make room for. If you write that down, what you focus on, you make room for. So number 1, DNA. Number 2, thoughts. Number 3, feelings. Again, feelings. I know the lady previous, she was talking about crying. If you have a feeling, especially with these solar flares that have been going on, it has been a rough couple, like 10 days or so. I have so many patients that are calling me completely losing their mind, cancel clear, and just saying, I'm crying like crazy. Even people who are on my colleagues who I do shows with and are doing, influencing on stuff like this, whether it's in real life or online or have their own podcast or whatever. I've had probably 24 people contact me who are speakers who are literally going like, what is going on? Yes, there's a bunch of solar flares and a solar storm that happened. The Schumann resonance actually tanked out for 27 hours, most likely because the radiation was so high from the solar flares that it kicked the satellite off. I mean, that's how high it was. When the Schumann jumps like that, basically, you feel it because we are electric. So it's not an external, although it comes from the external, but those solar flares and the energy of it actually hit your actual DNA, and they cause the DNA to spike up any trauma that has ever been inside of that DNA. And so when it's freaky, you can feel like you're dizzy, you're shaky, cancel clear, not you, but a person could feel shaky. You could feel like you're walking in a room and you're like, am I here? What's happening? Maybe driving is a problem, a little bit of vertigo, a little bit of dizzy. There's so many things that could happen whenever solar flares go off and the Schumann goes crazy, but that can affect your feelings. And if we don't cry it out or go ahead and admit that there's an issue with our feelings, the opposite of that would be depression, oppression, and suppression. And a lot of depression is going on. And it's just people who are not talking about their stuff. They're not feeling through everything. They're not allowing themselves and giving themselves permission to feel. If you can give yourself permission and go like, you know what, I'm sad, I admit it, I own it, and then cry. Scientifically, no matter how many cleanses you do, liver cleanse, colon cleanse, full body cleanses, whatever the thing is, there are some things that will not detox any other way except for tears. It is okay to cry. It is, matter of fact, amazing to cry. And you may feel a little crazy crying and sobbing like a lot of people have in the last 10 days. But if we can just transmute that by moving it out, then that is going to leave more space for God. You're going to have a lot more room for the 500. You're going to have 1,000, whatever the case may be. That's the part of the DNA that can be shifted up and out. You can heal it if you can speak about it, if you can talk about it, if you can own it, if you can think of it too, like, let's say, I don't know if you've ever had a friend that maybe betrayed you or a family member that's betrayed you. And let's say you went to them and you talked to them and you're like, hey, this really bothered me when you did this. And let's say they're like, oh no, well, that's your problem, and they try to avoid it or whatever. And then you have to go like be in a family situation like Christmas or Easter or something and pretend like everything's fine, but it's not, right? That is a lot of energy to lie and act like things are fine, right? It's not a fun feeling to pretend that everything's great. But if that person came to you suddenly and was like, you know what, Rose, Regina, Nancy, Eric's, whatever, all y'all, if that person came to you and said, hey, you know what, my bad, I am terribly sorry, I did not mean to hurt you, I would never want to hurt you, I just reacted, I don't know why I did that, I hope you forgive me, your body would absolutely relax. Your body would have relief. You would feel, thank you, because you'd feel less crazy that someone owned their shit and that you could relax because things are capiche, things are in harmony again, and you're not having to put up a front or to try to pretend things didn't happen or put up some energy to fake it. It's like, yay, everything worked out. And that is how your emotions are. Your emotions are like sometimes knocking at the door, Nancy or Eric or Rachel, and like going, hey, you know what? can you act like I'm here? Can you like not deny me? Can you not press me down and depress me and oppress me and suppress me? And, you know, this is going to lead to depression. This is going to lead to more anxiety if we depress. And it causes depression, actually depression, as you're moving those things. And then also those things will store in the body, and they could later on cause more signals in different body parts if we're not owning that, if we're not allowing that, if we're not giving ourselves permission to cry or to feel, or to just say, you know what, I am freaking angry right now, or I am super sad right now, or I have fear right now. And I'm not saying like major in it all day long and talk about it all day long and call all your friends and like put it on social media how afraid you are and how freaked out you are. But just, you know, at least if you can own it to yourself and say like, you know what, it's okay. And I'll have these little conversations with myself and go, it's okay. I feel sad. And then I just let myself cry and I detox all those things right out of my body. And I use a lot of different things to help move those things out. But so that would be number 3. Number 4, what are you talking about? Conscious language. Every word that you speak has a frequency. If you followed any of my work on YouTube or my podcast or my books, I have 5 books, I've authored 5 books, and I'm always talking about conscious language, because when we would measure people's field and or even doing muscle testing, we found that certain words, thought processes, and even things that, you know, obviously that we're saying, singing, talking about, whatever it is, whether it's music, singing, that you can actually cause your body to be weak, and you can have a negative code that will radiate out. And that's why I'm constantly saying like cancel clear, because if I accidentally say something that isn't the highest positive radiation, I don't want to get a magnet to those things. I don't want to get more of that to re-endorse more things to affirm that I'm right. I would like to shift that up and speak something positive. The scripture says, call those things that are not as though they are. So speaking as if it happened and speaking the miracle and voicing my choice and being very conscious of my words. It's very, very important. So yeah, so that is number 4, I believe. So here we go. Number 5, nature. Nature has code. Get outside, get some vitamin D, put your feet in the grass and in the ground or in the beach or wherever you are. If it's snowing, there are different modalities that you can use to ground. I know that there's sheets out there. We have this on our website. It's just a little bracelet. You can put it on your arm or your ankle when you're sleeping. A lot of times I'll have this hooked up and put it on my ankle while I'm doing consultations all day long, because I'm sitting in front of a computer and I want to stay grounded. This plugs in. So if you have the 3 prongs that plug in to your wall, the top 2 are electric. The bottom one is the ground, literally goes into the ground. So this plugs into just the bottom part, not the top, but just the grounding part. So you're literally plugged into the ground wherever you are, no matter how many devices you're on or screens you're on, you will be grounded. And that has a lot of code. Number 1, to be grounded. It also helps with inflammation. It helps with your brain process. It helps with dyslexia, Alzheimer's, like all the things, like just to be grounded on a regular basis. I have a live blood analysis microscope, and I have seen live blood before. And then someone puts one of these on, and within 5 minutes, I'll do their blood again. And you can see that they look hydrated. They look, their cells are flourishing, and they're amazing. They're happy. You could tell night and day what happens when people ground. You can also ground, obviously, just by going outside and being in nature. But if you're in like the city, or there's not an availability because it's snowing outside, this is good. Or like sheets. You can also use a certain type of essential oils. Make sure that it's, you know, there's one company that I've tested that is the best. Most of them out there are absolute garbage. I would not put that on, but there is an essential oil. I would use all the trees like pine, cypress, frankincense, anything that's a tree to put on your body, because if it's a certain oil, which, you know, you guys can contact me if you're interested in that kind of stuff. I have lots of different resources that can help you, but just make sure you're not getting something that's garbage, because that will actually make it worse. And there's a lot of chemicals and propylene glycol and different things, which is antifreeze, that are in a lot of these oils. And I've actually tested some oils. I hate saying this, but it's honestly true, that have different things like semen, blood, and urine and feces in it, for the sake of tricking people into ritualistic situations that they don't even realize that they're in. They get it under, they buy it thinking that this is good. They put it on their body. They're instantly in a ritual, and they basically are endorsing it, and or it's under universal law as okay because they bought it. So if you buy it and you put it on your body, that is legal access for them now to have a pathway to you to screw things up and do some terrible things. So it's, yes, dark magic, yes, it's exactly that. It's a ritualistic thing. It's very terrible. And I think it sucks that they would use something like the blood of a plant or essential oils as a container or a delivery system for their rituals, and trick people in a way, just like they're tricking people with this stuff and all the other pharma going on. Is most of the companies are garbage. So please be careful in what you're using, and you can contact me for any of that. If you just contact me, it's SHARNAEL@swiftfire.org. Or it's on my website. If you go to my website, swiftfire.org, there's lots of information about who I use and what I use. So also let's talk about music. Music, oh my God, this is more of Neil's deal. I love music. I actually wrote music for years before I was in ministry. I was on the radio and had all that stuff, not me personally, but my songs were on the radio. I wrote for several different people, and I actually won Songwriter of the Year for the whole nation. So, I love music. As you know, music was changed back in the 40s and the 50s with the war, because they know that if you change 440 and shift it up or shift it down, whatever it is, whichever way you want to do it, then it'll actually change your blood within it. They'll start to coagulate and like not be able to breathe and do things with oxygen and different things. So we want to get the good kind of music. We want to get the good megahertz. This is really, really important. Someone says, can you type her contact in chat? Oh, there you go. Thanks, Neil. So number 7 would be essential oils. We kind of talked about that. I will say too, with a certain type of essential oils, why I love working with them is, number 1, the kind that I use will go past the blood and the brain barrier. In other words, you can actually change your brain, the neurotransmitters, the balance of it, and also change the blood and the DNA. It works right into the DNA. I love working with crystals. That's the next thing on my list. These will stabilize your field, but you can't put oils in your body. I mean, you can't put, you could put crystals in your body, I guess. I mean, we are a giant crystal, but crystals work with us because it will literally change the field by just being in our field. You just bring it in and there it is. But you can't you shouldn't put it in your body. I wear them, and black is a good one to wear, especially if you're working with a lot of people on a regular basis. But yeah, essential oils, because it will go past the brain blood barrier and it will change the DNA. It will change belief systems. It will clear trauma locked in your body that the limbic system will normally defrag between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. if you're actually sleeping during that time. But if you're not sleeping during that time, basically the limbic system says, okay, she can't hang, she's not going to defrag this, so we're going to put this in so-and-so department, whatever, liver, thyroid, brain, wherever, and it sits dormant and it'll stay until it's triggered by some other kind of trauma, and then it'll start showing signals. Now, if it's a gallbladder, let's say, you may go to the doctor and have gallbladder pain, and what does a gallbladder doctor want to do? They want to take it out. And we need our gallbladder, we need our enzymes. That's the biggest creator for enzymes. So it's really important that we're doing our best to do the dark shadow work and to clear as much as possible through all the things that we're talking about here today, including the DNA. So essential oils, crystals, grounding, we talked about. Biofeedback is another way. There's lots of different biofeedback out there. Royal Rife, you can Google him. He created and came up with understanding the fact that dis-ease all has a frequency to each thing. I know I'm almost finished. So the counter opposite of that frequency would be the thing that could cancel it out. So let's say 50 is a certain frequency of disease. You would put in a -50 frequency and send that. and that will cancel out the disease. I can do this with biofeedback. I can do it remote. So you contact me, I'll get your bio picture, your information. We do a screenshot of what's going on in your field. I can read the field to give you 30 different reports on chakras, on anatomy, on today's stress, on hormones, on EKGs, on gosh, everything, infection, all of that. And then we can send you the opposite frequencies back to you, so they will cancel out, and then you can have a better response in your field, which will give you different patterns in your life, and you'll start seeing different patterns, and you'll feel better. So that's a good thing. We've seen a lot of people upgrade on the map just by doing a lot of these things that I'm talking about. EMF support is a big thing. Make sure you're using something on your phone, on your Wi-Fi, so in your house, or have a lot of crystals in your house. When I'm doing biofeedback on people, I can always tell who has crystals because they'll get a clear electronic report. And I will, that is included in the biofeedback diagnosis, is I could see if 5G is affecting you in any areas, whether it's your home, your appliances, your cell phone, your Wi-Fi, or your smart meter, or what have you, and we can clear that and or get some help and support for you. Now, here's another thing. I've tested probably 15 people this week who had support, and it's not working because a lot of people are getting on this trend to sell a bunch of shit to you for $85 or whatever for a sticker that doesn't work. So be careful what you're using. You can contact me on that. Two more things. Soul audits. I can do soul audits where I can actually measure, where are you on the map? We can see where you are on the map. We can see how big your field is, what your soul with field is, and we can see how big your radius is. And then we can see which chakras are out, if your masculine or your feminine is out. And what I've been seeing is the more alignment is going on in the chakras and the divine feminine and the divine masculine, then people will automatically start moving up on the consciousness, because everything is rotating the way it should in the energy field and in the biofield. And then there's an immediate bump up. And I do coaching and work with people on that, or just a one-time measurement. Last thing is parasites. If you can do a parasite cleanse or get a zapper that can like give them a frequency that fries them, this is so important to your field and your ascension, because the energy of parasites, if you have parasites in your body, parasites have their own field and their own energy because they're a living being. And that will come up in your radiation. That will come up in your projection. If it comes up in your projection, then the code for that is, I'm a great victim, cancel clear. And so you send out victim energy without even realizing that you got it. And then you start magnifying people into your life that will only submit to your lowest denominator. And they will find themselves taking advantage of you because of the code and not even knowing why they're doing it. And so you'll start having people like just not appreciating you, or taking your money, or not showing up for things, or just being an asshole. And you're like, oh my God, I'm the loyalest person in the planet. I do all the good things. I'm so loyal to everybody else. And, you know, I still get this back. And so, you know, sometimes it's things in the body physically that are causing that radiation, that code, that language that will give you a different pattern. So that's it. You can grab the book, The Science of Miracles, swiftfire.org. You can find out all the information on me. Again, I would love for any of you to find me on social media, and I'd love to answer any questions or whatever if you have questions. And I'm just really, I love all of you guys so much. I'm excited about the new guests coming on next. And I just think you guys are amazing. I appreciate being with you today, and sending all of you mucho, mucho, mucho love generated peace code to everyone involved. And I look forward to working with any of you who are interested in a soul audit or a scan, or just say hi. Just say hi. I love meeting people. So love you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
And could you let everybody know about that grounding pendant that you had?
Yes. So this, I have the grounding package, and it plugs right into the ground. This is on my website, swiftfire.org. It just plugs right into the grounding part. And then the zapper is on there too. And what this does is it has these copper metals. You put a 9-volt battery in there, and it has this copper metals, and you put this like in your sock, or you can get like one of those wristbands, like sport wristbands, or I just put it like right here inside of my pants. And it it sends a little signal through your body that parasites hate. It literally dissolves them. It just blows them up. And so as long as you're using this and some enzymes, some digestive enzymes, this will kill it. And then the enzymes will like flush them out of your body. And that will get rid of victim code. And you'll start having victory code. And victory code is awesome because then you start getting all kinds of situations of victory, 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 victory friends, victory business situations, victory friends and collaborations and all the things victory. I like victory. Don't you like victory?
And where can they find that?
Everything is at swiftfire.org in our bookstore, swiftfire.org, as long as so is my book and like all the other stuff. So yes.
Beautiful. Dr. SHARNAEL, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I love you so much. And I'll be
brilliant. Brilliant. We can change our DNA.
Yeah.
Brilliant. It's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. So I'm really
awesome. Awesome.
And those zappers really work because they've been around for a long time. They've been through a phase, like they were big in the 80s and people forgot about them. But they're so powerful and everybody has some level of parasite or something. So is it good for small and large parasites?
Every kind, yes, every kind. And that will also help your emotions. If you're feeling crazy, that could be because you have parasites, and it's like going to the mall on the busiest day of the year. Right. There's just like so much, talk and chatter and stuff, but it's in your body and you can kind of pick up on it like static in your mind. So maybe you're like trying to walk into a room and you're like, why did I come in here again? It's like, it's like having back static in the back of your mind. That's kind of like breaking up your thought process because of all the energy that's coming out.
Something's eating at you and literally eating at you. And when they say people die and the worm eats them, it's the worm from the inside, not the outsides that eat people.
Okay.
That's so good. Yes, you're right.
Check out the parasite stuff because they're even showing the parasites cause cancer. And it could even be underneath of COVID, but that's enough for that.
Yeah.
We need to clean out. Yes. Thanks. That is such good information.
Juice. I mean, I've been juicing since 2015. Nutrition's great too. And so thank you. And love you guys.
Talk soon.
Thank you.
Night. All right, everybody. So moving right along to our next presenter here. And we didn't pick up some time because we have limited time for our panel. It needs to end by 6:30 today because Deborah Giusti for the Ascension panel must end at 6:30. So we've got to keep it flowing. So our next presenter is someone I'm really excited to bring on once again because of her amazing energy. And we had her on the Sound Healing Conference just a couple of months ago. Her name is Esu, also known as Share the Light and Share the Light 333. You can find her on Instagram. Is an artist, community builder, mental health advocate. Esu shares her light language through music, artwork, and has helped many beings activate and remember their own light language through her transmissions and community support. She holds weekly group meditations to support the mental health of empaths and starseeds and a light language sanctuary whose intention is to cultivate more openness around our multidimensional self-expression and through it offer healing to Gaia through our own inner healing. Her mission is to help as many humans remember how multidimensional they are, how beautiful their unique soul frequency is, and to create safe spaces for others to unlock their own light to share with the world too. Hey, Esu.
Hey.
Thank
you so much. Good to see you too. It's an honor to be here. And to return, thank you so much for putting this conference together and sharing space. Since the last time I was here, I'm not the same person. We're going through so many rebirths over and over again. And my heart is beating. I feel so much energy in this space. And I want to say thank you to the doctor that just spoke before me. So much beautiful information. I have a grounding mat under my feet right now. And so it's beautiful to hear about these things that have been helping and supporting me from an actual doctor. So thank you. And hi to everybody that's here in the Zoom call and live on YouTube. I'm so grateful, and live on Instagram. I was checking in with my heart and feeling into what I could offer today, and Great Spirit is guiding me to share a little bit of grounding. We're feeling so much energy right now. A lot of us are moving through so many different things, a lot of shadow work, a lot of crying, purging. And so I wanted to offer a space for us just to ground and to breathe, and hopefully offer a frequency that will be a fresh breath for you to assist you in opening your heart. So to set us up in that, thank you, Doctor, I see you in the chat. To set us up for that, I'd love to offer a little bit of EFT tapping. It's like emotional acupuncture. It's super easy, and this will just help us move our body a little bit to support us ground, and then I'll shift us into opening up the heart so we can anchor here as a collective in service to Pachamama and those who are going through this process, to do a little bit of grid work. And I'll be sharing some light language that will offer whatever it is that your soul is needing most during this time. So just to begin, you can just follow along with me. We're going to be tapping with 2 fingers. Doesn't matter what 2, you're just going to use the very tips of them. And we're going to start by tapping on our crown, the very, very top of your head. So just trusting your own flow, giving yourself permission to try this today, tapping on the top of your head. And let's take a deep inhale through our nose. And exhaling, we're going to move from the top of our head to our third eye. And as you are tapping, just allowing yourself to fully be here. There's so much information, so much that we're consuming. So right now, my offer to you is just to be here with your body. And from the third eye, we're going to move to the inner corners of our eyebrows. You can use both hands if you'd like, or just one. It doesn't matter. It's the same. And taking another deep inhale. And exhaling. And from here, we're going to move to the outer corner of our eye. It's not the temple. It's right on the outer corner. And we're tapping here on the end points of your meridian lines. This is just opening and allowing your energy to flow, just like acupuncture would, but this is more emotional acupuncture. From here, we're going to move to underneath the eye. Again, taking a deep breath in through your nose. Exhaling and grounding. Just releasing any tension in the body. From here, we're going to move to the upper lip. And just tapping. Perhaps your eyes want to close. Just follow the guidance of my voice. Trust yourself. Always follow what feels best for you. And from here, we'll move to the chin. Breathing in, reclaiming our power. As we exhale, again, releasing tension. From here, we're going to move to our chest. 1 inch underneath your collarbone is a sweet spot. So just go ahead and tap here. If you need more support with grounding, sometimes I like to pound with my fists a little bit harder. For a lot of us, we tend to spend so much time in the ethers. And so this helps us to ground back into our body. And from here, we're going to move to our karate chop point, which is right here on the side of your hand. And again, I'm still using 2 fingers. Beautiful. So breathing in. We're going to move through that sequence again. And now I just want to invite you to set an intention. What is it that you need right now? What is it that you want to feel right now? How can you open your heart more today? What is it that you need to release? I'm going to move to the top of the head. We're going to move to that one more time. And just breathing into that intention. Releasing any judgment. If we're not even sure what it is that we need, that's okay. Third eye. Setting the collective intention to just ground today, to center today, to move to the eyebrows. Setting the intention to just breathe, to open the heart, move to the side of the eye. Just allow ourselves to be exactly where we are without having to force into another state or to be like anyone. Just staying right here where we are in our journey as we tap on underneath the eye now. Breathing in. As you exhale, release any extra tension. Upper lip. And to the chin. Breathing. Exhaling. So move to the chest again. And just notice how your body may be shifting, may be opening, what this energy feels like for you. No expectations. Moving to your karate chop point again, side of your hand. Breathing in, exhaling. And just like the beautiful Trinity, we love to move in threes here. So we're going to do this one more time. Top of the head, just allowing yourself to become more still as you tap on your third eye and your eyebrows. Moving a little bit more intuitively now. Side of the eye, breathing in, underneath the eye. Upper lip to your chin, to your heart space. And again, on the side of your hand, your karate chop point. Taking another deep breath in. Exhaling, releasing with a sound. And we'll stop in 3, 2, 1, allowing your hands to just fall onto your lap. And for you to just feel all of this energy rushing through you as you breathe in and out. Coming into the heart center, this beautiful portal, this beautiful connection to Great Spirit. Releasing more and more as you exhale again. And coming into your own rhythm of breath. And as we connect with our hearts here together as a collective, may we amplify this intention to maintain an open heart, to connect with only the highest of frequencies of the purest source of unconditional love, of compassion, of grace, of reverence for the human experience and non-judgment, to anchor in the frequencies of joy, to hold space for ourselves, to release any expectations, and to breathe in and reclaim our power. And as we exhale, may we anchor in to Earth Mother, allowing a beautiful grounding cord to support us, to stay connected with the earth as we open and raise our frequency simultaneously above and below. Opening the heart with every inhale, every exhale, grounding more with the earth. Beautiful golden anchor, golden cord of light, ascending down, connecting with Earth's heart, dropping down through all the layers as we inhale and open our hearts more. We exhale and ground. Allowing our anchor to settle in 5 as we breathe in for 4. As we hold for 3, 2, 1, exhale, release. Anchoring with open hearts as pillars of light in service to this collective ascension, in service to the collective healing. And from this pure place of heart-centeredness, of love, may we open this beautiful, beautiful space for Great Spirit to share codes with the collective at this time, to offer a frequency that speaks to the soul, beyond the logical thinking of the mind, to offer whatever it is that you are needing during this time, be it release, clearing, activations. opening and allowing ourselves to receive as we inhale. And as we exhale, just grounding, feeling the shift in frequency as we move up and ground down. Invitation to allow your own voice, your own codes to co-create with us here, to anchor in your light for all to receive where you are in your own way. Thank you, Great Spirit. Waya wakwa sa e wakwa me waya yo utut e kut it e mawash. Wawa yar e waku aish e am yawar ita ya kur e am yawa yaki am yawasa ayashi inesh. Breathing. Ooh, ya papa ishkar am yawasi it uri amawar amawaish. More mawar miwe kur ash yo kur miwe wa pichur amya pap aish. Staying connected to the heart, anchored with Pachamama Yabakaish. Urkayash Yamewar Yamawachi ir ar yabich mur karayashi yabachi it's ur yamewete yabapai. Yar kitaish ya ototoria ki anye kaishke narata tariasha kiat yanara kia shatsura kitanje urkiara itatariashi kutsamyewa kaya urkayashki atsa murakiatachi atsuria mewaria ki asamya washus washushi sepya papuai iwar. Remembering to breathe, to receive, release on the out breath. Urkia meshaya ta yamiwari eteshur totaria mawara yeteteshkria. Mur ore shia mewara hitandre kadaishkra shamur kuria mewat. Mur oria matam, mur oria mewetaish yamarut oria mawaish, waish mewaya hit aish, what aish. Let go of what you're holding on to. The soul is tired. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. You are safe. You are safe. You are safe. Breathe into this light. Ooh. Yes, why? Nama hit aish what ish kaamewat. Mut ar aish am yawat ar or yama ut or yam yawar aikit aish. Mur ut iki ais am yawat aish ur imawam awar ki aish ut amawash. Breathing in on the exhale, make a sound, a tone to support your own human vessel with these codes. Breathing in. Yes, wish. Ar yummy wish. Breathing in. One more, just like that, breathing in, making a sound. Hush, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Invitation to place a hand over heart. One over belly, one over the womb. To feel and just integrate into that as you breathe in. And exhale. Allowing these light codes to anchor in through your heart space. And through this unity, through this connection, may all beings receive the healing that we are each individually experiencing within our own life. May our own personal healing ripple on. May we remember to stay in our own experience, to hold our frequency, to stay in our heart space, to keep our hearts open, to stay grounded here on the earth, to breathe, to release, to come back home again and again and again. Invitation to bring your hands around you for a hug, to rejoice in celebration of witnessing the self, to love the self and everything that you have gone through, everything that you've experienced. May we celebrate the fact that we are here right now during this time, that we have each other, that we have this community, that we can feel this much. And as we know, sometimes we need to be reminded that it is okay to cry. It is okay to feel. It is okay to look at our shadows. It is okay to mourn, to release and express our grief. It is valid. There is strength in your ability to let go, to feel. May we hold no shame, no judgment, and just to hold ourselves when we need it, to be a loving reflection for those around us, keeping the heart open, always, always, always speaking from this place, moving from this place, creating from this place of the heart, breathing in that remembrance. And bringing the tapping back in, listening to your own guidance and whatever it is that you need. Just allowing ourselves to come back into body, tapping on the top of the head, or perhaps a different part of the body that you feel guided to. No specific order, just listening to yourself. Coming back into the body fully. Stretching the neck, moving around, and taking your time. Slowly, slowly, slowly allowing yourself to arrive where you are. Perhaps you can rub your hands together, place them over your eyes. Blink your eyes open underneath your hands, assist you in supporting and adjusting back to this realm of physicality. When you're ready, you can allow yourself to return. Returning. And as we shift back into this space, I'd love to share a soul song. Dewa shawalakia tereki shamawa koye sharien. Nawate shawaki amoryesha. Amoryesha yesoryamo yamo. Awashoryame shaye. Kuryama shaye. Yamasharyamo shiyamo yamo. Ayasama woye woye sam. Mawa shorya mewa shorya meya shorya awake samom. Yes. Shoo. Mahalo. Salamat po. Thank you. I love you. Mahal kita. Te amo. So, so grateful. And yes, if you feel the call to share in the chat, reflect. I see all of the thank yous. Thank you to Source. Thank you to Great Spirit. It's Great Spirit that's doing all of this. It's not us. It's creation. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you,
Thank
Sue.
you too. Yeah.
Full body chills.
Yeah.
I had like a minor emotional release right there too. I mean, it is emotional freedom technique, right? And the frequency
Yeah.
you're emanating, but definitely put the emotions on the forefront to be processed, you know, with the energies of this weekend.
Yeah, it's so intense. It's so intense right now. I've been going through the same thing, just crying, releasing, purging. It feels like just straight up energetically purging and integrating and just, you know, connecting with my loved ones and talking about what it is. You know, everybody's going through something, and you know, I thank you for your honesty and vulnerability and speaking up about these emotional releases, because it's, you know, it's like we all know this, but how often do we actually practice allowing ourselves to be seen in our emotional states when we are feeling like upset or that something's being released, and whether that's tears or whether, you know, there's so many different ways that we release, you know, shaking or yawning, like there's so many different things, and not holding shame around it, you know, and just like being a loving space to just let each other release it and have our moments, you know. It's so beautiful. So thank you. I'm glad you're able to have a release, and I hope that everyone here in some way, if not now, maybe later, we have like the full moon approaching. So yeah, it's good. It's good.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And do you have a website that you can share with everyone?
Yeah, I do. My link tree has like all of the links. My website is www.sharethelight.love, but I will post my link tree because I have a YouTube channel and all of the things. I'm sure everyone's familiar with Linktree, but let me pop that here. And yeah, this was really beautiful. My cat is like, hi guys.
Sounded like a little baby. I was like, do you have a kid back there?
My cat Bink, she loves light codes. Like she always chimes in and shares her like meow codes.
That was so cute.
Yeah. I have her outside of my door because if not, she might jump on my computer and
Okay.
mess things up. So
she wants in.
Yeah, she's like, hello. Yeah, I know. She is my baby.
So thank you again, Esu. Appreciate you.
Yes.
And everybody, you'll be seeing more of Esu on Portal Ascension for sure. And just like your energy, just like what you bring in, just really like is pure, like unconditional love. So I just appreciate you for just being, you know, your presence is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, before I head out, just to everyone here, I'll post the link in the chat again. To everyone here, be so gentle on yourself, please. Please be so gentle. When we hear light language, it's very activating too. So if you feel like it's coming out, allow it to come out. It's so beautiful. I'm here to support you in any way if you need it. You can reach out to me on Instagram or just go to the link. And I am excited. I want to just plug real quick. I'm playing High Vibe Festival. It's a music festival coming up in 2 weeks. I'll be DJing and sharing a little bit of an ecstatic dance, which is a beautiful way to release and move the body. So if anybody would like to come, it's in California, and it's on the link tree that I posted. So yeah, I would love to meet you guys in person. It's so nice when we can break down the virtual walls and like actually hold each other and see each other's eyes. And
it's a whole other dimension when you're with someone, huh?
Yeah, it's even more intense. So it's kind of, I tell my friends, as I meet people that are really activating, it's like we're strategically spaced out from each other, because if we're all together all the time, we just like literally like bust into a million particles and like not even be physical anymore, because it'd be too much. But
I know, seriously.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Mahalo. Bye, guys.
And I think I told Esu, so this might be new to her, but I think I told her I'm doing a Heal the Divide online conference. It's the next free event on Portal to Ascension, Heal the Divide online conference, which is going to be pretty epic. And Esu is going to be a part of it. I just got to give her a reminder because I told her quite some time ago. So you'll be seeing her again. And Joan, quick comment before we go to the next person.
Well, we need Heal the Divide, and we are in the perfect time of cleansing and releasing. So thank you so much for that epic experience.
No, definitely needed.
That's all I need to say. I'm excited to see Flo.
Yes, Brother Flo is up next, everybody. And the friendship between Flo and myself has blossomed to great heights, and I'm so excited. I truly love this man, and I'm going to be doing so many amazing things together. So Flo KARUNA, aka Nature Flo, is world soul traveler that journeyed throughout the planet with miracles occurring through intuition and faith. He has been referred to as a channel for Earth consciousness and is passionate about sharing new offerings that unify the planet for the next 7 generations and beyond. His life has been dedicated to empowering others, the teachings of Mother Earth, and connecting others to the galactic realms. He is the creator of the group of Oracle Masters of Light and the Pleiadian Starseed Oracle deck. He is also the founder of Star Codes, which offers starseed activations and so much more. Hey, brother.
Aloha.
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Great to see you. Feeling good. I'm riding the emotional waves. I heard Esu talking a little about that, and I'm in the same boat today. It's interesting preparing for these talks, because as a quote unquote cosmic messenger, you have to prepare your body. You have to get the right nutrients, you have to drink the right water, and allow for yourself to be an open channel of the divine. So in that process of preparing, it could bring out a lot in you, stuff maybe that you've been pushing behind or you haven't been looking at. So that was happening to me today. So I think we're all in a similar boat, so to speak.
Definitely, brother. Thank you for sharing. So I'm just going to go on mute and you can just take it away.
And I just want to say congratulations to you, Neil. The 14th, if I heard correct, 14th anniversary of Portal to Ascension.
Yeah.
You're an OG of the spirit. Original galactic, right?
Dude, I love that. Thank you, man.
Yeah, so just honored to be part of this Portal to Ascension. I mean, every time I connect in this space, in this community, and feel all the beautiful beings here, I know that we're in a good timeline. We're in a timeline where the awakened souls are coming together, and we're here to remember who we are, remember our truth, and support each other emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and resource-wise. And this is why we've all gathered in this time, 2022. We've come to recreate or rewrite the script. Each one of you has been embedded onto this planet with unique quote-unquote codes, as I like to call them. Codes that the masses want to experience right now. Codes in your inspirations, codes in your passions and your service work, codes in everything you represent. And I do a lot of work with the Starseed family. And I feel the Starseed is a natural rebel to society. not a rebel in the context where we want to create conflict, but a rebel because we are embodied with such a revolutionary frequency and revolutionary ideas that we're naturally going to be labeled a rebel in a society that's still awakening and evolving. So in that context, to be a galactic being like each and every one of us, or be conscious of that, there could be a degree of not fitting in. There could be a degree of not fitting in with your family, with certain friend cycles, circles, and whatever. And this is the blessing of this time. We can see us being like the black sheep or the cosmic sheep of our family as something that we could potentially lower our vibration and see as a hindrance to who we are. But if you look at it from like a deeper perspective, and we look at how civilizations and societies have operated before us in this past cycle, there has been a lot of adherence to mimicking others, mimicking what the authorities tell you and suppressing your unique authenticity. So the gift that we all have right now through each and every one of express and allow this authenticity of our soul to come out. The authenticity that source, God, the universe, whatever you want to call it, embedded you in this reality for you to be the ultimate expression of yourselves. And when each and every single one of you allows this freedom of your authentic expression to come out, we begin to reshape this world. So there's an ecologist in India, Vandana Shiva. I don't know if anyone's heard of her, but she speaks a lot about monoculture, how factory farms are planting one seed and they're just growing one sort of product. What this is doing is actually creating a lot of imbalance in the ecosystem because Mother Earth is the planet of diversity. When you study the ecosystems, when you study the flora and fauna and the unique habitats on our beautiful Earth, there's a commonality amongst all, and that is diversity. In Mother Earth's diversity, we flourish as a civilization and flourish as a healthy planet. And this is the opportunity that is being presented to each and every one of you right now to showcase who you are without guilt or shame. We've been talking how, we're in this full moon cycle right now, and it's bringing out stuff. It's bringing out emotions. It's bringing out certain stuff in people. We're all different, but at least it's bringing out of me and hearing the past two panelists. And what I feel is this release, this emotions that are flowing out of us are giving us the space to tap into our authentic truth. And one of the tools that we could use in this lifetime to not let these releases override us is to be in a place of non-judgmental awareness, non-judgmental feeling, and entering into the viewer consciousness, or you're observing yourself. And when you are in this place of observation and you simply allowing the emotions to come through and not reacting, being in a place of balance, a miraculous thing begins to happen in your being. What happens is your mental state doesn't connect energetically with the emotional signature that is playing out, and a doorway opens for it to release out of your system with ease and grace. And we have to understand that a lot of the information that is playing out in our energetical body isn't necessarily us, quote unquote. It's more like a passing wave, a passing wind that is just going through our system and exiting. And it's important that we become aware. Somebody's angry in the comments. Peace to you, bro. But it's important that we become aware of these sensations within us and allow them to pass through with ease and grace. And this has really assisted me in my lifetime, going through the various layers, going through the various ancestral programs and obstacles or opportunities that are inside of ourselves. So I invite you all, when these emotions arise, to take the deep calming breath, fill the prana into your temple and vessel, and allow your vibration and calibration to neutralize in the place of non-judgmental awareness. And being in a place of non-judgmental awareness is what opened myself to the galactic field. The year was 2006, and I was invited to an enlightened conference. That's what it was called. And there was a speaker talking about him entering a certain state of awareness. So that day, before I went to the conference, I made a commitment to myself. I guess it was out of synchronicity, to be in a place of non-judgment. That was my goal for the day. So I got to the conference and it was going great. And there was this homeless man who was part of the conference. So I began to have a conversation with this gentleman, and I asked him, "What brought you to this conference today?" And he told me that he ended up meeting star galactic beings who came down, and they were very enlightened in their energy field, very enlightened and benevolent in how they communicated with him, and he wanted to learn more by coming to this conference. Now, this was in 2007, and I was brought up with a lot of society programming of what exactly is an alien, right? So I never heard at that moment that aliens can be benevolent and enlightened in nature. Actually, that just completely opened my mind, and it made a lot of sense. So I ended up inviting this gentleman to a coffee after the conference for him to share with me his experience. This was the opening of so much awareness to me, but this being shared that he was taken aboard a ship and he met many enlightened beings who I feel were the Palladian beings. And they were imposing on him a certain energy in his field that was increasing his energy, increasing his vitality, and allowing him to understand this reality from a more deeper level and scale. And that day completely opened my awareness, and I share that it's because I committed to non-judgment. And if that day, for whatever reason, that was the day I committed to non-judgment, if I didn't commit to being in a place of non-judgment that day, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to engage with this being and be open to receive his messages. And this is what I feel is such a tool in our existence, to have humility and have the ability to be open to receive information beyond what we know. And today the topic I wanted to talk about was soul gifts. We hear about these soul gifts in ourselves and other people. And I really wanted to tune into the question, how do we access our soul gifts and bring them to this earth reality in a clear way? And the more I meditated on this question, the more I connected it with my personal life, I learned and I realized that to tap into our soul gifts, we have to have an ability to step away from who we think is the I and enter into a bigger I that is in the field of unity. This is the opportunity for you as a human incarnate in this great planet called Earth to step in and experience something much greater than you thought you were capable of. A lot of these athletes, a lot of these people who have done great stuff on planet Earth, great accomplishments, have spoken about that a current, a frequency began to just like merge with them, and they weren't trying anymore. And when I looked back at my life, it was allowing this openness, allowing this current to enter into my being and open me up into soul gifts that each one of you hold, each one of you possess. So there are many soul gifts that we could talk about. We hear about psychic abilities, we hear about telekinesis, we hear about individuals who have an ability to manifest. I am a student of the yogis of India. I have a very strong connection with Mahavatar Babaji, one of the Kriya Yoga lineage masters. And I would go deep into the studies of Lahiri Maharshi, Sri Yukteswar, and a lot of individuals that we don't know who were students of them. And I would hear stories that would completely just blow my awareness. So there's one story about a master in India. He's in his 80s. He's in his late 80s, and his body is starting to deteriorate. He tells one of his students that tomorrow I'm going to be swapping bodies. Yes, you're going to have to meet me at a specific location tomorrow, and I will be there in different form. So the student was like, Master, are you losing your mind a little? Or he was starting to doubt or question what this master was saying. So he just was loyal to his master, and the next day he goes to this river spot, waiting his master just like he was told, and this new being shows up. He's in a younger body, he's in his 20s, but he is the same consciousness of the master. And this being begins to speak, and he speaks exactly the same as his Guruji, just that he's in a different physical vessel. And he begins to explain to his student that he was aware in the soul field that an individual was transitioning from his body, and I guess he sensed that it was a great new vehicle to enter. Now, the reason I share this story, not just to open our awareness to what is capable in this experience of consciousness, but to remind us that this is just temporary. This body we reside in is a vehicle of consciousness, and we are connected to something much more greater, which is the soul. And to access this soul field is, I feel, the basis of us connecting to our soul gifts. So one of my jobs, they told me to be very personal today, so I'm going to share a lot of personal stories, but one of my jobs on this planet is to be a cosmic messenger. I communicate a lot with the galactics. I don't like to refer to it as channeling. I feel it's a conversation where I hear a voice and we're just engaged in a conversation, kind of like Neil and I talking at the beginning. So it's very normal. Sometimes they appear in front of me and there's a conversation, but the basis is that there's an exchange of energy. And the more I begin to contemplate on how exactly is this process occurring, that I'm getting communication with the star family, the more it became clear that my consciousness wasn't just embedded into my physical vessel, which is, I think, very important, and we have to be grounded at this time, but also it was connected to my auric field and my energy body, which is constantly in communication with these subtle aspects of reality. And this, I feel, is the doorway to access our soul gifts. If you're trying to experience something that you've experienced from a different lifetime, or it's embedded into your Akashic field, the opportunity at hand is to become aware of your aura, to become aware of this residue of frequency that is vibrating around your body all the time. And I feel the more we become sensitive to our auric field, the more we connect to the bridge to spirit. So this is what I feel the auric field is. It's a bridgeway between the third dimension or fifth dimension to the spirit world. And this is the power you all have right now, family. You have the power not just to be this person that you grew up on the earth plane, but also connect to the multitude of gifts and resources that have always been with you since day one. And you know, we live in a society that tries to suppress this. They throw us into the educational system, and they don't talk about, you know, the subtle aspects of reality. And many of us have to rediscover, go on a journey, and reconnect to who we are. So yes, connecting with our children is perhaps our most highest objective right now. We have this new generation that have so much compassion. I mean, like, I feel like crying thinking about that. I mean, I have so much love for them, and they're embodied in this earth school, and the technology, you know, they're getting lost in technology world, which technology has its benefits, but out of balance, it could begin to fry our nervous system. And the nervous system is the way of transmission. The nervous system is how you receive energy, process it, and be able to process it. So we are all beings of upper technology. We are technology. And the more that we bring the pranic force into us, the more that we increase the speed of our nadis, our energy centers, the more we're able to have these exchanges with higher multi-dimensional beings. So this is important, family. I always like to say, you know, everyone wants to talk to the star family or tap into their soul frequency, but there's some groundwork that needs to happen. And the groundwork is starting with your physical vessel. Your physical vessel is the root of everything you're going to accomplish on Earth. And fortunately, we have many tools that we could use. So one tool that I use is, I don't know if you can see that, I work a lot with water. So water has an ability to be programmed. Water has an ability for your intention to fuse with it, and for you, through your intention, through whatever you're imposing into the structure of water, it's going to take on that, because water is the shapeshifter. Water could adjust to little crevices. Water can open. Water can expand and evaporate. Water can just about do everything. And that ability of water is also existing on a deep molecular level that is matching your energy, matching your frequency, and is granting you the ability for it to be programmed. So the Arcturians have helped me with this idea, but oftentimes I place my hands in water and ask for it to activate my multi-dimensional consciousness. And then I follow my intuition, and normally involves drinking a lot of water. And it's amazing how fast you can clear your emotions, your energy bodies, and the stuff that is, you know, caught up in the day-to-day. So I encourage you, family, as we go on this journey today, and as we start with our physical vessel, to begin using water as a technology. We are 80% water. We live on a water planet, and we have been embedded into this earth school, of course, to understand water, because water is the basis of this reality. And on a deeper scale, water is intelligent. There is a consciousness to water that when we choose to engage in a dialogue with it, or choose to see it for the genius it is, water will reveal its truth, and you can begin to work with it. So seeing the genius of any element continues with everything in this reality. If you through your perception choose to see something as genius and alive, it will reveal itself to you. But if you see something as not intelligent, not aware, not consciousness, your wish is the universe's command. And this applies to people in your life, animals, trees, you name it. We have an ability through the power of our perception to open doorways, to open communication, and to reclaim the narrative that has been embedded by the original caretakers of this earth, that all is alive to all our relations. We are in this alive field and we are merging together. So that will assist you. And I want to give a lot of tools today because I feel like we have a population and a group that really wants to embody their soul gifts. So once the body is operating at an optimal frequency, and in addition to water, I think exercise is very important, at least for myself as a starseed. Maybe other people could relate to it, but without exercise, my being is not generating the energy in a proper dynamics, and there's stagnancy. And if there's stagnancy in the energy body, it's hard to really absorb these multidimensional codes that are constantly intermingling with us. So my mission to the starseeds is to be in your body, be connected with your earth, and from there, everything will evolve. So once you feel like your body is operating at a frequency or vibration that's assisting with your soul path, we can begin to enter into more subtle planes of existence. And meditation, I know we hear about meditation all the time, but I meditate a lot, but actually we have shifted a cycle. So if you talk to me like past before 2016, I would be almost monk-like in my meditation practice. I would be meditating 7 to 8 hours a day and just fully immersed in the spirit world. But as we enter this feminine cycle that we're in, slowly tilting feminine, it's actually, we don't have to meditate like a monk anymore. The pressure is off you to fulfill the blueprint that the masters did in that cycle. In this new cycle, we need adjusting and adapting. And what is called is brief meditation. 15 to 20 minutes meditation a day is sufficient, in my opinion, at this time, to just clear your mind or reorganize your thoughts and allow you to see the beauty of this reality. And why meditation is so important, if you haven't already heard enough things, is it gives you an organizing principle in your awareness. So you can actually see reality for what it is without your thoughts impeding in the way. So do your 15 minutes and you will notice great things. So we've talked about body, we've talked about mind. Now let's go to the auric field. The third stage, there's no right order, but the third thing I like to focus on then is the auric field. And the auric field is genius, family. The auric field is incredible. And it's very important that we become sensitive to this part of our being, because it could be impeding and impacting our lives if we're not aware. So some days, like, I'm feeling off and I just feel like, oh man, I can't just like come back into my harmony that I know I'm capable of being in. And I'll do my meditation practice, I'll scan my body and everything's like feeling good. But sometimes I forget to pay attention to my auric field, because just like the body needs a maintenance and the mind needs maintenance, welcome to planet Earth, there's always going to be dust after a couple of days, right? The auric field also needs a level of maintenance. And maintenance is not like hard work or you have to do something. The maintenance is you being conscious, you being aware of this field. And through your awareness, you're going to realize that we as humans tend to collect a lot in our day-to-day. And through our awareness and our non-judgmental place of awareness, we can clear our aura field. So the aura is very interesting. And one thing it responds to very well is color. You can attempt right now to, okay, let's just do an exercise. Let's just close your eyes. Take a deep inhale. And let's begin to just sense the aura field around us. It could be anywhere from an inch to many meters stretching out. But we just want you to become aware of this field. Maybe feel a different sensation here. And just inviting you without any judgment to feel the color of your aura now. Maybe you're multicolored. Maybe you have a certain color for the moment. But just simply pay attention to this field. And now we're going to try something. So you're aware of your aura. You're aware of this field. I'm going to invite for you to invite a specific color that you're not seeing right now into your field. Perhaps let's all invite light purple, like the background color I have. Let's invite a light purple to rain down on our auric field. Maybe filling in gaps or cracks, but just feeling this light purple envelop us. And we want you to become sensitive to any changes you're feeling now in your emotions, in your mind, just any sensations. Just pay attention. Okay, now let's slowly open our eyes. And the purpose of that very subtle exercise is maybe you're going to notice a difference when you invite a color in to your field. Maybe there's going to be a little shift. Maybe you're going to feel more calm or maybe more energized or whatever it is. But there is something that is occurring from a level. And we do this exercise because we want you to realize what an impact the aura field is having on your day-to-day awareness. And it's in this aura field which is actually more bridged to the different dimensional planes where we can sense the star family. It's here in the aura field where we could sense the spirit world, where we could sense the Akashic field, and where we could access our soul gifts. So coming back to the story of the master in India, consciousness is beyond your physical vessel. And the more I started to contemplate on how am I communicating with star family, the more it became clear is an element of this being's consciousness is traveling or meeting in a different plane of reality. And how you, as a human who wants to expand their multidimensional awareness, is you can experiment with sensing your auric field and then maybe shifting it to another intelligent form, like a tree, like a plant, like an animal. And what you will sense is when the consciousness shifts to something outside of you, while you're still connected with yourself, it begins to get a blueprint for that entire being's field. You begin to feel their emotions. You begin to sense their thoughts, sense what they're going through in the day, even sense like their past lifetimes. And this is how I personally get information. I mean, it was unconscious. It was just happening, but breaking it down into the conscious level, the consciousness was reaching out beyond itself, getting information and coming back. And this is the gift that you all hold, that we all hold as empowered beings on this earth, to be receptors of the subtle planes, be receptors of the dimensional field, and to be this bridgeway between the humans and the star family. There's always a step that each species has to take. Many of these star family beings that we work with are taking a step to come to our dimensional field. And we, as humans or hues or whatever you want to call us, we have to take a step in the dimensional plane to create this bridge network between us and the galactics. And that is what is happening right now. We are in the pioneer stages of us entering into the councils, the galactic councils, the star federations, and being this galactic society that we have been destined to become. So may your mind, body, and soul connect you to your various soul gifts. Now think about like psychic abilities. It's once again connected to the aura or the sensitivity to the world around you. Psychic abilities is you receive information, you receive thoughts, and you receive visions from something outside of yourself. Once again, there's an element of you going beyond your human self, getting information and pulling it back in. And this is the future, my family. This is where we are headed. We are entering into the age of intuition, which in this feminine cycle is the way to succeed. Planet Earth, 2022. We do not have a lack of information. There's a topic available. There's education on every topic in the internet. Simultaneously, there's different perspectives. So there's research that supports one train of thought, and then there's research that supports another train of thought, even though they're the exact opposite. So with just simply being logical, we're not going to get the full essence of truth. And the empowerment right now is for each and every one of you to experience the subtle planes of your being, of reality at large, and that will give us the tools to decipher what is authentic and truthful and what is not. And as we develop this group consciousness that is attuned to their intuitive abilities, the false leaders on planet Earth are going to begin to crumble, because we as humans are going to be able to see right through them with our abilities. And that is what is happening right now. We are seeing through agendas. We are seeing through fake, false, I don't want to say fake, but false leaders. And we are opening up in the mastery rests within yourself. You are the change you've been seeking. And we honor you for being on this planet and entering into this time of upgrade. May your cells be upgraded. May your heart be open to receive all the divine currents, and may peace be in your heart and soul. I thank you all for your time. I love you and grateful to have you here with us. And I'll just say quickly, if you want to learn more about my work, you can check out star-codes.com. And what we're trying to do is empower people to be their own galactic ambassadors and have their own conversations with the star family. So I love you all, and namaste.
Thank you so much, Brother Flo. And I want to just take a moment to tell everybody about your event that's upcoming, right? So let's do that real quick.
Sure.
So let me just first say that, I can't say enough about you, man. Like, we've definitely been growing, our connection's been growing, and we have all these overlaps in which we're going to be contributing and working together, some create amazing projects. We even did the Egypt and the Star Family conference with each other about a month ago. but you have another event coming up. So I'm just going to share screen. We'll take a couple minutes here. Why don't you tell everybody about this?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we have the LYRA conference on April 23rd, 2022, this upcoming Saturday. And it's part one of a Remember series of conferences that actually we're going to be co-creating with Portal to Ascension too. So these conferences are built on individuals who are connected to a specific constellation. In this case, we're exploring Lyra, and we've got amazing souls who have uncovered their memories, uncovered the teachings of Lyra, and they're here to make us remember. And I feel it's important that we come together in groups, and when we come together in groups, we enter into group consciousness, and we're able to put the pieces of the puzzle together. So April 23rd, we're going to be doing this conference. We have an amazing group of people, and yeah, hope to all see you. And I know Neil and I are going to be continuing that torch, maybe at the end of this year and next year too. So we'd love to have you all there. Neil, I really want to say, every time I tune into your energy, man, I always feel like a galactic commander.
Yeah. That's a great compliment, man. I feel it too. And I feel that I already know, like, we're already going to be producing a few conferences together every single year, but definitely want to see like where this is going to blossom into, because I feel like you and I are going to be working like hand in hand, like in person, literally creating the new earth, you know, like creating structures and buildings for the new earth. So I just love just witnessing how it's all just evolving, you know?
Agreed. It's the reunion. And
yeah, straight up, man.
Feels like a reunion for sure.
Love you, brother.
Love you, and love to all. Thank you for hearing me out, and have a blessed day.
Okay, talk soon.
Take care.
All right, everybody. So we're going to get into our next guest now, but our next guest is going to be introduced by my brother from Watchers Talk TV. So let me go ahead and bring Omar on here. See if I can find him in the room. Here we go. So brother Omar from Watchers Talk TV, check him out on YouTube. Also done some amazing events. Just got done doing an event with 111 plus speakers that was over multiple days. And that was just less than a month ago. So I'm going to bring him on here. He's going to bring on our next guest. Omar, are you with us, brother? There we go.
What's up, homie?
Yo, bro, how's it going?
It's going, brother. What an incredible conference so far. Thank you very much for putting this together. And Flo, he's amazing. Just love his energy. Kind of reminds me of you.
That's so funny. Yeah, I feel like today we've been like really just like creating that spiritual foundation, you know, and then tomorrow and the next day we're just going to go deep into even more cosmic awareness. So everything just flows synchronistically.
Yeah, that's beautiful, brother. I'm totally looking forward to the rest of the day today and the upcoming 2 days. You always put on excellent conferences. So, kudos to you, homie.
Thank you. All right, bro. So take it away. Who do we have next?
All right, cool. So our next guest, I'm very excited to do this bio and bring her on stage, is TRIBU Spirit. Chandra Hyrie is a medicine woman of Cherokee Indian heritage, a multidimensional healer and sound therapist. She is the founder of TRIBU Spirit, an online shamanic shop working with small indigenous tribes in the Brazilian Amazon. She is also the creator of Aurora Quartz Crystal Chalice Grails, high-frequency sound tools encoded with crystalline codes channeled with the Aurora Guardians. Her name means she brings the light codes. She is the full activation of the spirit of the ancient ones, and therefore she is a teacher of wisdom and one who is lovingly here to guide others upon the highest pathways to their divinity. She works with Aurora Guardian race, her galactic family, who are here from next universe, the future, to help assist in planetary ascension. And we are going to learn about her galactic family and who they are and where they come from, and most importantly, how you can connect with yours. So welcome, Chandra. Nice to have you here today.
Thank you so much. It's a real honor to be part of this portal to ascension with all these incredible ascension guides and galactic family of light. So I welcome all you beautiful beings, your galactic beings of light. Thank you so much for being here. I am here to speak to you about the auroras. Just a little, some aurora vibes. The auroras are a group of galactic beings of light who are here for planetary ascension. So first I would like to share with you about my story that sort of comprises of about 4 years of different downloads at very different times, downloads that came in through the auroras, and then piecing all of that information together to actually be able to fully understand the larger picture, which now I'm actually able to speak quite comprehensively about it, because there was a much larger piece that had come in. So yeah, I'll try and stick to my notes. I have notes because it's a lot of information. It's a lot of galactic information, and I could probably talk for hours about this, but I will try to keep it quite, precise as much as I can and stick to my notes, because I can tend to go off on a tangent. So about 4 years ago, I had made the intention, my intentions are never small ones, just, to help restore the crystalline codes. No small intention at all, restoring the crystalline codes this was actually through downloads of information that I had received through grid working. I do grid work around the planet, and also through my guides. And part of that intention and the way to do that, to restore the crystalline codes, was to create these beautiful crystal chalice grails, and also continue to do the grid work, but really intentionally working with the grid work and weaving the codes into the grid, as you can see here, and I'll explain to you all about them. So little did I know how powerful that intention was, and actually how it is a part of my mission, or how it was a part of my mission and a much larger piece of the ascension puzzle. So I receive information from the sun. I understand codes of light and information from the sun. I love to be out in nature, and I love sun gazing. And there's usually like big activations that come in through the sun and downloads of information that I receive. So I would say probably like the first time that I really connected to the auroras was, I used to live in England, in London, for quite a while. And this was probably like 4 years ago. I was in England, and I was on the train going to Avalon, to Glastonbury, to do grid work. And the auroras came in through the sun, and I was on the train, and I was hit with this massive galactic remembering, and it was just like blasting me in my high heart chakra. And I was like, this wave of galactic remembering came in. It was so beautiful. I was crying in tears. I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. And I'm grabbing my phone, trying to take pictures and capture the auroras, kind of like a raving, I don't know, music fan would be at a concert. I'm like crying and taking pictures of the auroras. And these people on the train were probably thinking, oh my gosh, she's like, what did she just smoke? So that fast forward a little bit towards the end of that summer, I was with one of my besties, and we were at a park, and she was giving me some energy healing, and I was lying face down on the earth, but my face was like this way, and the sun was coming in this way, and I was receiving codes of information and downloads through the sun, and they came in through the sun and were giving me these downloads. And at that point, the information that came through was about the masculine side, if you want to say, or the masculine energy of the auroras. And then a few years later, I was in a sound healing, meditating, and my sister had brought one of her crystal skulls. And I was meditating and holding the crystal skull that she had brought. And that's when the download for the feminine energy and the feminine principle came in. And then there were many downloads and synchronicities in between. And those downloads comprise of what the auroras are and a much more sort of broader understanding of just these, downloads. So in short, I will share with you the alchemy because it is actually alchemy. So to break it down, if you take the primary colors of the rainbow, right? You've got the primary colors of the rainbow. And then you've got the masculine principle, which is the Christos energy, the golden frequency of light. You have the masculine, which is the Christos. And then you have the feminine principle, which is the Sophia. This is the copper frequency of light. And I know some of you might be thinking like, copper frequency of light. Yeah, right. I promise you, copper frequency of light does exist. It's actually when the magenta ray meets the golden ray and they birth. It's also another alchemical process. It births what I understood then was the rose gold frequency, but Mary Magdalene came in and she was like, it's actually copper. And she showed me through the sun. So it's when the magenta ray comes in and hits and meets with the golden frequency of the Christos, and this births like the rose gold, but it's actually copper. So these are alchemical energies. And I'm sure that a lot of you connect to various different, galactic beings and probably also understand messages and receive downloads just like I do through the sun. The light is encoded and pregnant, so full of information and codes. So we're basically talking about light code alchemy. So you have this rainbow frequency, the primary colors of the rainbow, the spectrum of the rainbow. And then you have the masculine Christos and the feminine Sophic. This is an alchemy that then births these new codes and frequencies of information that are the auroras. These are new frequencies of light and codes and information. And these codes of information are being transmitted upon the planet, activating us and helping us during the ascension process. And I'm sure as I sort of explain, I'm sure a lot of you have already been connecting to the auroras and just not understanding who they are, what they're here for, because it is a much larger picture of the ascension process. So fast forwarding through this sort of download of information, I'd been in England and then I was doing the grid work and all these downloads came in. And when I got back from England, I had always set my intention, to create these crystalline chalice grails. And it just seemed like, okay, now was the time, and doorways kept opening and everything was in alignment for me to create the crystal chalice grail collection. This is the limited edition collection. Now I know that probably not a whole lot of people are intentionally and consciously connecting to the auroras or even understand who the auroras are and why they're here. I do know that I'm not the only one, and thank God, but I am here to share more about that. And as we know, nothing happens by chance. So once again, I was guided and had found this really amazing artist who had been painting with the auroras, and her name is Izzy Ivy. You guys should definitely check her out. She paints with the auroras. This is one of her oracle decks, as you can see. So You know, the auroras are really this these pastel frequency codes of light. And I'll show you guys just a little bit more of some of her artwork. It's so gorgeous. Galactivations. So I reached out to Izzy and I asked her if she would like to co-create and if we could put her artwork on the grails. And she was like, no way. She's like, that's crazy. I was connecting in with the auroras and they were guiding me to put my paintings on instruments. And she said, but I thought it was actually like me painting on, I thought it was actually, I love that one. I thought it was actually me painting on like a flute or a drum or something. She was like, I had no idea that it was going to be this, something like this beautiful. So she was definitely in. And she had said that she had just finished this, this collection, which was the Elemental Guardian collection, which I will introduce you to now. And it's really important that I share all this with you so that you can sort of get my story of all these, the sequence of events of what had happened and how I was connecting with the auroras and how they were actually guiding me through this whole pathway. So I will introduce you to the Crystal Chalice Grail collection. And so her Elemental Guardian collection is, she was also channeling. So this is the Earth. And later when, if there's enough time when I'm finished sharing about the auroras, I don't know if you can, they're really hard to see, but this is the Earth, the tree of the infinite Akash. So with these, each of Izzy's, really she's channeling the information from the Elemental Guardians, which are here also for planetary ascension. And there is a very particular, if you want to say like, there's a very particular job that they are doing here. And I will, once I share with you about the grails, I'll share with you the major other pieces that came in. So, you know, these are all encoded with codes of light and frequency, which is information. And then you have her channeled Elemental Guardian paintings that are engraved in each one of these. So you have the Earth, that is the tree of the infinite Akash. We have the fire, that is the phoenix of white fire. I don't know if you guys can see. So each of these channeled pieces of art are, you know, they're codes and they each do something very specific. This is the water, the Naga of the golden lotus. You can probably see this one better. Yeah. This one is air. Dimensional shifts of the crystalline. And then we have the ether. The new earth codes. And it'll just go on forever. So these are sound healing tools. You know, you can get in the energy field and pull things out and weave codes in. So if you guys are interested in any of these, they are available on my website, which is tribuspirit.com. And for the Easter Ascension, I am offering a 20% discount if you use the discount Holy Grail 20. So, and later I should maybe have a little bit of time where I can give you guys a nice Aurora crystalline code activation with the grails. So now I'm gonna break it down even further. So I just wanted to share with you my story of how I was connecting with the auroras. And I do not claim to know everything about the auroras. There is a lot of information that I know that I am still yet to discover as I continue this relationship with them. And yeah, you know, as we are all ascending and discovering more of our galactic lineages. So I don't claim to know everything. So after this like 4-year period of me receiving all of these downloads, I had then, in between those downloads, I had actually found some really like mind-blowing information. And this information was already like, it was very more precise for me. The downloads, you know, as downloads and codes can sometimes be a bit not abstract, but this was more like very clean and precise and direct. And I was just mind blown. I was like, whoa, okay. So I'm not the only one connecting with the auroras here. And there is someone else that knows a whole lot of information about this. And my mind is just like, okay. So as I said earlier, the auroras are a group of galactic beings of light who are here for planetary ascension. They are located beyond the universal 0-point field and into the core of the next universe, or the high creational realm in Andromeda. They are here to help override the current inorganic grid structures like the frequency fence on the planet during the ascension cycle. And if you don't know what the frequency fence is, it's very important that I share this information so that you guys know. I will break it down in a second. So the auroras help override the current inorganic grid structures by building platforms of light that are safe zones that help step over the reversal fields, which are also that are running on Earth from the frequency fence. So I see them like if you think that like this is the planet, you know, I see the aurora platforms as like rainbow bridges of light. And I get this really funny image of like Care Bears shooting out from their belly going, and then like a giant rainbow aurora like blasting everybody. But that's not actually what happens. I'm just very entertained with human experiences. So, but that's actually how I do see them. They're like rainbow aurora, like these colors. These are all auroras, you know, like the aurora borealis. The aurora platforms that are helping us get over this frequency fence so that we can actually ascend, because the frequency fence is excuse me, one sec. The planet has been surrounded by artificial machinery that prevents us from accessing higher frequencies. And it maintains the collective mind control through a controller frequency fence. So these mind control fields, they feed into the anti-life structures that power the cabal. Sorry to burst anybody's bubble, but we are in a galactic war, and we have been in one for eons. This frequency fence and this mind control machinery, artificial machinery, has been impairing and controlling human consciousness evolution for like gazillion, thousands, billions of years. And this stuff triggers me like nobody's business. Okay, breathe, Chandra. I'm gonna explain. So like the frequency fences are used to unplug the DNA codes and block high frequencies from the Earth's population, which can be manipulated to control your perception, as well as what an individual can experience through your 5 basic human senses. So we're talking about taking away your sovereignty. That's why it triggers me so much. When we intend to raise our consciousness and embody these higher levels of spiritual identity, or to raise our light body frequencies, it shifts us out of the range of the frequency fence. So if I will show you, and like I'm coughing because I got hit by the frequency fence when I was in ceremony a few weeks ago, and I got hit with COVID. So I'm going to explain. I will demonstrate. So what happens when like you're on the spiritual path and you're really devoted to doing your ascension work, right? You hit up, if this is you, you hit up against this frequency fence and it shocks you. So say like, this is you and this is the frequency fence. This is the frequency fence. This is you, and it shocks you, and then you're like, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I thought I was connecting to God. I thought I would become more at peace, and I would become more at one with everything. I don't understand why I'm hitting this glass ceiling. It's because you literally are. And excuse me. Every time you hit that frequency fence, it's returning karmic dust and exhaust back to you, and it's also sending black magic your way. And it's a reversal pattern, so that when you start to reach a certain level of development within your spiritual light body, and every time you try to move into this next level of higher consciousness within this holographic video game we're in, you hit the frequency fence, and you hit it, and it sends back all this shit, and you're pummeled to the floor with like, you know, it's like you hit it and you're like, you're out. Sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months. Who here has experienced this? And it's sending a message to you, like the message is like, you're trying to get out, right? You're connecting to God, you're one with everything in the universe, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, and it's sending this message to you like, oh no, little piggy, no you don't. You get back in your little pig pen and you stay there like a good little piglet. So then you think twice about sitting with plant medicine or connecting to God and meditating and elevating your frequency. It's there on purpose to prevent everyone from really ascending. And so this happens, it leaves us confused. A lot of us don't even know like what's happening. And it's really like, no, it's no joke. It's really serious. I've experienced it way too much. But thank God for the auroras. In come the auroras. To the rescue. The auroras. The auroras bring to the earth plane the aurora elements, right? Like I was channeling that information, was connected to Izzy. The aurora elements, which are also called the new earth elemental command. Dun, dun, dun. They are here. We can use them like wands. The Aurora's mission is to work with the new Earth Elemental Command. This role is to help re-encrypt the human physical body on atomic and subatomic levels, because the chemical constituents of our DNA is an elemental base. Our physical body is an elemental body, and it's comprised of these 4 basic level constituents. We can use our 4 elements to understand the 4 levels of chemicals that comprise our DNA, which is earth, air, water, fire, ether. Our human bodies are not transmuting fast enough the karmic base of negative form of miasma. I mean, how many of you are experiencing this? Yeah, okay, we're all galactic beings. We all have galactic lineages, but we are all also in a human physical form, and we have to transcend and transmute this. We really have to ascend within our physical structure. So through these like less denser formats, in order to handle the accelerated frequency of ascension. So the auroras are here to help us with that. Excuse me. This is the primary reason we are having the auroras host this planet for the ascension timeline. Now, with the re-encryption of our particle base, as we are being re-encrypted on an atomic level, our particles being shifted, and we're being upgraded into these new re-encryption templates to work with the new elemental command. This is to build the physical elemental form and the monadic form of our body back into the organic life force of our true original divine blueprint, and the cosmic Christos blueprint, and the 12-strand DNA silicate matrix. We're moving from carbon to silicate. This is not an easy process. And P.S., science is proving this. There are now life forms, silicate life forms, that are bonding with carbon life forms. This is what the Aurora's mission is to build the planetary and individual particle base and re-encrypt us with its new coding. And as our bodies are being upgraded beyond the carbon-based coding. So how you can connect to the auroras is like, they're so beautiful to visualize. You just visualize these colors. As we intend, so it manifests, you know? So you can visualize any of these colors and frequencies and call them in. But the best way to connect with them is through the sun. For me, it's always been the strongest way has been through the sun. So please go outside in nature, receive those aurora solar code activations as much as you can. It really helps. The other day, moving through COVID, I just kept hearing, get out in the sun, go out in the sun. And I went out in the sun, and it was like, oh, I could hear the angels. It was like I was alive again. It will help you tremendously through this alchemical ascension process that we're all going through. The codes, the light codes, the auroras are in the light codes, helping us to transmute and transform our actual, our atoms, our particles. And this is the auroras. I hope that this was easy to understand, that I was able to sort of break it down in some simpler ways for people to understand. I will leave you with a little yeah, I have a little bit of time. I'll leave you with a little Aurora Grail activation. And again, if you guys would like to begin to connect deeper with the auroras and you'd like to purchase one, they're on my website at tribuspirit.com, and you can find them under Sound Healing Tools. And this month for the Easter Ascension, I will be offering a 20% off special code. So I leave you with the frequencies of the auroras. Thank you all so much for being here and being part of this ascension process. You know, we're all guiding and uplifting one another back home. So I thank you all, because it's crazy times and really magical times to witness. So, and we're all part of it. So I thank you all so much. I love you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Chandra. That was amazing. Really enjoyed that, and especially that gold one, that last one. Wow, the harmonics in that, it just had me buzzing. I was like, whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, they go on for days too. You can really feel them in the energy field.
I live here in Canada, in British Columbia, right in the center of the province, and we get a lot of aurora borealis happening around here, and just tons of just beautiful colors and images that just roll across the sky like that, and yellows and greens and blues and reds. Is totally amazing. So I really resonated with what you were talking about, because I was looking, I was like, oh wow, it's just from memory too, right? And it's like, wow, thank you, Chandra. That was truly amazing.
Oh, you're so blessed. Give them a giant hug in the auroras when they next come.
Thank you so kindly. I really appreciate your contribution in this event and this new earth that we're creating. So love you very much. Thank you.
It's an honor. Thank you, brother.
You're very welcome. And now we'll bring our next guest on, and we'll have our MC Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe come in and introduce our next guest. Welcome, Rob Yox. How are you, my brother?
What's up, Omar? We're here, and I've been a part of the last quite a few Portal to Ascension panel days that are just absolutely amazing. The energy's off the chart. The information, as Phil Gruber would say, is the activation. We love it. We are the ones that we've been waiting for, and I get to introduce this next guest and all of her incredible work. As you can see, Brooklyn RAYNE is with me, but let me do a quick bio for her. So Brooklyn RAYNE is an intuitive channel, cosmic heart oracle, and quantum healer. She has experienced many incarnations with the Sophia Christ Collective, the Lyran Syrian Whites, the Oraphim, Ancient Pleiadians, and the Hathors. Through her diamond sun crystal structure, she assists humans to return to their original divine blueprint combined with their Christos template, allowing a fuller embodiment of the I am presence and unity consciousness. As an original seeder of both humanity and of Gaia's many elemental resources, Brooklyn works to assist in the repairing and rebuilding the portals. frequencies, grids, and meridians of both the micro of humanity and the macro of Gaia. As an enlightened teacher of the Christ consciousness in the many lifetimes, both on Earth and throughout the multiverse, Brooklyn channels the wisdoms and the living light transmissions from many multi-galactical Christ collectives. These transmissions and wisdoms come through as a spoken word, light language, or light frequency. Brooklyn received a BS, which is a bachelor's, in the hotel and restaurant management for the Pennsylvania State University and an associate's degree in the culinary arts from the Culinary Institute of America. She spent over 15 years as a chef creator and a concept owner before moving into her training at the Institute for Integral Nutrition as a holistic health coach. Today, she incorporates her understanding of food, meditation, quantum energy, and spirituality to assist individuals in their healing process of the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies. So without further ado, hi, Brooklyn, how are you?
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. I'm very excited.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. You know, seeing what you do, and the way that you embody this notion of helping people is so admirable, and it's like a pay it forward method, and I totally adore it. I think it's absolutely incredible, and I think we need 100 more of you, if not thousands more of you, out there really helping people to come in contact with a lot of the past lives and what that means, and the activations, and being able to assert themselves on a cosmic scale as opposed to just a micro scale. But you kind of do both too, which is really incredible.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I feel grateful and honored to be here during this epic time that we are in right now. And I know we're all feeling what that epic means in varying degrees and waves, and yeah, so exciting.
Absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And I can't commend you enough on how you do. And are you doing a presentation, or are we doing a back and forth? I think we're doing a.
Yeah, I'm open to all of it.
Awesome.
Yeah, some of the things that were coming in, that wanted to be, brought forth were just some of the catalyzing energies that really began to reveal themselves at the beginning of, or actually at the tail end of 2021, moving into, this now time. But certainly I'm open to, however it feels best to go through this together. Yeah.
Well, that's one question I did have for you is, starting where you became, I'm sure you had your awakening like many other people. From that point to now, how is that transition from the more of an understanding of what it was back then to now? Is it that incredible? Is that arc, I want to say, very, very large, or was it always a part of you in a sense that you knew something was there, but you just had to kind of get into it and kind of make the awareness more so to yourself than others, and really focus on it?
Yeah, what a great question, because I feel like there's just been so many layers to how to respond to that. Going all the way back to when I first came, into this incarnation, I was, had quite a few of my spidey senses, so to speak, that were engaged. And, and just like so many of us, right? So many star seeds and, and beings that have come in this particular wave of ascension. We come in, we're activated, we're excited, and then we realize, oh, hold on a second. I've got to figure out how to navigate through this matrix and, and fit in and survive, so to speak, right? So a lot of those extrasensory gifts and abilities and things remained, in existence, of course, because everything is always here, simultaneously, right? But we're definitely, I brought in layers of assistance, so to speak, to sort of create a little bit of dumbing down of them, if you will. And as we know, it's all in divine perfection, because then we are able to experience, right? We're able to activate all the imprints of our ancestral, collective, and soul imprints of densities and polarities, activate them, bring them into expression, magnetize all the different characters and plays that we, participate in. And, and then of course our blueprint begins to throw in what I call our divine alarm clock, right? So the divine alarm clock starts to go off. We hit the buzzer. Some of us hit the buzzer many, many times before.
Snooze 10 minutes, snooze 5 minutes,
yeah.
snooze 20 minutes. No, not that far out.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, oops, okay, it's broken. I guess this is my surrender point. And so, yeah, and so that's pretty much how it took place. It wasn't really until about almost exactly 10 years ago that, I hit the surrender point and literally threw my arms up in the air and was like, okay, I don't have the answers. Like, what am I supposed to do here? And I heard a voice audibly say, it's time to meditate. And so there began the journey, and I started to, it was just like, at the same time I heard that voice, there was a full activation that took place of unwavering faith, trust, and surrender, right? It was just there. Like, I just knew, I had no idea what any of it was meaning, but I just knew that this is exactly what I was going to do. So, so I began to meditate, and that led to the next thing and the next thing, and all these, massive energies were dropping in and sort of confirming that, okay, you're on the right path. So to kind of come full circle to answer, like, things were landing and sort of unwinding and unfolding a little bit, like from an intellectually understood concept, right? Like, some of the first things I was guided to read was like The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, and really kind of planting the seeds of being in the now moment, getting present, finding that, that center point, right? And so upon engaging in it and learning about it, I was like, oh yeah, of course, that, right? And so then different things would lead me into different ways of exploring that, and, and it would just keep dropping in. And now, and then as we further surrender and further kind of go in and get the flashlight on, and it's like, okay, like, what else needs to, be peeled off, and what else wants to come in? I feel like, more and more and more, it's becoming an embodiment. And so I feel like that's sort of could be said of like every single sort of foundational spiritual wisdom and truth that's kind of dropped in over the course of this last 10 years. Starts off as like, yeah, okay, I kind of get that. Like, I know I'm supposed to get that. Like, in some ways, it's kind of landing as being a pretty, profound and important thing. And then it's like, okay, more and more and more and more, experience comes in, and it becomes something where it's just further and further embodied. So I love that you asked that, because one of the things that, again, that dropped in first was this whole, spiritual foundational wisdom of getting centered, being in the present moment, and it's like we go through all these amazing experiences, and we're reading about all these things, and we're having visitations, and all these things are taking place, and then here comes 2021, and and this huge dropping comes in on winter solstice, and because I was in a fire ceremony, and I was like, okay, what's in the highest and best for for the here and now, for humanity? What am I meant to be a vehicle of? How could I be in the greatest service moving into this next year? And it was like the 0 point, right? Stillness, coming in, hunkering down even more into the now moment, into the present moment, finding that way of being the eye of the storm. And, and so then I started to realize, because it was so palpable as it was coming in, okay, what's about to happen here? What's about to take place?
I'm sure it must have been crazy. And I loved how you said that it was sort of like theoretical until it was actually implementation time, or it became an experience, which then kind of drove it home for you with these specific little sprinkles that you were getting. And, because anybody can tell you things, and even the guides that come and tell you things sometimes, or the people you're channeling. And at first you're like, I get it. But then when you have that immediate experience afterwards, that kind of really cements what they're trying to say to you. And I don't channel myself, but I've spoken to a lot of channelers before. And I think one of the things that is so important is just to be able to listen in the now and take it, even if you don't understand it at this moment. It will unveil itself when the time is right, and it's in there for that moment. And I think that, you know, you expressing it is incredible. And, you know, I want to know a little bit more about who you channel and what they're telling you, because I know 2021 for everybody was very difficult, and a lot of people had a really hard time with just being with themselves. And I think a lot of what we do with being able to contact people and let them see that things are all right and it's okay to be in the now, be by yourself, do that work, and move to this next phase with us. And I think that that's another very important thing, and I'm sure you're doing that across the board. I know it already. I don't even have to ask you, but you know, tell us what these who you're channeling and what they're telling you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, it's been an interesting progression with channeling, similarly to some of the other things you were, you know, asking about, and like how, you know, it's taken place. I feel as though, you know, there was a significant shift towards the end of, you know, again, towards the end of 2021. Well, I guess maybe like mid 2021, really, where there was a series of pretty significant activations that took place, where I was kind of rendered in this state of, you know, I guess one might call it like samadhi, where, you know, you're just in this place of complete awareness and sort of bliss state, and all this different sacred geometry and light was coming in, and this must have taken place for, in one particular instance, which seemed to be like the grandest catalyst of it, for a good hour or so. You know, and as it was taking place, I was just thinking to myself, like, okay, you know, sending so much gratitude, and you know, and then I, you know, paused for a moment and said, okay, so, you know, what is the point of it, you know, or what is taking place here, right? You know,
right. What do I do now?
Right. And so, you know, Source dropped in and said, you know, you're preparing for, you know, the next phase of your service, your divine service here. You know, are you ready and willing to, you know, to really flow into this and accept it? You know, and I said, yes, you know, of course. So you know, we never know what that means, right?
You're saying yes, and you're like, I think I know, but you really don't at that point. You're like,
yeah.
Okay, but I got it. Let's go.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Again, it's like that unwavering faith, trust, and surrender. So as that dropped in, lots of different things took place, and yet what became very evident is it was a very significant and sort of palpable, again, going from an intellectually understood concept to to a really grand felt sense of this integration of becoming the witnessing presence, this integration of the oversoul complex. And everything started shifting really quickly. And, you know, we hear about instant manifestation. Again, you know, it goes from an intellectually understood concept, and then it starts to really take place in your real time, in your reality, and you're like, whoa, okay, like this is what is meant by that. So during that phase, what took place is in the dropping in of the oversoul, there was a dropping into a sort of a grander bandwidth, if you will, with direct, you know, prime source creator, and you sort of a direct flow of consciousness. So now more often than not, there's a one source collective that steps forth to communicate, and that, you know, essentially is channeled, and it shows up as sort of an extension, if you will, of the oversoul complex. Yet kind of going all the way up and through a channel of light that connects, or at least what I'm shown is, you know, connects me to my point of individuation. So that's sort of, I would say, the best way to describe what it is, the source of information, if you will, and wisdom that comes through. Now that said, you know, sometimes there's times when I'm connecting in session, or, you know, and it's, you know, I show up as a mirror, because that's sort of what my blueprint here is to hold myself as a diamond mirror, and to bring forth and be a reflection of whatever your higher self and or oversoul, depending on how much of the integration process is taking place, desires to communicate through. So that would be an example of when, you know, there's a sort of a connection or a channeling of beings, or, you know, outside of the one source collective, if you will. So what came in and what has been coming in is that, you know, I'm sure in so many different ways we're hearing it, and certainly I'm sure over the next 3 days in this awesome portal to Ascension Conference, we'll be hearing about how these are truly unprecedented times, right? So palpable, and we always hear it, and each year we're like, oh, this year is going to be, you know, even more significant than last year. But really, it keeps happening. You know, we keep saying it, but it keeps happening. Everything keeps up leveling. And so when I was sitting in that ceremony and asking, you know, what is meant to come forth, what is meant to come through, not only was there a significant transmission showing this whole sort of quantum infrastructure and access to greater ability to ascend our own unique and individual 0 point connection within, and how that would assist in this, our ability to further attune to the present moment and to allow ourselves to navigate through all, you know, what is coming in a greater sense of groundedness and grace and ease. But additionally, what came through is this expression of the 6th elemental frequency of diamond blue plasma resurrecting into the accessibility by humanity and by Gaia. And so when that took place, this huge collective of source original angelic beings came forth and started to begin to kind of bring in slowly, and thankfully so, this whole infrastructure of this diamond blue plasma, the 6th element that had gained access through what they referred to as this core plasma diamond sun belt. And they began to show that, you know, there will be a series of very significant portals, these diamond plasma portals. And they were already beginning to engage, dropping in over the course now, you know, in this now moment, one being this coming April 22nd, next Friday, and then another one on May 21st, and another one on June 22nd. And so essentially what they're showing in that is that these portal systems are greater bandwidths of access to what is going to be interpreted by each individuation of source, you know, each human, in accordance to their blueprint and their ability to resurrect and bring forth these specific source codes that are coming through these portals to to do many things, but one of the things that that we know we're all waiting to be able to do is to transcend the genetically modified, fragmented, and skewed DNA, right? To resurrect the infrastructure of our highest angelic template, our highest expression of DNA, of source codes. And so within these significant portals of consciousness, each individuation, each human, each person here who is in, you know, even if you're not attuned and you're not actively participating at this point in your, you know, ascension, they're still going to be interfacing with it. And like most things, the more we have a conscious awareness of it, the more we can direct ourselves as source into the interfacing, into the integration of it, and get curious with it and find out, okay, how am I meant to work with these codes? So how they show this diamond blue sixth elemental frequency is that essentially it comes in to be able to assist in holding a frequency bandwidth that will essentially allow for the full resurrection of all the other elemental consciousness and frequencies that exist primarily within the human physical body. But also, as we know, all of our bodies are interconnected and interfacing one another. So everything that we do to resurrect the integrity of our crystalline DNA and our plasma body will essentially trickle down or trickle out, if you will, right, into the resurrection of the templates and the infrastructure of the emotional body, the spirit body, and the mental body as well. So one of the ways in which they showed we are capable of further accessing this, right? So it's like, what do you
I'm not sure if I froze.
Yeah, no, she froze.
She froze because usually it's me, and I'm like, wait a minute, is it me?
It's so funny because you were so still. I thought you froze too, and I thought,
Oh, no. But I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible so far. Speaking to her has just been enlightening for me on a personal level. Not even, and talking about the re-evolution. If we look at how humanity was in ancient times and coming through that area and this de-evolution that we've had, and now she's talking about this ability to transcend that de-evolution to be back up on that upward arc. And essentially it's gonna, and I have a feeling she's going to go into where she talks about the macro of humanity. There she is.
There she
Brooklyn,
is.
you're back. Or not. There you are.
Oh, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, it's awesome. Yeah, it's interesting because as I was being guided to bring in this topic and this, and to open this portal, I was being shown that, perhaps there's some beings on the periphery of it that are like, wait, we don't want everyone to know this. So anyways, so yes, so within the earth, within Gaia, there's the central crystal earth star. We know that there's the core, right? And that core is the micro expression of the macro of the core of the central sun within our universal system. And then what is shown through this diamond plasma sun belt in greater sort of expression is that there's like a central channel essentially that runs through the entire existence of all that is. So, and the central channel holds frequencies of how to best bring it in to make it most digestible. So essentially it holds the ability to access all of the original source codes of light and sound that are held within this plasma framework, if you will, so that as it's bringing and brought through and accessed, depending on where any system is, within the ascension process, you can digest it, if you will. It can come through so this plasma, this diamond blue plasma, allows for a greater sense of digestibility and the ability for us to receive these original codes that would otherwise have sort of maybe a bit of a challenging time going from the state of beyond dimensionalization into such a density as third density. So the consciousness of the plasma itself is sort of a medium that allows for the translation of whatever is meant to be, witnessed and embraced by any one individual on their journey here. So the central diamond sun belt has been resurrected and in kind of great degrees and bandwidths to greater access within the earth. And a lot of times we'll hear of different people describing like the fall of human consciousness and how, all these different galactic wars have taken place and are still taking place. And yes, we know all of these things to be true, right? And, and there's many, many, many layers and many, many timelines and so forth. But one of the things in which this re-entry and re-access to this particular expression of the central channel of all that is that each one of us can, through our further attunement of our 0 point connection field and our desire and our focusing of our intention as source, can access very significant bandwidths and access to our original source codes and our DNA in a very, very insignificant amount of linear time. And how we can access it best is by bringing ourselves into this portal within the central crystal Earth star at this particular point in time. However, as these big portal systems further engage, further accessing, the grid system in different ways and accessing the different, stargates and so forth within the grid system of Gaia. And consequently, as we know, we hold access within our original template to these stargates and gateways, right? There's this very significant period of time where a massive amount of transcendence can take place. So when these other plasma portals engage, we will be, and they're not kind of showing the specifics of it yet, but we'll be brought into other portals of opportunity outside of just kind of connecting with the central crystal Earth star to be able to engage in it. So I'll pause there for a moment because I know that was sort of a lot to drop in.
It's a lot, but I understood all of it. And I believe that this re-evolution of the consciousness, but also the physical plane with that re-upping of the source code is going to help Gaia as well on a grand scale when we come into that symbiotic kind of relationship through the portals and the stargates and being able to have full access to possibly our full potential at those points in such a small time. And this begs me to another question, because when you were starting to be given access to your abilities emotionally, what was that like? And can we expect that sort of emotional reaction, I guess we could say, when we start to transcend through, or we start to get that the framework and the source code? Is it going to be a jolting or jarring sort of emotional response, or is it going to be a little bit more tailored to give us that ability not only do it fast, but in almost a calm manner?
Yeah, that's such an awesome question, because there's so much rattling of
Right.
all levels and layers of our infrastructure as a result of receiving and having access to such significant, consciousness, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think, again, this kind of meets each one of us where we are, as the unique individuations that we are, right? And also, kind of one of those things is like, oh, how much have we been kind of, clearing out the garden, right, on this journey thus far? How much have we honored, our emotional bodies and, and the releasing of the densities, and so forth. And so, each one of us will be interfacing it, a bit differently, I would say, emotionally. And so, however, I think the beautiful part about it is if we are allowing ourselves to kind of to find that 0 point, right? To find that now moment in whatever way that means for us, and to engage in some really foundational, basic principles and practices, we can really we can navigate through this with a lot more grace and ease. And so, as those emotions come up, so in other words, it really just is dependent upon, how much we're still holding in way of density, to what degree we're going to kind of go on this little bit of this roller coaster ride right now. And the more we allow ourselves to be connected to the 0 point, to the present moment, and surrender into, okay, this is intense. I am source. I am the commander of my light ship. I'm the conductor of this journey here. Let me get neutral. Let me get into my neutral point. Let me get into my 0 point here. I'm feeling like a lot of things coming up right now, and it's intense, right? So, dropping in, even though, at those moments, sometimes the thought or the, of trying to connect to neutrality is almost laughable, because we're like, what? That's, that is like the last thing that it's so profound, because soon as we set the intention to do that and we take some deep breaths, okay, I am the witnessing presence. I am the neutral observer of what's taking place. I'm going to take ownership of whatever's coming up right now, because, consciously or unconsciously, I've accumulated this through my journey here, right? Or, or through my, agreeing to certain imprints, prior to incarnating. So that's where I feel like it circles back to the whole getting to a place of greater connection to, to that 0 point, to that neutral point, because it is going, and it is, I mean, for the last 10 years, wake up every single day, throughout different practices, whether it's meditation, in silence with a rhythmic breath, or sacred breath work, which is a lot more, like a more intense, or a walking meditation, whatever it is, right? It's like, it just was programmed in my blueprint as soon as I started to wake up. I'm going to release whatever no longer serves me, and I'm going to bring in and activate what desires to come back online. And so, I would say I've been diligently, asking to release those emotions, right? So at the beginning, it was, it was not pretty, right? It was sticky, and there was a lot, and I thought to myself, wow, I thought this was supposed to be releasing, and it would intensify. But a lot of times when it's intensifying like that, as we know, right, it's because we're witnessing the alchemy taking place. It's intensifying because it's present now. It wants to speak to us. It wants to bring forth its wisdom, right? And then if we can surrender into just being the witnessing presence of it, receive the wisdom, integrate the polarity, and we can release that heaviness and the weightedness of it. So it's really, again, this time is going to really sort of encourage, we'll say, because there is no wrong or right way to navigate through it, of course we know, but it's really encouraging us to go back to the basics of how to to handle these different storms that arise. And emotions are definitely something that humanity has had a full spectrum of especially in the third density.
I agree with you, and I think one of the things that I'm most looking forward to is the shedding of all of that that unnecessary programming, where people are acting in ways that are predestined by somebody else, and and we were talking about this a little bit before, and becoming the genuine self, or the genuine person you're meant to be. And I think by getting that source code back and having that ability to shed those emotions that are no longer helpful on this on this journey, because instead of actually wanting to work through them and just getting rid of them and releasing them, brings you back to your genuine. And I think that genuine is what we all strive to be in. And I'll tell you, we're coming up on the end of the interview, but this has been immensely powerful to me personally, and I want to thank you so much, because I everything you said I had felt was happening, but I wasn't sure, and you were sort of that validation to me that it's coming from somewhere else, and because I don't have the same abilities as you do just yet. So having that validation from also beyond and my own kind of intuition is leaps and bounds from where I was 30, 40 minutes ago. Like it's really, really wild. And, we have about 3 minutes left. So I want you to let everybody know where they can find your work, because I will be following your work. And I think it's imperative that others do the same as well.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Yes, so you can go to brooklinrayn.com, and it's Brooklyn is spelled BROOKLIN, RAYNE. And that would be the easiest way, I would say, to be able to connect. And there's also on YouTube lots of transmissions, free transmissions, and offerings, and ways to connect. Because I know we had chatted or in previous communications prior to now talking about doing an activation, and of course we were flowing in such a way in which it didn't allow for us the time to do that. So just want to put it out there that there are lots of different ways to receive transmissions and things on those different platforms mentioned.
Yeah, this was an activation. I truly believe it. The information, as I love quoting Phil Gruber because he says it, and it's true. The information is the activation. And I think once people become, like we were speaking about before, aware of what it is, or a light gets shined onto it, we have this ability to now kind of either transmute it or take it in as our own and reevaluate what it means to us. So, Brooklyn, I just want to say thank you so much. And this has been an honor and a privilege. And I look forward to possibly having you on my show too, so we can do part 2 of this and keep it going and really, hit the ground running and going into the middle of 2022, because 2022 is the year of the truth seeker. It is the year of consciousness. And I think that we are truly going to transcend all of the paradigms that we thought were going to hold us back before, have no bearing in our lives anymore. So thank you.
Beautifully said. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I would love to co-create again. Thank you.
Awesome. So with that being said, I'm going to give it back to Neil, and I see Alan's coming in too. Hello, Alan. How are you?
Hey, good to see you, Rob. That was great. I wanted to hear more about Brooklyn. I was born in Brooklyn, actually, so there you go.
Awesome. I lived in Brooklyn.
Are you living in Brooklyn?
Not now, but when I, at one point in my 20s, I did live in Brooklyn.
Where are you located now?
I live in Tampa, Florida.
Nice.
Oh, I was just in Tampa.
Much nicer.
Brooklyn. Yeah. I'm passing through Tampa in like 3 days.
Neil, okay, will you reach out to me? We have to,
yeah.
I'll have to, we'll do something. I don't know what, something.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, I'll reach out to you. And Brooklyn, thank you so much. And I just also let everybody know about your podcast too.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. There's a podcast that I co-host with Emily Harris and Emily Harris Gauche. And it's called Unity Live. So thank you for reminding me. And Neil was on there not too long ago. So you'll be able to access his beautiful wisdom. And that can be found on YouTube as well. So
thank you. And that's how I came across Brooklyn's work, and her awareness was being on the podcast, really loved everything she shared. So that was kind of how this all manifested. So thank you again, Brooklyn. So I'll contact you in a few days.
Okay, thank you all. Bye. Love you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Brooklyn. I'll see you all later. I'm off to the races here.
Thanks, you going to the races?
No,
okay.
I wish.
I think it's a saying, an expression, Alan.
Aren't you in New York too, Rob?
I am. I'm about an hour and 15 minutes north of New York City. So
there.
Well, let's meet up sometime.
Yeah.
Great job, Rob.
Let me know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the ability to do it. And I just want to say you guys are putting together another spectacular event. This is every time you give me the honor of being able to co-create with you guys during these spaces. It's just incredible, intense. And, everything I said about the last 30 minutes has changed my perception on so many different things that come from the other side that I don't have access to just yet. So it's truly incredible. So thank you guys.
Bro. Thank you, man. All right, we'll speak soon.
Just to shout out, Rob and Omar, your event was fantastic yesterday, and people ought to check in on it. It was the other side.
Thank you. Many more to come with all of you guys in it, so we're going to keep going.
It's great collaborating with all these people that are aggregating consciousness. We're all pulling it together, and we're the connectors. People are the dots, and maybe we're dots too, but everyone, we're trying to connect the dots, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's why I love doing these events with so many people, because we get to bring in all these, in like these, not separate, but all these organizations and platforms that are doing their own work, right? And then we all get to share information together and then create networks and share the people that we connect with. And then that just makes this awareness just ripple out even more and more, you know?
And now you're physically traveling to all the destinations.
Yeah.
And
Now I get to
gathering
visit.
them.
It's so awesome being able to travel and visit the people that I've worked with for so long and I've never even seen in person. It completely shifts everything, you know? So I'm loving it.
Does. This is great. So I think we have someone really amazing we're introducing.
We do, but I just want to share something really quick with everyone. Just a quick announcement. Firstly, after Alan, there is the Ascension panel with Elizabeth April, Sandra Walter, Meg Benedicte, and the twin Ray, and hosted by Deborah Giusti. But I want to let everyone know that next year, you know, this is what I'm thinking I'm going to do, is we're going to have one online free conference every year. And then we're going to go back to live events next year, because the Portal to Ascension Conference was originally a live event. And so it's going back. It's already situated. It's already booked. And I'm just going to share to you the unfinished page of the conference just to show you how serious this is. We're going to have way more speakers than this. But next year, which is basically 1 year and 1 week from now, we're going to be in San Diego, California for the live Portal to Ascension Conference. And it's going to be for 3 days, April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So if you can make it there, we're going to definitely live stream it as well. But if you can come out to, it's basically 2 miles from SeaWorld. It's at the Marina Village Conference Center overlooking the ocean. Incredibly beautiful. We could fit like 300 people, so we're going to max it out. And this is us going back to live events, because I love doing these online events, but I also love doing live events, and having that ability to connect with people and like to hug others and just to share information, sit with each other, go out to eat in between the events and do something afterwards. You know, it's a whole other dynamic when we get to share space with each other for an extended period of time. But this event is also going to be next level in the regards that we're going to actually really cultivate networking here. We're going to have like some time for people to share their projects, hopefully breakaway groups, you know, that might even happen after the conference on the Monday and Tuesday. We're going to have post-conference workshops. And it's not just about sharing wisdom, it's about implementation and how do we become practical with this. So Foster Gamble, for example, many of you may know, is a really practical change maker. So he's going to be doing a post-conference workshop. And we're going to have networking with some of these individuals here so that we can really figure out what are the next steps and bring people together that might be, you know, doing certain things, and then they can share their project and someone in the audience says, well, this is the resource I have. So that's the kind of energy we're cultivating. And of course, nonstop epic awareness back to back, just like we do at these live, these online conferences. So again, that's going to be next year in a year from now. And ascensionconference.com is the website for that. Okay. ascensionconference.com. The theme is 2023, Humanity Awakens. It's time.
Whoa. Neil, can we show my event while we're here showing?
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
Yeah, I have it.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I said earlier, but a lot of you probably did not hear that we are doing a post-conference workshop, which is the second time we're doing this, because we did a post-conference workshop last year, October, right, where we did the Portal Ascension 5th annual, and that was with Shraya Dharma. So I really realized the need for a post-conference workshop for those who want to be there. A lot of things come up during these events. Some of the individuals don't get to dig even deep enough, right? 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So this one is now going to be with Joan of Angels, and she's going to be doing a post-conference workshop April 18th, and it's called How to Use Your Intuitive Gifts You Were Born With. So if you want to sign up for this, I'm going to put it in the replay email, put it in the chat, put it in the YouTube. Check it out and integrate the energies of this weekend. Joan, you want to speak real quick about it?
Well, I think it's really important right now, with the times as crazy as they are, to really be able to access that intuitive voice and trust it. So hear it, trust it, interpret it, and act upon it quickly. All of you I know have different kinds of intuitive gifts. So we'll talk about how you use them, and we'll learn new ways for you to access them and work with those skills you already have to become a ninja, intuitive ninja.
Exactly.
That's the fast part. To learn, you'll learn tools to really thrive during the coming times, help you make decisions, help you, decide which way to go, discernment, all the things that we really require in the next few years, I think. So,
Yes. All right, everybody. Now we're going to get into our next speaker that is so amazing that he needs two people to do his introduction. And I'm going to let Joan go ahead and start with the first introduction.
Well, that's so funny because I was looking to see, does he have a written introduction? But I'll just say this about Alan. He's
Just
from my
make it up.
hometown of New York, okay, which I was born in Forest Hills, Kew Gardens Hospital, Alan, not far probably from you. But
I think I lived in Kew Gardens. Yes.
Well, see, that's why we already, we talk New Yorkers to each other, it's
Right.
a language. But Alan, I just want to talk about Alan. Alan has actually made contact with his higher self and his purpose here on the planet. He's a really good role model for all of us, kind of like Neil, someone who had a vision and he's been creating it, not just as a healer, but as a filmmaker, a videographer, a podcaster, and his shows. He has something like 80 or 90,000 followers on YouTube because he has made his life's work out of meeting the most inspirational people, right? And sharing that knowledge with us. And even when I listen to your guided meditations and your work, Alan, you have a really deep perception of these new realities of consciousness. So that's my introduction to Alan.
Right. Okay, and so my introduction. So Alan, it's kind of like I get speechless, man, when I think of you sometimes, because I just have so much gratitude for the simple fact that you exist. Alan is a pioneer of this awareness that we're now undergoing on the planet. He has done, if not the first, but some of the first interviews with some of the most profound paradigm shifting people on the entire planet. And a lot of people, I think, wonder, how come he's in the right place at the right time always? Maybe he's bilocating, he just exists everywhere at once. But the information that he has done and the work that he's put in and his authenticity, his ability to communicate unconditional love for people really shows in all the work that he does. And he keeps going on and moving forward and forward and forward, unraveling different aspects of the evolution of consciousness that we're now undergoing. And as he does that, really provides a platform for individuals to step into their true potential and just remember who they really are, because that's ultimately what it is, the remembrance game that we're undergoing. But with everything that he's done, he continues to move forward, and I'm just so happy and blessed that I get the opportunity to work with him more than any other individual. I work with Alan quite a lot.
Wow.
And his inspiration that he's provided me definitely is a good percentage of what Portal to Ascension is now. Just his love and then what he has done. I really just look up. Well, not look up. I look equally, I guess. I would say I give reverence. That's the best word to say. I give reverence to everything Alan has created and just gratitude for, him helping all of us really just tap into the remembrance of our divine nature. So, Alan, it's all yours, brother.
Wow, that is fantastic. Thank you. I have to say, I just do what I do. And if people see it, great. I'm really happy that people have seen some of the work. Actually, you inspired me, both of you, to actually start this with a little background about, I call this my electronic press kit, but I really started doing this investigation in the 80s, the early 80s, like you, Joan. So I think I've shown this before, Neil. I don't know. I hope it's not too self-indulgent, but I'm going to show you. Did you ever see my electronic press kit?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I think I've seen it. I've seen a lot of things.
All
so
right.
maybe.
It's a little bit of background about me and like my search for
Make sure you share your audio.
enlightenment. Okay. Can you see that on screen?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome to New Realities. Welcome to New Realities. Welcome to New Realities. Welcome to New Realities. My name is Alan STEINFELD. And on this show, I'd like to investigate the nature of consciousness, who we are on not just a physical level, but maybe a spiritual soul level. And that has to do with how we perceive the world and who we are in our dreams, in our altered states of consciousness.
Well, there are levels of reality I can discuss and levels of reality I can't discuss.
That we could transform into other planes, other dimensions, other realities.
Alternate realities, parallel realities.
Inner realities.
New realities, as your program is named, to create new realities, and based on all the things that you've never experienced before.
This is New Realities TV. I'm Alan Steinfeld with Paula Gloria from the Nevada desert at Burning Man 1999. See you next week.
Bye.
And I've been doing this program for the last 15 years, and it's about exploring the expansion of our consciousness.
Consciousness is basically a primary attribute of existence.
And when you can harness the power in consciousness, you will create your new reality.
New Realities is giving voice to the evolution of a spiritual culture that is emerging in this country.
Vatsayana, the Kama Sutra, he says, it's not the road you walk, it's the walking.
And the best communication you can ever have is the communication with the divine, because that's where you get the most support.
So what New Realities does is open that window a little wider so we can peek our heads out and see a greater possibility for who we are as human beings and what's possible for the planet.
Once we begin to expand our repertoire of ourselves, a lot of the old conversation falls away, and that's what's happening to everyone on this planet.
The old dramas, I mean.
The old dramas fall away.
Because they're so
fears
boring
fall
anyway.
away.
I mean,
the fears fall away.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of going out into the cosmos. I'm not afraid of having a galactic being stand next to me, and I have had those experiences. And so my reality has shifted, and it's shifted in a way that I feel is not something that has happened to me, but that I can use. My higher self says, use life.
I'm constantly on the lookout for people who have new ideas about who they are, about new relationships.
The world would be a much better place to live if we were kinder. And what I say is turn it around. You be kind. You know, if the world is so unkind, where is the teacher of kindness?
Swami Satchidananda said that there are two ways to realize two really good paths. The first
who gave us a whole new paradigm for evolution. We're not just the environment as a physical, I'm also you, because you're part of the environment.
Right, we're all connected as one. The environment is a connection. It is not a separation. Science and religion both fail by reducing us as something separate from the environment.
Right.
Man is created above and beyond everything else. Man is separate from, it's like man is not separate from anything. The moment we believe man is separate is the moment we are actually on the decline of our vitality.
Alex Gray has given us new art and new visionary symbols in which to evolve our culture.
Art, in general, argues for the reality of the inner worlds. It speaks for that. And that's what we need to sort of resurrect in the 21st century, is the value of the inner worlds. That the subjective is what brings meaning and purpose to our lives.
Right now, I'm out there giving a voice to people that would not be heard otherwise, and I really enjoy it, and I'm happy to be doing what I'm doing, and I want as many people to hear the understanding that realities emerge as people shift consciousness, and as you shift what you believe into what Lewis Carroll says in Alice in Wonderland, I like to believe 6 impossible things before breakfast. Start to believe some impossible things.
Jenna Laden. Look at the UFO phenomenon as having developed this way. We saw these things flying around. We originally thought they were military, they were American or Russian or something. It took a while before people began to think, Lord, are they extraterrestrial?
Yeah.
Then that got accepted. But nobody wanted to think there was anybody in them. They're just machines or something. Because it's a little too scary to imagine people, beings inside these things.
These gray beings, I'm sure everyone knows who the grays are. You'd have to be in a coma not to know who the grays are at this point. With the big eyes. I was in this room and there were 4 little girls that ran over to me calling me mommy.
Nevada, they called 395 the extraterrestrial highway, and this county in Washington, they've said it's illegal to harass or trap Sasquatch. So you've got governments.
So, by planting new ideas into people's minds, I hope that new realities will emerge. So, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Neil. That's a little bit of a background. Did you like that, Neil? Are you with me?
That was fantastic.
And I have seen it a couple times, but it never gets old.
You have seen it, sorry. Well, for people, but you know, it's not just me about talking to people. I really tried to gather what they were saying, and I've put it all into this book over here, Making Contact. Not all of it, but at least the people talking about the more transcendental aspects. Because when we talk about ETs, we're not just talking about beings out there. We're talking about evolving to a new level of ourselves. So with that, I'm going to show a little bit. How much time? I have another 20 minutes?
You have 30 minutes.
I have 30 more minutes.
35 minutes.
Okay, we're going to what, 4:20 here?
No, you have till 4:30, but our next thing doesn't start till 4:40, so you can go a little over even.
All right. Okay, I'm going to share the screen then here. Okay. So I'm going to start with this slide that SHIMA showed, which I thought was a great way of understanding levels of reality and
really
where we're going.
Everything is a little blurry, so maybe you need to
is it blurry?
Off, yeah, maybe you need to take off, what is it, video optimization tab? Maybe you click that when you
click it off? Click off video optimization?
Yeah, because that makes it a little blurry.
Oh, okay. Let me see if that's better. If this is better here. Is that better? Is that better, Neil?
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Well, actually, I have to just put it on the presenter view. Let me just put it on the presenter view here. Presenter view. Oh, no. Okay. I got it. All right. Let me share this and okay. One more time. I'm going to do it. Okay. Is that okay now?
Yeah, looks good.
All right. Basically, my whole idea about new realities is that it is an internal process. Reality doesn't exist out there. There is a world out there, but all we know is our perceptions of what's out there. So what's really out in the world in front of us, there absolutely is an exterior reality, but it's still all that we take note of is what we've been programmed to see. And in this time and age, we can reprogram ourselves. It's like sometimes in my workshops, I'll give away the punchline here. I often show this video of these people playing a basketball game, and I count the number of passes that happen between a certain team wearing the white t-shirts, and they miss the whole idea of this gorilla that walks across, a guy in a gorilla suit walks across the court, and nobody sees it, pretty much nobody, because they've been counting the passes and not looking at the bigger reality. Well, that's the same thing that happens in our world. We've been taught to see only a limited amount of possibilities. So there is this world that's knocking on our door, but we've ignored who and what is out there. So I think in order to really understand the true potential, we need to go beyond our programming. And our programming started, this level of programming of culture started with what's called the Age of Enlightenment, which wasn't really enlightenment. It was the Age of Reason, where mechanism, machines, everything was a machine. The body was a biological machine. There was that we lived in a dead universe because we didn't see life off this planet. So life is an anomaly in this dead universe. And one of the people who put together that dead universe idea was Freud. He has this idea of the death wish, and the idea of the death wish is that everything returns to its state of origin. So if we came from a dead universe, all we want to do is return to the dead universe. But what if we didn't come from a dead universe? What if we came from what if we're here because of a great creation? What if we are here as creators? Then it would be our goal to return to creation, to be creators of this creation. And that's really the focus of this talk. We are here to be creators. We're here to emulate creation as creators. This is the key that I think will evolve us towards an ascension society, because our biology is made to evolve. Our biology is at the service of the consciousness that we are. So if we think a certain thing, like if you can't stand something, you're going to have a hard time standing. If you don't want to see something about you or others, then you're projecting that onto your body. Your body is a vehicle for ascension, but it's also a vehicle for what you tell it to be true. That's why the work of Joe Dispenza is so amazing, because he says you have to believe in your inner reality more than what the world is trying to tell you. And this brings us back to that our true eternal nature is much more encompassing than the concepts of time and space in which we define ourselves. We are not living in time and space. We are timeless beings living in a infinite, eternal existence. The remembrance of our eternal nature and our purpose for being incarnated in the earth is one of the purposes that help us create the life of evolution. See, ascension comes from a life well lived. It doesn't come from people who just want to get off the planet and be finished with this. No, you have to love every single aspect of this existence if you're going to ignite the molecular structures in your DNA and have them emit the photon resonance that will turn your body into light. That's what I think ascension is. I think Deborah Giusti is going to talk more about that after this. So one of the big influences, I think, one of the first people, we're talking about starseeds, is Ken Carey. And he, when I started to read this, even though it was written in the 70s, I realized how far ahead of his time, like 50 years ahead, he was in delivering this message of the starseeds and stars and I'll quote some of them here. Oh wait, but just getting back to the idea of creativity. Art, creativity, imagination are the evolutionary impulses. They're hardwired into us. That's why we're here. We're here to be creators. So it was actually Ken Carey who gave me this quote about our eternal nature of being. So the idea about being creators and grounding the creation into a greater existence of knowing our eternal nature. So we are eternal. Just take it for a fact or a hypothesis or whatever you want, that our true aspect is to come into these forms and give it eternal life. So, and by being creators, artists, people who know how to reflect the world out there by giving it a divine aspect, are those that are fulfilling the mission of their incarnation, basically. Socrates says the poet or the artist is a light and winged and holy thing, and there's no invention in him or her until they've been inspired out of their senses. The gods take away utter these priceless words in states of unconsciousness, meaning that the true artist is not thinking about they're not thinking of what they're creating. They're letting the divine force flow through them. And that art is whatever we choose it to be. It might be, we think of art as painting, but it's poetry, it's speaking, it's fashion, it's dance, it's music. These are the artists that create the reflections and the evolution of our time. So, and then James Joyce, one of my favorite writers, says, "Welcome, O life, I go to encounter for the millionth time the reality of experience and forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race." That was Joyce. That was the role of the artist, to forge new experiences in the incarnational plane of existence. I think of art, Marshall McLuhan, I think of art as the most distant early warning system that can always be relied on to tell the old culture what is beginning to happen. One demonstration of that is this picture of this mantis being by M.C. Escher, who is a lot of people's favorite artist. M.C. Escher was an artist who really was able to distort the flow of time-space. And of course, this is one of his famous creations where you don't know what is an up or down staircase. So as you create the unknown, new possibilities, we are bringing into the experience of human existence new sensations, new awarenesses, new understandings. So this is the role. This is why we've incarnated, not to get off the wheel of incarnation. That happens when you fulfill your destiny as a creator. So I just needed to put this understanding in the opening of my first, the introduction to my book. And I love reading this quote because every time I read it, it reminds me of the mission we're here to do, Neil, and what Portal to Ascension and what Joan and me and everyone here is really about. It's about freedom. And this quote was written in 1844, but it still is relevant for our evolution today. And it says, there are seasons in human affairs of inward and outward revolution, when new depths seem to be broken up in the soul, when new wants are unfolded in multitudes, and a new and undefined good is thirsted for. There are periods when the principles of experience need to be modified. You know what that means? The principles of experience. This is what Sheila's doing with the Wish Alliance, the principles of experience. Next line. When hope and trust and instinct claim a truth, when hope and instinct claim a share in the guidance of human affairs, when truth dare is the highest wisdom. So to dare is what we are doing here today. We're daring to think new thoughts. We're daring to uncover new possibilities, new realities. A new reality is not accepted by the old paradigm. It'll be laughed at. It'll be ridiculed. It'll be ignored, mostly ignored. So the idea is each of us is here to create new realities of thought, new realities of thinking. So I developed a course for this mystery school that's going to be happening on Portal to Ascension. First, develop the creative field, and you do that with gnosis. Then you develop the psychic field of the whole self, and then the transhuman field. I don't mean transhuman in the part of artificial intelligence. I mean transhuman in the sense that we are pure energy beings, that we can ignite the physical, the matter, and turn into a wave, particle to wave. And then the transcendental field of teleportation, regeneration, ascension, universal wisdom. This is our destiny. This is really what we've come here to do. And this is why the Portal to Ascension is a launching pad for these new realities of beings, because nothing is impossible. When you say impossible, you're saying the word I'm possible. So all things are possible. And this is some of the things I'll go over here. is that we are eternal beings. We have to get out of the matrix. We have to access the power of our imagination. We do that by knowing that the right brain is equal to the left brain, means the irrational, the part of our brain that sees patterns, is equal to the logical part of our mind that just wants to see things in sequence, in logical form, in rationality. And if we can function on both sides of our brain, we become whole brain beings, and we start to ignite the ascension codes. This is a quote from J.J. Hurtak. No longer will the dualistic mind directly and indirectly interpret the spiritual language and the proto-communication in a simplified linear planetary level of life and death. We're here to transcend that. We really are here to not just be superhuman, we're just here to be human in all its glory, whatever that means. We're here to get out of the dramas that have trapped humans into wars and anger and hatred and all that. And that's why I love this quote by John Kennedy. I'm certain that after the dust of centuries have passed over the cities, we too will be remembered, not for our victories or defeats in battle or in politics, but for our contribution to the human spirit. So that is what we're doing today. We are giving back. We are igniting the human spirit. Because when you do that, you stand on an even playing field with all the beings that are here to visit us. Everything that will confront you, if you meet them on a spiritual level, nothing will intimidate you. No person, situation, or extraterrestrial. When you meet them on the level of spirit, you are one with them. So the problem is, this discus thrower, I think, is a great example of where we've been. In order to throw the disc far, you need to go back with your arch as far as you can, and then the further back you go as a discus thrower, the further that disc will flow or fly. So we've sunk essentially as deep as we can into the Maya of the world. We've gone and descended to the lowest levels. Here we are. This is a chart. So the first level is where we are now, at least physically. So we've involved. Involution was coming from source down into these levels and levels of frequency until we are embraced in gross matter. That's where we are. We are stuck in density, in physical density, and some people don't think there is a way out. But the way out is to go in and access the resources that are hardwired into it. And like I said, part of that is creating new realities of thought in which to raise the frequency of our body out of the density. So I say creativity is one way to rise up out of the density, and creative communities and creative exchange. And because creativity is accessing the non-local parts of our brain that are connected to all time and space. So when I teach remote viewing, you can't do that with your logical brain. You can only do it when the personality steps away and you access non-local consciousness. So evolution, which is the opposite of involution, is ascending through the planes of density. And that's encoded in the chakra system or the endocrine system right there from the first seal up to the seventh and the ones above the body. And it's encoded into our brain as we go from the reptilian, the lower cerebellum, to the frontal lobe or the neocortex, the new brain. So the idea is to access the neocortex and stop living in the lower cerebellum, which is survival. And that's as you raise up the frequencies of the endocrine glands in your body, which you can actually live off your endocrine glands. If your system was totally imbalanced and bringing in the light, you wouldn't need food. You would just need to be at peace and have the endocrine glands flow in their hormonal structure, which feeds the body, and then you start to ascend the frequencies here. So some people think this is our evolution to go up from apes to some guy sitting at a computer, but this is really our evolution, is to admit the light frequencies as we become the light beings that are encoded into our DNA genetic makeup, right? But to do that, we have to be humble, for we're made of the earth, and be noble, for we're made of the stars. That's it. So these earth bodies can turn into a star. They really can. The earth can become a star, and it happens through our physical conscious evolution. That's on one level. Another level, we're here to meet the others. We're here to jump into a bigger, not a bigger fish pond, but we're here to meet more fish. I really think so. Part of the problem is, H.G. Wells said, civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. Let us learn the truth and spread it as far and wide as our circumstances allow. For truth is the greatest weapon we have. What does that mean, truth? Well, truth is what your truth is. Truth is, how do you feel? It's the eternal awakening of own conscious mind as we make sense of the greater picture. Not sense in rational ways, but sense as perceiving through an intuitive awareness the workings of creation. And when you could do that, when you sit with yourself and understand and drop into who you are, that's the next level of the ascension process. So I have a lot of that mapped out here in this, but I won't go into these 10 levels of transformation. We'll do more of that on another Portal to Ascension, but it's biological, psychological, intellectual, vibrational, cultural, because we are trapped by our culture. That's what Terence McKenna says. Terence McKenna says we're part of a symbiotic relationship with something which disguises itself as extraterrestrial so as not to alarm us. So whatever our projection is, it's not that. That's a cultural defined understanding. The planetary matrix, the solar matrix, the galactic matrix, the local universe, and the multiverse are all aspects that we are rising up to as we transform the physical body. Gary Nolan, who I hope to interview soon, says that DNA is only 4 billion years old, while the Earth is 9 billion years old. So that means that life did not originate here. Life is abundant throughout creation. Like I said, we're not living in a dead universe. We're living in a living universe. I want to go back to Ken Carey's word, which I mentioned before, is that when we define ourselves without regard to this eternal present out of which the universe unfolds, isn't that interesting? We think the universe is out there, but the universe unfolds out of the eternal presence of our own being. So when we continue to play out variations in time space and keep our eternal spirit at a distance by imagining greater and greater beings in the cosmos, then the illusions of material existence silence the awareness of spirit. That is a what would I call it? A proclamation for the awakening of who we are as beings, as true beings. So we think we live in this 3D world, but I say we really live in this fourth D. I call it the fourth dimension. Some people call it time. I call it emotionality. Everything generates an emotion. Someone calls you up and they're upset because you didn't do this or you did this. And that's the where people live. And that's all most people know about the levels of existence is emotionality. Now I'll make a distinction between emotion and feeling. Each moment, feelings are recorded in the Akashic records of our soul. Emotions are those huge bursts of feelings that can sometimes get out of control. So I say, and I quote Ken Carey again, forces that are intended to connect experience to the incarnation, physical structure, now bind and limit our perception. That means the emotionality is all we see and project on the world. But if we do that, the future becomes limited. Our vision of infinite creation is consumed beneath the emotional midst of excessive subjectivity. The emotionality of indulgent thoughts define ourselves without reference to source. This is another declaration that I think. So the problem is what this guy sitting at a bar says, hey pal, you have no idea who I think I am. That's not the sense of self we're talking about. The sense of self is not limited to your history, your body, your mind, your relationships, where you live, what people call you, your job. That is nothing to do with who we are. Those things are all great, but we have to rise up out of the identification with those limitations. This is not the goal if you work by, consume by. This is what the world, the matrix out there wants you to believe, that we define ourselves in isolation with the fear of survival. We get locked into a very small perception of reality. Cultural illusions is one, and stop this great mind from seeing fantastic worlds and understanding new realities. So we are limited by what we project onto the world. I'll fast forward this. Basically, we're taught to see only this limited visible spectrum, but some people can see these higher realms of thought, the ultraviolet, the infrared. These are bands of light energy that are perceivable by the star seeds that are coming in because we are programmed to see what was higher than visible light. So as we emerge into the fifth dimension, people are having near-death experience, out-of-body experience, past life memories. This is all to tell you that we are eternal beings, that we are not limited to the body. We're here to take the body with us into the unknown levels of reality. That is really our mission as creator gods. Creator gods, because we are here to wake up and we're here to wake each other up. That's why I really love what Neil is doing, because we're here to wake each other up. My friends in Connecticut say we're here ascension together, or Ram Dass would say we're here to walk each other home. So how do we do this essentially? How are we doing this? Well, I had the fortune to meet John Mack, who someone on this platform said, well, he was mentioned before, but he was a Harvard psychiatrist who started to talk to people claiming to have abduction experiences. And he couldn't write it off by saying they're crazy. He had to acknowledge their experience as a reality and understand that maybe the world was not what he was taught it to be. So he said, and it was great to go for coffee with him one day, even though I don't drink coffee. He says, we're dealing with a phenomenon which violates our sense of reality and operates in the gray area between the physical world and the subjective world, meaning the objective and subjective, meaning that duality is not really the true nature of the world. Not day or night, black or white, male or female. These are the polarities that we create the world from, but that is not what the world is made of. The world is made of a whole immersion of fluid motions. It's like it goes from a wave to a particle, from yin to yang, from this to that. So we're being asked, John Mack's second paragraph, we're being asked to prove that these experiences, these UFO experiences, and these ETs exist by physical science alone. But those methods, in my opinion, Mack's opinion, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing. Other ways of knowing is accessing the right brain and believing that what we access in those realms are possible. Here's an example. So when we come in to this existence, we have this incredible imagination. But by the time we're 5, we're taught to read and write. And nothing wrong with reading and writing, I love it, but that becomes the whole world. 1, 2, 3, ABC. And the imagination, that was the most vital sense of ourselves, gets blocked out. It gets thrown under the carpet. And maybe there's a few people, some people who have changed the world, have accessed this great imagination to bring us new possibilities. So, as I said before, we're here to access, to be whole brain. Now, this is a brain of human on the left and a brain of a dolphin on the right. You know what dolphins do? They just float around all day. I think they have sex 75% of the time. They eat, they swim, and they're conscious breathers. So they have a more developed brain, and they're living a pretty enjoyable life, except for humans who come and pollute the oceans and don't regard their world as sacred. Dolphin actually means brother, Delphi, dolphin. It's from the same word for womb, means that we are of the same creation. And if we want to meet intelligent creatures, well, all we have to do is swim with dolphins and whales. Whales are amazing. They have such huge brains. So this is the brain divided. We've only functioned on the logical part of us, but the little piece of yin inside the yang here is the ability to ask questions, to question reality. And the bit of the, I would say, logic inside this right brain, intuitive sense, is our ability to see patterns. But the other thing the right brain does is access infinite levels of thought, right? So it's bringing in through this non-local mind, which the right brain has access to, infinite understanding. So thought is only program. That's only half of the program. So if I asked you what's on your computer and you didn't know there was an internet, you would think that it had to be programmed in. But if you knew you had an internet, you could access infinite non-local realms by realizing you could open up this intuitive sense. So the brain really doesn't create thought. It is a receiver of thought. Looking for consciousness in the brain is looking inside the radio for the announcer. If you open up the radio, you're just going to find wires and mechanisms. That's why neuroscientists doing work with the brain don't know where the source of consciousness is, because it's not in the brain. It's outside. The brain is a receiver. And the more you can connect neural nets of thought, the higher the frequencies you can receive. So even Tesla said, my brain is only a receiver in the universe. There's a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I've not penetrated into the secrets of this core, and I know it exists, although he did penetrate pretty far into the core. So we're about finishing up there, Neil?
Yeah, just like a couple of minutes.
Okay. So the more neural nets, the more you look at the world from a higher frequency, the different the world becomes. This is some guy looking at a tomato. This is an extraterrestrial looking maybe at a tomato. I don't know. But he's looking at something. This is pictures of Tamara Jones there, who are demonstrating that we need to go beyond seeing the world as just physical and start to tune into the vibrational frequencies that exist beyond the physical world. So this is what I love, this quote here by Emerson, also in 1844, since everything in nature answers to a moral power, if any phenomena remains brute and dark, it's because that corresponding faculty in the observer is not yet activated. So meditation, going within, he likes to do Vipassana, where you're silent for 10 days. These are all ways to activate the program outside the matrix of the culture. And I just want to, let's share this. We must accept our reality as vastly as we can. Everything, even the unprecedented, must be possible within it. This, in the end, is the only kind of courage that is required of us, the courage to face the most unusual, most inexplicable experiences that can meet us. Okay, I'm just going to end with this. I think it's 3 minutes. This is, I'm not sure what this is, but but here it goes. As our mind becomes more conscious, as we become more aware of the capacities of consciousness, this is bringing on what we're calling the close encounter experience, because maybe these beings are connected to an evolutionary awareness that brings in a new level of cognition. The experience of consciousness is what's going to bring on the evolutionary perspective. Meeting these other beings will help us open up our field of awareness, because we need to stretch beyond the limits of the human realm in order to meet them on the playing field that they're at. So what's the point of making contact? The point of making contact is thinking symbolically about reality. That asterisk, which means little star, is the point of contact, because they're not talking to us in words. They're talking to us in symbols of greater reality. Symbols that are geometric, that are sounds without words, light language, colors. These beings are talking to us inside our own thought form processes. So don't ignore the information that's coming to you. And I know a lot of people here don't. It's welcome these new realities. And, don't take everything that comes to you, write it all down, look at it and see if that's the reality you want to create. But you have a choice here. So the point of making contact is that we can connect with a great intelligence by being the great intelligence, by knowing that we have this eternal source in us. And it is the frequency of creation, that we are being born anew inside a new cosmos, that we can generate this light body to break out of the earth creation and know that we're masters of the universe once again. Then we turn our bodies into light, into frequency, into the pure essence of who we are on all levels of existence, right there, from body to light to higher frequencies. And that's sort of part of what we're doing. I also want to say part of making contact is something me and Deborah Juicy are putting together coming up. It's called Making Contact, Disclosure, and Cosmic Awakening. It's a 5-part series that will be an exclusive online process, and these 5 specific classes will take us through what's going on. I start with J.J. Hertak and Desiree and Grant Cameron to give us an overview. Then we go into where is life in the universe, the Webb telescope. Then I get people like Lou Elizondo and go into the deep dive disclosure, and then the secrets of the ET presence, Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe, and then Starseed Rebellion with Marina Agura and a few other people that are coming on. And Deborah, you want to say anything about that show that we have putting together? Wait, you're muted. Unmute. I don't want to miss anything.
Hi, Alan. Good to see you and good to see everyone here. And I just post our links in the chat room so people can stay connected with us on that. And yeah, Alan's been doing this forever, I think many lifetimes. So I'm here to support him in this mission and really get this book live so we can experience all the incredible speakers that he brought together in that book are going to come and be with us live.
That's right. Here.
And
and more. I mean, this is an overview of the phenomena that I don't think it's been done, from the nuts and bolts hard disclosure to the conscious evolution of starseeds themselves. Wouldn't you say, Deborah? And Ascension, like you're talking about.
Yes, the new realities of disclosure and cosmic awareness.
So sign up at that link, and we're going to send out the actual registration page once we confirm all these speakers, but it should be happening in June. It's a lot to pull these people together, but it's really, really fun process. And Deborah is just a fantastic being to work with, so connected, and such a hard worker. I mean, you texting me at like 5 a.m. saying you're up for the day, or 4 a.m, Deborah, you inspire me.
Well, I think a lot of us are doing a lot right now, so we're all doing it. And
Definitely.
the website is makingcontactseries.com. So we've got Alan there, I guess.
Right. No, I'm sorry. We've been put to sleep. So, Deborah, I'm really happy for your work and assistance in this, because you are putting energy into waking people up, like Neil, like everyone. So it's been an honor to be here, share space with you, Deborah and Neil and Joan.
Thank
and
you, brother.
Elizabeth
Thank
April.
you so much for your presentation.
All right. Thanks.
All
I
right.
hope. Thanks, Deborah.
Are you gonna stick around for the end for the closing,
I'll
or are
be-
you gonna? Okay, cool. You'll be.
No, I'll be here. I don't want to miss anything Deborah has to say. So, okay.
All right, cool. Yeah, all right. So
Thanks.
we're going to transition right into the Ascension panel, everyone. So let me just do an intro of Deborah. Firstly, we have one panelist that I'm attempting to locate, Sandra. So Sandra, there's a couple Sandras in the room. Neither of them have a last name in the, in the chat. So if you could let yourself be known, maybe just write something in the chat room there so I can know who you are and where you're at. And then we'll go ahead and set you as a panelist. I think we have Meg Benedicte. All right, and I'm gonna set Meg as well. All right, everybody, so this is the grand finale for today. Extremely excited, and if you have been a part of, any of the last 5 Portal Ascension conferences, we definitely have put an Ascension panel at every single one of them, and Deborah Giusti, who is right here, is the one who has hosted each one of them. And it wouldn't be a Portal Ascension conference without the Ascension panel, because what is it really all about? Like, why are we going into all this information, ancient history, extraterrestrials, UFOs, so much more, advanced sciences and technologies that can shift the paradigm? The ultimate intention of all of this is the evolution of consciousness, which ties in directly with the Ascension. So Deborah Giusti, I've been working with her for around, I think, like 7 years now. And it's been such a great partnership that has really blossomed and evolved into an incredible friendship in which we share and support each other on not only on a physical level, but definitely on an etheric level in regards to just cultivating information and awareness in order to really shift the paradigm into what we know is possible, right? Creating this heaven on earth. Deborah has supported so many individuals and speakers, everyone from a speaker or a presenter or a researcher that just wanted to get their awareness out, to some really high level people that have been doing this for years and are having impact on millions of people around the planet. Her platform is so solid, and she is basically a networker and a support for all these individuals that are assisting in this evolution, as well as providing her own awareness, right? And then that's what she's going to be doing today, is with the Ascension panel, really cultivating the questions that she has, because that is her true passion, is the Ascension. She's done many Ascension panels now. She's a few going on this year as well. And hopefully pretty soon we're going to be creating an Ascension series on Portal to Ascension that is going to be curated by Deborah, just so that we can really start fine-tuning and going deeper into what the true intention of all of this is. So Deborah, thank you so much for being here. I love you so much.
Thank you, Neil. And yes, obviously you're doing an amazing job with what you're doing too. And we're all working together. We're just figuring it out. We're getting the instructions from Spirit, and we're working in high collaboration. And this is showtime. This is really it. So it's really beautiful. And I want to welcome everyone here. It's going to be an amazing and informative panel with some of my true favorite people in the world. And they are experts on Ascension. They're my teachers, and they're going to share with you what's really happening now in Ascension 2022, because this is the time of planetary awakening. And yes, as Neil said, Ascension is one of my primary passions, especially the accelerated ascension that's happening and being revealed right now. It's taking place within me, within you, within all of humanity and our Earth. And I honor all of you being here right now, live or on the replay. You are very fortunate to be here now to receive these very powerful transmissions, next level information, deep insights, and potentially ascension activations that we're going to share with you. So what a world are we experiencing now? Never before in our lifetimes have we experienced what looks like so much chaos, dysfunction, crisis, and polarity among our human family. yet, I think most of us here also claim that these are some of the most highly activated spiritual times that we have experienced. And a lot of us feel that this is why we incarnated here, for this very potent, highly transforming, and literally mind-blowing time on Mother Earth. And yes, she is going through her ascension. And we've all come here at this special time to join her on this amazing ride. So by being incarnated now, we have the huge opportunity to advance our own ascension at this time. And one reason is that it's not just individual ascension, such as with various avatars and ascended masters that have awakened during previous cycles. What's possible now is a planetary ascension, where much of humanity has the opportunity to ascend together if they choose, and we all support each other and can activate each other in this process. So now we're in a powerful time of cleansing and purification. And this is what inspires the ascension evolution. So it's important to clear dysfunction and eliminate anything operating at a lower frequency to inspire this evolution toward the next levels. So this is definitely happening on our planet. Our Mother Earth is shouting back at us from all the pollution, the raping of the resources that humanity has done. We see the floods, we see the huge fires that we've never taken place before, and other ecological catastrophes. So she's definitely getting our attention and speaking up now. And as above and so below, this purification continues in our human family. So in the last several years, we've consistently experienced the ongoing exposing of incredible dysfunction in our society that was previously hidden for so many years, but now is coming up to be revealed, and then it can be healed. The internet has provided such a way for us to be informed like never before, just like we're able to have this incredible mystery school online right now that we're having. And then, of course, it's happening at a personal level. The purification continues. As we went through lockdown, so many people around the globe, like never before, got to look in the mirror. They paused. They had to reflect on themselves and their lives. And that inner process started going. And again, this is really important. And in our lives, maybe you've noticed that anything that is dysfunctional in your life shoots up in your face and is right there for you to deal with. And if you don't deal with it, it'll come up again. Because if you're on the spiritual path, this is the time for deep core healing so we can go to the next level. And as we go through this collective birth canal, as has predicted in much spiritual scripture, we are evolving into a new age, a new cycle, and what we're calling the new earth. Some have described this as a shift in consciousness, a shift in frequency to another dimensional level. There's whole new laws, there's abundant opportunity, and there's advanced ways of being and living. So as we integrate our personal and collective lessons, there's also a lot of personal evolutions we're going through, such as our intuitions and our multidimensional experiences are opening up. Our access to guidance from our guides, the Ascended Masters, and the higher galactics are coming online. And we start to experience our lives more consistently through the heart, through love and unity consciousness. So this is what we're going to dive deep in tonight. And again, this is planetary in ascension, so we're all in this together. So the connection and collaborations of us all with like-minded beings, soul tribe, soul family, and everyone listening here right now is really important, because we're all teachers and guides for each other, and we're all meant to find each other now and collaborate and support each other in the ascension process. So I'm so happy to be here with you now, and I'm so happy to have this amazing panel that we're going to be able to hear from, of incredible, wise wisdom keepers. And I'm going to introduce them all to you now. And I'm going to start with a question first, where I would love for them to just share a bit about their ascension process. And talk about the escalation that's happening now in 2022, what they see, especially even this month. There's a lot of astrological things going on. And so what's so important about these times? And talk more about how this is a global ascension, maybe share some of the astrological aspects and what really this ascension process is. And then we'll go deeper into planetary ascension and personal ascension and much, much more. So I'm going to start with one of my favorite people and ascension teachers, Meg Benedicte. So Meg, I've known her for probably 10 years now.
Probably, yeah.
And she was one of the first teachers that I gravitated to. And when she started to teach, you know, my remembering lit up so strongly. And she's a quantum healer. She's a spiritual teacher. She's a New Earth Way shower. She's the creator of quantum access modality. She works closely with Metatron. She was activated during the Northridge earthquake, and Metatron came to her and downloaded incredible deep ascension teaching. So that's one of her sources for her teachings. She has an ancient mystery school tradition, quantum access, and she has students from all over the globe that work with her to enhance soul purpose and embodiment. So thank you again, Meg, for being with me on this journey. And yes, share with us about what this ascension process really is now.
Thank you, Deborah. It's always such a joy to collaborate with you. So just thrilled to be here and with everyone else who's joined us tonight. As you mentioned, I had my spiritual awakening in January '94 in the Northridge earthquake, and it created a very extreme spontaneous Kundalini activation. And this is then where kind of my whole reality just pivoted away from just kind of a traditional LA corporate career to starting to be very aware with, it just kind of blew open the brain centers, you know, being very focused towards doing my own personal ascension work, my shadow work, my healing work towards 2012. Like that was almost 20 years before, right? Let's go to 2012. We got to get to 2012. And so it was very much kind of trial and error. I didn't really meet too many people back then who were focused in ascension. So I'm one of the old timers on the panel. I've been doing this a long time, but thank goodness I was having visitations from Archangel Metatron, who really guided me through step-by-step, holding my hand, you know, and, you know, figuring this out, working with his healing modality that is activated by Metatron's Q portal. So this is what I share with the students and my clients, and I've been applying it myself for almost 30 years. So really time tested. It's a very efficient and accelerated modality for ascension. But basically what we're doing is we're working on, in a way, extracting out of the old timeline, the old Earth timeline, whatever you want to call it, you know, the matrix timeline, whatever, but it was a very much a 3D time density system that created separation and disconnection from spirit, from the soul presence, from the abundant universe. So it was very much feeling quite isolated and alone in the world and in your lives. And so we're working our way kind of back, kind of reversing all of that and putting ourselves back together and clearing out the vessel so that we can actually do the soul merge, because we've been disconnected from the soul presence. We're clearing the density, healing the trauma, working into the core wounds, and also getting into the reincarnational history that we have here on this planet, and really starting to clear that out, resolve that, so that we can create and activate what is this divine crystalline light body that we've all been coded and wired and programmed before the incarnation to turn on and begin to live in. And we're all from different home stars, you know, we're all from different bloodlines, we're all from different lineages. And so this isn't like a cookie cutter type of process. We have to really honor and respect what what we need. And so being that I'm of the Metatron bloodline, I'm a guardian angel embodied, I need certain things that perhaps an ET doesn't need. So it's very much having to know who you are, know your history, why you're here, and then begin to kind of work your way backwards and get yourself put back together into wholeness and soul embodiment. You mentioned about astrology. I just want to just touch on a couple of things that are really powerful this year. This year is a 222. This is 2002. This is a 222 year. This is master code of mother energy, of divine feminine qualities. This is the year that this infusion is nonstop the whole year, and it's helping us really secure the new earth timeline. And it is really starting to create a very stark difference between the two timelines that are running on the planet. So we have the old earth top-down hierarchical patriarchal timeline, and then we have this new earth timeline that is embodying all this feminine energy coming in to be a balanced, harmonious, collaborative timeline. And unity consciousness is a fifth dimensional higher timeline. So we have some astrology that's working right now this year. We have the Uranus-Saturn square, and you kind of think about that's what's shaking up the old timeline to open up and create space for this new one to really take hold and ground in. And we also have, we just recently had the Venus-Mars-Pluto conjunction on March 3rd. That has really kind of shocked you. Deborah mentioned this last month, like that one just went right through. It's the personal planets. It's really about, in a way, revealing the shadow side and really compelling us to get in and do our core wounding, healing, and shadow work. And then until next year, the eclipses that start in 2 weeks. The eclipses are happening on the Taurus Scorpio axis, the nodal axis. And so this is important to keep in mind, because those two elements of, Taurus and Scorpio, this is all about spiritual awakening and reinvention. So keep that in mind, that what's opening up in these gateways this year is kind of, in a way, allowing us to have rapid transformation after the last 2 years, which were decomposition. So this is a very different energy this year with the 222 element of the divine feminine and this kind of regenerative rebuilding. And what I'm finding, what we're rebuilding is our lives as divine humans in our crystalline light body that's getting turned on fully. So it's just those are real short highlights, but very exciting time to see what's happening in the Ascension community now.
Thank you, Meg. Thank you so much. That was great. And now I want to invite Sandra to come forward. Sandra is another incredible, amazing teacher. She's an Ascension guide. She's a wage thrower. She has life-changing online courses. She, like Meg, has been at it a long time and for decades. She has Sunday Global Unity meditations for 6 years. She has light workers all over the world that work with her, just like Meg. And so I respect these two women so much. And she has conferences coming up that we'll share with you. And so, Sandra, give us your overview of the ascension that's taking place right now.
Yeah, for me, my ascension process went into hyperdrive in 1999. I went suddenly clairaudient, claircognizant, a lot of messages coming in. And I had contact up until then, but all of a sudden it was super clear and on mission. I spent 7 years living on and in and over Mount Shasta, training to become a gatekeeper, reactivating these skills. And a gatekeeper is just somebody who not only just carries codes for opening these new cosmic flows in the Stargate system, but I also have contact with the solar network. So this network of stars, not just star systems, but there's gateways, cosmic gateways through the universe, the multiverse, that actually bring us energies and cosmic frequencies that allow us to reconnect the multidimensional self, the awareness, the heart, all the things that we've been working on. And this year in particular, we're finding something really unique happening. And of course, as we move into Aquarian age dynamics, that's unity consciousness, but it's also honoring this unique thing that we all have. You know, we all put the puzzle, the last piece of the puzzle gets placed together. You know, all of us carry these unique frequencies, and you know, in all of our journeys, we kind of dim down, kind of put veils over things. They're all self-imposed, according to my higher levels, that the veils are all self-imposed. It's just a collective thing that we're doing. And if we could all just, you know, engage with expansion of consciousness, the veils would just dissipate in moments. So here we are at this point in our ascension process where these unique frequencies are coming in, and you'll notice now, my guidance is really direct about gateway passages. There's always heightened cosmic activity during those passages where literally the magnetosphere opens up gateways. It's all magnetic based. It opens up gateways and new frequencies come in, and it changes our DNA and it changes our light body. But most importantly, this year, it is giving us a completely different perspective, heightened levels of compassion. I'm going to reflect what Sister Meg said about return of these divine mother frequencies, cosmic mother in a way that we have not even comprehended before, right? Just brand new, just blowing the doors off of all of the limitations. So a true return of freedom of the heart, a true return to exploring ascension in your own unique way with all the information that we have, but then paying it forward in your own life stream and really kind of taking that mastery step. I'm going to remind everyone here during these heightened gateways, do your mastery check-in, right? Every mystery school starts with deep self-evaluation, and you continue to do that every step along the ascension path. So here we are in this phase of heightened revelation energies, and it's very distracting. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of conversations going on that need to add light to those things. But when you focus on, hey, what am I going to do with this incarnation? What do I want to experience? And specifically for ascension, what do I want to become? What do I want to experience? How do I want to walk the talk of what has been going on in my consciousness as I awaken? And now how do I want to show humanity what is possible with ascension? Because as we unify, as we all come together, and I'm somebody who's, this weekend is the 6-year anniversary of the Global Unity Meditations. Every week unifying, and we're learning, right? Because we do it without wires, it's offline. But we've learned how to connect with that natural organic state of the heart and the unity consciousness. And that in particular is getting amplified right now. And that is the thing that is shaking apart and dismantling all of the distortion. And that's a fine show, but you got to keep your eyes on the prize, right? The unity that's happening right now is at a level that is unprecedented. And the cosmic frequencies coming in will change your perspective if you can stay in divine neutrality, right? Not get too entangled with choosing sides or getting pulled into conversations that have nothing to do with your journey, have nothing to do with what do you want your trajectory to be. So if there's anything I can just throw in a big love bomb into the conversation right now. What do you want? The universe is asking you, Source is asking you, what would you like to do? And again, with complete freedom of creation, because we're learning how to be creator beings together, but also personally, right? And that mastery is mastery of your life stream, of your choices and what you would like to create. So kind of pulling all of those dreams of New Earth and visions of New Earth and just pulling them right into the now and into the heart, and see what it does to your consciousness. So as you reconnect with the I Am Presence, reconnect with the Christ itself, brand new information, new informational pathways, stargates are opening right within your own system, All right, that's why everyone gets so stimulated. The nervous system is the delivery system for light. So if you want to go light body, if that's one of your goals, to add more light, more expansion of consciousness, more awareness, be aware of that these frequencies are very supportive of that. But you got to stop and take inventory, clear out what doesn't belong. And literally, it doesn't take years anymore. You don't have to be like working on your shadow self for a lifetime anymore. This is it, right? All that stuff has collapsed and we're done with it. So now we're coming into, wow, you can create whatever you like, right? Let's start learning that, put our energy there, keep your focus on the light and connect with the sun. Oh, Solaris has so many codes for us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Beautiful. And this is just going to keep opening up and opening up deeper and deeper and deeper. Beautiful. And next, I want to invite Elizabeth April up. And yes, she is a millennial, but she's one of my teachers. I look to her as well. I listen to her YouTube podcast. I'm a part of her community. She has 300,000 people around the world following her. She is really rallying the younger community forward. There's a lot of us that are in the older generation that has been doing this forever, but she's rallying the new generation that's coming in to actually build the new earth, to actually move it forward. She's amazing. She's highly clairvoyant and intuitive, very connected with the Galactic Federation, and her teachings are always spot on to what's currently happening now. So love you, Elizabeth, and give your perspective of the ascension that's taking place now.
Thank you so much, Deborah and Neil and Scott, for putting this on. This is incredible. I just love sitting back and listening. I think it's so incredible that we all speak the same language, because it's just universal truth. And it's great to get this validation, because, in real life, it's hard to find people who connect on that level. So I always have so much gratitude for being here in this kind of environment. And I also think it's incredible, for the older generations. If it wasn't for your awakening and your journey and your perseverance and your, the situations that you were put in because society just wasn't there, I couldn't do what I'm doing. So I have so much appreciation and gratitude for the older generations to really push through those kind of societal norms and dynamics. I definitely second everything that Sandra and Meg were saying, just so beautiful. I guess to add to the conversation, just to kind of maybe just add to it. I want to talk about the vortexes, portals, stargates that were kind of touched upon as well. Right now, what's happening is the consciousness grid around planet Earth is shifting. You can kind of think about putting like sand on top of a speaker and then putting sound frequencies, and the sand will shift into different geometric kind of sacred geometry grids. And this is what's happening with the planetary grid, is there's all these huge vortexes and portals that are opening up all over the planet. And it's actually shifting what that consciousness grid looks like. So we're getting more kind of complex in our vibrational frequency. And as that is taking place, we're actually opening up more stargates, more portals, more vortexes, more chakras within our own body based on the meridians. And at the same time, at a more microcosm sort of way, we're opening up new neural pathways in the brain as well. So it's so beautiful, incredible how the macrocosm and the microcosm are so intermingled and so linked. And of course, there's a battle going on. Of course, there's light and dark that's happening right now. It is the craziest battle that no one really ever knows about. And that's taking place like right in front of us. And so what I could encourage people with this kind of grand ascension and awakening and unraveling is to, of course, go within and work on your own energy systems. And I do want to talk about, I think actually at 7:30, I'm going to talk a lot about vibrational navigation, how to connect, how to disconnect in an appropriate way, because we are so overstimulated. We are opening things up. We are extra empathic, and it can be very overwhelming to get out into the real world. It's difficult for me to just go grocery shopping these days. It's just, it's too much. So it's important for us to kind of hone in on how open and how closed we are, and to go within, but to also do the work. Like planet Earth, Mother Gaia, like she's asking us for help. And right now, not only just this panel, but everyone who's also like showing up in the comments section, watching this live, watching the recording, you're a huge part of the awakening as well. Whether you are, speaking it from the rooftops or not, we really do need you. And we can all do energy work on the planet as well as on ourselves. Of course, as we work on ourselves, that amplifies to the rest of the world. But I do encourage everyone to gravitate, go to a place on planet Earth. It could be a place you've never been before, but really just giving that place, that location love, even from a distance. You don't actually physically have to go there anymore. Everything is in a quantum state these days. So I really highly encourage everyone, if you're at a level, at a capacity to give back, I really encourage you to do that, to give back to the vortexes, to open up and transmute those energies, to bury your crystals. It's great to have pretty crystals around, but it's even better to kind of give that back to the planet and reinvigorate that energy so that she can transition over to crystalline energy as well. So it's just as much about supporting yourself at an individual level as it is to support the collective, and really just kind of figuring out what that balance looks like.
Beautiful. Thank you, Elizabeth, so much.
Thank you.
And now I'm so happy to introduce the Twin Ray to the Portal to Ascension community. These are incredible Ascension teachers that are here, like all the other presenters, completely for the Ascension. And Twin Ray actually means they're actually one soul in two bodies in this lifetime. They met and united in this lifetime at the base of the Giza Pyramid, and they teach through a compassionate heart. They're unified by divine love marriage, and they share a very contemporary vision of ascension, but they also bring in ancient wisdom. And they have a Golden Age sanctuary in Southern Oregon that is an incredible temple, light temple. And their lives and their sanctuary are truly a model of fifth dimensional living and of the new earth. And they will speak together as one. It's quite a phenomenon. So love you both very much, and give your overview of the ascension taking place right now.
Thank you, beloved Deborah, so much. We're so happy to be here. And it's a great honor to be with everyone. And we have absolutely resonated with everything that everyone has said so far. So we are in joy to co-create together.
Yes, it's a beautiful joy to be with you all and to be with this beautiful community. And really our journey, we've been very fortunate in our lives. We've been quite open to the multidimensional reality that is always here and always has been. Now there's major shifts that's occurring, but in order to come online to that grid and to this field, there's what we've experienced is a death and rebirth initiation. And that's exactly what's playing out in this world right now, in this year specifically as well. For example, Shakina's, one of her main initiations at 33 years old was at death and rebirth, or death for 6 days and 6 nights, and then coming back online to a physical body, and then learning how to reanimate a physical body.
Wait, beloved, can you hear us well? Yes.
Yes.
You can see and hear us? Okay, perfect. Because we can only see you right now.
That's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, good.
Yeah, so speaking into that, this whole year is about that Pluto transition that is occurring. And yes, there's Pluto-Uranus square, which Meg spoke into earlier. And that's the whole theme, really, of this transitional year. It's a powerful year. All these twos are also unity. And two is that unity. And so we have to come into unity by acknowledging what's dysfunctional as well. And that's really why everything's coming up in the collective field right now, to really see what's occurring, what has to be delved deep into, to unmask and to purify. So that purification journey for us was very much about releasing all of and sacrificing all of the things that were focusing on the human story and letting that go to then be really just of service. And I feel that's what's really, it's a big initiation for everyone. Not everyone's ready for that, but yet that's what the universe is asking for, is to let go of that little will and open yourself up to divine will and be a conduit for the greatness of this higher calling that we're all a part of.
That's right. This is a time where everything and everyone is coming together in a coalescing manner. The energetics and frequencies of the planet are shifting at incredible rates of acceleration, and everything is happening in quantum. It is happening now, now, now. So for beloveds who are watching, you can start to witness that even if there is an action that one has taken, there is an immediate recognition, there's an immediate reflection that takes place because of the acceleration through time that's happening right now. When we take a look at Pluto, we take a look and we say that there's a saying says that when Pluto is happening, nothing else matters. Pluto is what's coming and shaking everything up, and that is about death and rebirth.
Yeah, essentially, and Pluto is this gatekeeper to the higher dimensional planets, the fifth dimensional planets and beyond. And all those planets, well, a large majority of them are divine feminine planets. So there's these major archetypes that are coming onto the Earth right now for each one to receive that inner activation and then be that expression of these incoming broadcasts. But before you go to that next level, you have to die to the old. You have to let go of that lesser will and stop the judgments and let go of those separative tendencies and embody more of what love and compassion really is the nature of spirit. So that's what Pluto is doing, is shaking up and breaking up these old control systems. And
it's the Lord of the underworld. It's going deep into the unconscious mind, that which has been hidden, buried, and covered up, the atrocities that have happened, to release them into the new, to bring about that which is good and holy and pure. And it is the true essence of you as humans, the true angelic human. What is happening is the return of the angelic human. And there is a very specific science to this. And this is what we teach, and this is what we specialize in, is the internal alchemical process. Because as the stars, it is the same as the cells, as above, so below. There is no difference. And so when we take a look at the astrology and the mapping of what's going on right now, we begin to say, yes, but this is all what has been buried throughout humanity, that cannot give way to the new until the old dies and passes. And this is what Pluto is doing right now, the gatekeeper to what has been, to bring in what is and what has always truly been, which is the eternal love, and the eternal connection and devotion to God on all levels.
And the beautiful thing about this transformative energy, Pluto also is that gatekeeper to that immortality. So right now, what happened in 2017 was a planetary shift where these massive ley lines are actually anchored into the planets. And these are known as category 5 ley lines, which are basically like 300 miles in diameter. These are cosmic dragon lines. We haven't seen this on the planet for 12,000 years. So the frequency on the planet, the whole grid system, the energetic structure of the Earth has been metamorphosizing since 2017, and it's coming into 2022. And right now we're in this transition period where all of these nodal points, that are these beautiful toroidal fields, they are opening, and these are known in the prophecies as gateways to the gods. So we're in this grand purification process because the plasma energy that's coming into the planets then transmits into gamma wave frequencies and turns into low standing sound waves that come off the iron crystalline core. That's just purifying the genetic template of the human.
That's causing the mutations that is necessary in order to move into the next, not the double helix, not the double spiral, but the triple.
Yeah.
This is what's next. This is what's going to be the new, we're moving from carbon-based to a plasma structure, essentially.
Yeah, like a silicon plasma structure. And there's many more strands that get activated through that process. I mean, it's really infinite in when it gets to about 144, because that's the photonic light charge that is coming into our planet. So our light in our body, which is our DNA, has to mimic that. The biomimicry that happens within your cellular structure is happening because the sun is transmitting DNA code. That's what the sun is. It's just a ginormous, intelligent source of genetic code. And so we're all receiving this. And we have the potentiality to immortalize these structures into the divine human, which was the original seeding of the angelic human. But you have to sacrifice that ego. You have to let go of that separative model. You have to let go of the judgment, have discernment, but have kindness and compassion for what the world is going through. And so our life, that was our direct experience, is stopping the heart. It's literally stopping the heartbeat, stopping the breath.
It's not going through a full death.
And then allowing the body to drop and then reactivating it so it would spiral over. That's not needed for everyone. It's happening at such a quantum level that you just need to get in the right location, the right knowledge, and follow your intuition and guidance, and you can start activating this light shift. There is a profound science, an ancient science and a future science that is bridging into this time period. So we're transcending the concept of time and going into timelessness, which is what the golden age is about, the new earth, where we start anchoring in these golden age, this main golden age timeline, because the human itself was always encoded to be an angelic, divine, and immortal human. This is why it's so important to do the inner work, what every teacher on this panel has been sharing, but educate yourself about what's coming into the planet. Because when you do, you can light up and be grounded and anchored in such a powerful way that you become that change that then ripples out. And as we all come together, we can literally see that and live that. So we're very excited to be a part of that and be a part of this with everyone that's on this call.
And we'll, of course, get into this at much deeper levels as you continue to ask questions for them. So thank you.
Thank you. You're muted, beloved Deborah.
Thank you so much. Again, another level deeper as we're on this journey together. Thank you so much. That was very beautiful. And I do want to go deeper into the planetary ascension that both of you started to open up. So Meg, I'd love for you to share more about that. I know in your teachings you talk a lot about other times that are similar in Egypt, Atlantis, and Mura that are similar to these times. And you really talk about creating the new Earth. Your website is New Earth Central, so you got that down at the very beginning of creating your domain. And as the Twin Ray were saying, this whole Earth is this whole universe is going through a shifting and up-leveling. We can see the difference in the Schumann resonance, and it's really a dimensional quantum leap. And this is what this planetary ascension is we're talking about. It's not just us and Earth, it's a whole universal concept that we know that's happening now. So maybe you can speak a little more to that, or whatever you feel called to go deeper into the planetary ascension understanding of it.
Yes, great lead in. Thank you. Because yes, my passion is about the new Earth. So I did create that domain 20 years ago because it was really about at that point, it was just a vision, right? You know, what is this new Earth? The old Earth system, I'm going to use those kind of old Earth, new Earth, just to keep it simple. But the old Earth was very locked in. It was very dense. Back then, when you tried to do any kind of energy work or transformational work, it was almost impossible. Everything was the magnetic fields of the planet and our own electromagnetic fields really rocked in, you guys. This stuff was so tough to get into. And so it would take me, a year to just start to pull out some ancestral patterning, whereas everyone's been mentioning now, because we're in the quickening and everything has shifted so much that you can really simultaneously start to move energies in ways we couldn't do 20, 30 years ago. But it was at that time, as we got into the, the 2000s, right? We're in, again, the two energy. This is what this whole, century is about, is getting into this new infusion of the divine feminine. And I started getting very strong guidance to begin to use intentioning, visioning, alchemy to start to form this new Earth timeline in the quantum field. It was not on this planet yet. All we had was that locked down old Earth timeline. And so many of the way showers way back then started getting calls, from spirit, from the archangels, whoever you're working with, the Galactic Federation, whatever. And we all began to work on our own in our way of starting to, in a way, kind of formulate and forge this newer timeline. I was guided in 2008 to start a private membership, and we met every month for 10 years, 2008 to 2018, to create this new Earth timeline. So if you're really kind of wondering, well, what the hell is she talking about timelines? When you get in, kind of get beyond just the Earth plane and you start to journey into the quantum field, you begin to see that it's literally like a flashing arrays of different trajectories, different future outcomes, different kinds of holographic realities. To me, when I get into that space, it just looks like a kaleidoscope of all kinds of potential futures. And so we were really honing in with our own, locked focus and a group focus, hundreds of people coming together and really lining up with a group mind, locking onto how we envisioned and felt and sensed and experienced what this kind of new Garden of Eden, new Earth timeline is. And over time, it started to kind of flesh out, right? It started to have substance. It started to feel more real. And in 2012, when the global control matrix unlocked on December 21st, that was what that day was all about. Despite what all the brouhaha was, it was really about the unlocking of the control matrix, and so that everything could free up, everything could open out, and then we could really start anchoring in this new Earth timeline from the quantum field. I was guided, as I know Sandra was, to go to Mount Shasta, because of course in the 3D plane, Mount Shasta is the Earth chakra. You got to ground it into the Earth chakra first. And when I got there, it was a huge eye opener, because that Earth chakra was completely hijacked by dark forces, demonic forces. That took a whole hell of a lot of clearing. That was not fun. I was there for 5 years, and I know Sandra was working there too. And it was like cleanup mode to start to be able to really bring this timeline in so everybody could join it. Now, kind of speed up. Okay, it's in, it's here, it's active, it's available. How do you get into it? And many people get confused thinking we're going to another planet, or we're bilocating or whatever. No, this is actually two parallel timelines that coexist on the planet. And the bifurcation of those two timelines occurred on December 12th, 2019. I was very strongly guided to go to Mount Shasta that day and do global activations online broadcast, because that was a 12-12-12 gateway. That was a powerful day. And that's when the two went pulled apart and you could choose. And I think that's where we are, because also what was happening at the end of 2019, the pandemic started, okay, you guys? And so this is where we're seeing the breakdown, the collapse of the old Earth system, the older timeline, and we are being compelled really strongly to unburden ourselves of that old Earth matrix, in a way, kind of trying to extract ourselves out of that old Earth matrix anywhere where the ego will is still involved in it a bit there, and start finding where we're still engaged and still kind of entangled in that web of that old Earth matrix, that older system. Extract our energy out. And then how do you get into the newer timeline? It is a heart-centered timeline. It is of the love vibration. And so doing your heart work, doing your healing work, your core wounding work, so your heart is open, expanding, and really filling with beautiful love vibration, high frequency love energies, that heart. And that's where the magnetism really starts to shift. The magnetic fields around your heart center, when you've got your heart crystal in soul radiance and star bursting with love, that opens the bridge right into that newer timeline. This is a 5D and higher timeline, and it pulses in unity consciousness. Sandra just mentioned that earlier. That is what that timeline is. There is no polarity in that timeline. You do not have the opposing forces of shadow, light and shadow. Everything coexists in that new earth timeline. And what I find is so fascinating is, as we extract out of the old system, which is a top-down, pyramidal, patriarchal, dominant system, to more of a circular, collaborative, feminine-based system. This is what the newer timeline operates in. It's collaborative, and it is not hierarchical, and it is not dominated by the shadow masculine. So this is then again a whole new operating system that is spreading all around the planet, and we're seeing immediate evidence of this, because literally the hours after that 222 gateway on February 22nd was the invasion of Ukraine, and we started to see where the top-down power structure is trying to still maintain control of the planet. And what happened? There was a huge wave of 5D and higher love, compassion, and unification and unity consciousness to have global peace. So this is where we're seeing those two realities, and very stark reality, very stark, very different. And it brings it back down to everyone making their own personal choice. Where are you going to ground onto? Where are you going to live? Where are you going to put your energy and your power and your light? And we're still in that choice point, I believe, this year. But I just recommend everyone to do the heart work, do the healing work, and fill with the love and joy. I work with clients every week. I've been working with clients, thousands of light workers for 25 years, and people are still really feeling the wounding of the Atlantean trauma. This has been surfacing in the human collective since the pandemic, and there is some deep healing that needs to be done with that timeline and the devastation that happened during that timeline. There's a lot of persecution energy that's running from that timeline that's still keeping people constricted and constrained. So doing the heart work, doing the earthly history cleanup, so you can enter into this just extraordinary new earth Garden of Eden. I have just continual experiences of love and joy that I never had in that old system. So I recommend it for everybody. Thank you, Deborah. You're still on mute, my dear.
Thank you so much, Meg. Thank you so much. And again, going another level deeper. That was amazing.
Thanks.
And Sandra, I'd like you to continue us on this journey. Speak a little bit more from the 3D to 5D to 6D to 12D, what that's about in the new reality we're coming. Also, I know that we're getting a lot of frequencies from the central sun, from the universe, and you speak of codes. What is all that about, and how do we receive them, and how do we embrace that energy that comes in? Maybe the solar flares you can speak to, because that's a huge thing that's happening right now, and importance of the divine feminine that's happening. So again, speak from your heart on the next level of planetary ascension that you can share with us.
Yeah, that's a lot. However, I feel like unity consciousness itself is a very different state of beingness. It's a very different, the infinite Christ that we're all pursuing in our ascension path. It's a very different state of consciousness. And I want to reflect again with Meg. Yes, that December 2019 was a huge thing. We had 3 days of 100 people up on Cathedral Rock here in Sedona every morning doing ceremony and meditate. I've seen beings my whole life, but the kind of beings and the level of support that we have right now at a galactic and a really like next harmonic universe master kind of level, like beings I've never seen before, were present with us during that. So they're like emissaries of light escorting us through these gateways of ascension. And even as my goosebumps go off, all right, the Stargate system is completely new. So we have completely new flows. We have been reconnected to the cosmic fabric in a different way. And recently, even just in the last couple months, when I was working up in Northern California, and working with the redwoods, which are gifts from the Venusians. So there's a lot of support there. So when I was in there, normally a gateway will open up when I'm working with the trees, and you'll like Gaia will show you what's going on, right? And I highly encourage everyone to connect with the consciousness, the supreme consciousness that is playing the role of planet right now, playing the role of Gaia, because that level of consciousness has also put on her Christed crown, and she is ready to play, right? She's ready to play Christed planet. So when we talk about New Earth, sometimes it sounds a little kumbaya, and we're all just getting together and in harmony and everything like that. It's so far beyond that. So the reconnection of the Stargate systems reflects the reconnection of the DNA and the fields. It's the reconnection of the light body. Like, we are being woven back into the cosmic fabric. So it's not just the sun. It's not just the stargates. It's not just Gaia. It's not just the crystals that we're placing in the ground, which is, a 30-year practice at this point, right? Get your crystals in the ground and learn how to open up these flows that are coming out from the master crystals and the Stargate crystals that are off planet. Like, it's all connected. But you need to realize in unity consciousness, it's all happening right here in this crystalline Stargate of the heart. So the next thing you know, you start feeling like if Gaia is providing your platform for an experience, and suddenly you're resonating at what she has to offer, and not just New Earth level, not just 5 through 12, like really reconnecting into 0 point source consciousness, the infinite Christ that is the divine gift that Gaia is giving us right now. That level of light and freedom is changing my personal perspective. It's unlocking layers and levels of my DNA that hold information, and it's not what happened before. This is something brand new. So we're collapsing time, right? All that time collapse stuff that's going on. You won't need to study ancient history anymore. Like, we are, I'm going to reflect Twin Ray, the future, right? The future teachings that are here now, right? It's a very crystalline, Christed state of consciousness that where we are capable of not just accessing information, but becoming that living library, walking around as a living emissary, luminary of the source consciousness in form, which is like the ultimate goal of at least this part of the ascension process, was to walk around as the presence, become the presence, the living light on earth, right? And however you do that is your personal choice who you want to study with. But it feels like we are all now tapping into, wait a second, this is going somewhere else. This is going even higher, because when I look at all the way showers and the gatekeepers and the grid workers, and we still get together en masse, and we still get together in the physical and do the work, and it's nothing like it used to be, right? It's none of this like clearing and yanking stuff out of the layer. That's done, right? It's all this amplification of this brand new way of being that is also the way that we interact with crystals as a physical representation of what's happening with our consciousness, right? The ability to hold more information. And the divine cosmic mother has a lot to do with it as a balancing activity, right? Because if you're going to if you're going to play the role of Gaia Sophia and drop into density for a while and kind of slush around in the unhealed masculine stuff, this is going on. And now we're coming back out, right? You need a big, healthy dose of the divine feminine in order to balance that. And a lot of people have. So now it's like, okay, now you go into the trinitized beingness, right? Cosmic Mother, Heavenly Father, Paradise Sun, right? The sun coming back through the heart center. And it opens your compassion, your desire to understand rather than judge, your desire to seek more information, to really understand other people's experience. You get more curious about other people rather than standing in your, you don't have to protect your belief system as much in the new light, right? Because all of a sudden wait, let's get together. And what if we play with this? And what if we play with that? Because all of a sudden you have a safe space to do so. And I feel that gift that Gaia is giving us right now, those little glimpses of, hey, by the way, it's not just New Earth, it's beyond that. You're reconnected to the universe, you're reconnected to the multiverse. By the way, multiverse getting a complete upgrade right now. So everything that you've experienced, every guru, every master, they set a precedent and they set a platform, and now we're standing on it and jumping off into a brand new way of beingness. And the key for everyone right now, get divinely neutral so you're not swayed into this is good, this is bad. Really get into unity consciousness, appreciate and honor everyone's journey, but most importantly, get into your own heart space and do the work if you haven't done it yet, right? Because there are brand new things that can be experienced right now. And as somebody who's been on the ascension path for decades, to be able to experience a different state of consciousness that surprises me, or a different perspective that makes me feel like I don't even know who Sandra Walter is anymore, right? Like that's just a name, right? It's just like a placeholder for information to come through kind of thing. But we kind of not dissociate, but dissolve, right? Much like what Twin Ray was talking about. There's a collapse completely of what was created so that we can create something new. So you're not this and that. You're really letting go of what was, everything that you created. That's what all the work was all these decades, right? Releasing incarnational journeys and ancestral and all that stuff. That work has been completed. And now, again, unity consciousness comes in. Now everybody, right? You do the work, you affect millions of people by your thoughts and your actions and your emotions, because you're resonating a higher vibration, and that quantum effect just shakes apart all the density in everybody else in that human heart field. So it's being conscious, and not only that, but find the self-love, the trust, and the faith to hold that crystalline field without wavering, right? To really put your trust and your faith in yourself, in source, and in your brothers and sisters. One of the earliest messages I received back in like 99 was like, don't look to the sky for guidance. Look beneath your feet, because the platform that we're standing on right now, Gaia, is incredible. And she has more information and more surprises for everyone. So stay open, right? Take a breath every time you feel like a little too much anxiety, your nervous system is getting overstimulated. Put your hands on your heart center, take a breath. I am. You have a right to be here. You have a right to let source shine right through you. You do it in your own unique way. Play with it, enjoy it. Enjoy this time, right? Try not to get discouraged by what's going on in the external right now. It was predicted, like listen to the old gals. Oh, we got this. Yeah, we heard that was coming, right? It's been predicted for hundreds of thousands of years, what's going on right now. And, if I can hold up a sign, they lose, right? Not to wreck the ending, but, it's, the light overwhelms what's going on here. And it'll get faster and faster and more beautiful and more radiant with each breath, each moment.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sandra. Beautiful. Beautiful. So Elizabeth, I'd love for you to bring in another element that is part of your specialty of talking about the galactics and their part in this whole, because it's not just us. This is a whole universal adventure here, and you have a lot of connection with the galactics. And also possibly talk about some of the other things that are part of it, like the transhuman agenda, the AI agenda, the reptilians, that piece of it that we should be aware of, not totally focus on, but that this is part of the dynamic that we're working on. And like Sandra said, understanding the powers that are losing control, especially as humanity is waking up. And how important it is to be connected with the galactics and ascended masters and start to build these relationships beyond human to all the higher beings that are assisting us now.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, when you think about being a starseed and maybe the definition of that as your soul coming from other places, other dimensions, other realities, other planetary systems, I believe that there are way more starseeds here than maybe we originally thought. And, you know, we're getting these sparks of light and these sparks of awakening as we go along. And, you know, I kind of hinder on this weird edge between it is super important to understand what they're doing and their part to play in all of this. And of course, I communicate with them and go up on their mothership quite frequently. And then there's this other part of me that says, you know what, it doesn't actually matter at all because it matters right here, right now, what you're experiencing. But of course, we're multidimensional beings. And I believe that we do exist in a quantum state, which means that you're not just human here, you're actually simultaneously existing as many different multi and interdimensional beings out there in the universe as well. And as Twin Ray is doing right now, they're existing as humans at the same time, which is so interesting and a fascinating experience to go through. So it's almost like, you know, I'd like to talk about the Galactic Federation, but I think, you know, what really comes through in this moment right now is to really understand that we are these multifaceted beings, and what's like what I call it is this, there's this quantum convergence that's taking place. And Meg was talking about the different timelines, and I love the quantum physics aspect. I look at all of the splitting off of every decision we make, you know, and I love bringing it back to the coffee example. You wake up in the morning, you're like, I'm going to drink a coffee because that's what I drink every day. But in another timeline, you're drinking tea, and another timeline, you're drinking water, and another timeline, you're drinking orange juice, and really understanding that we're splitting off infinitely in every moment. And I think the main emphasis here on the galactic connection is actually to essentially understand how galactic you are and to bring in those galactic counterparts, to bring in those galactic connections into this present moment. Because I truly believe in doing a lot of past life exploration, you could say. We've all had lifetimes both on and off this planet. And at this time, we are merging within and between all of those different facets. And what I truly believe we can do is we can take all of the skill sets from all of our human earthly past lifetimes. We can take all of the skill sets and experiences and lessons learned from all of our intergalactic lifetimes in the past, in the future, in the present, and we can really converge that into the present right now. One more thing I want to bring up just with that as well. Of course, we've got the Galactic Federation. They're really awesome and they're really helping us out. I guess one thing to note about the Galactic Federation is, you know, every time I yell at them, because I yell at them often, because I'm like, come on, like my human is really like just done with this planet. And I'm like, come on, like, you could probably intervene a little bit more. And it comes down to us asking, right? We have to come together collectively. And it's not even about asking the question, all right, we really need help, like, come on down and intervene, because of that law of non-intervention, because of that free will, which is huge. And they won't override that free will. It's a vibrational frequency of openness. And when you take a look at all of the people on the planet, not even being able to accept other cultures, other religions, other languages, other skin colors. How can we accept multidimensional beings who just want to help us? We have to get to a place of unconditional love frequency within, for every plant, every insect, every neighbor, every person that you may despise. If you can find that unconditional love frequency within yourself for that, then you can definitely find that for these intergalactic beings. And that's the place that we need to get to. And one more thing I want to say about the bringing in the different multidimensional facets of yourself. Like, we're getting to a point where it's not that karma doesn't, like, no longer exists. It's to the point where any energetic reverberation based on an action or a thought that you take, which is every single moment of your existence, it emits this frequency. And as it's been discussed in this panel, these frequencies, these cycles are actually completing instantaneously. So before you would make an action, it's like, 2 lifetimes from now, I'll go ahead and deal with that thing that I did, and now it's like, boom, 2 hours from now, it's coming right back around, which is really beautiful. And I want to plant a seed for everyone, because I know that intrinsically, that this is possible within your soul, but we're getting to a place where, upon connecting to the consciousness grid of the planet, which is connected to the cosmic consciousness of the entire universe, we are actually able to upload and download information indefinitely. So if you're really struggling with like a block or a lesson or something that you just can't overcome, you can actually receive that download, receive that lesson from an experience that someone else had on planet Earth connected to the consciousness grid. So we are now coming together collectively in a very quantum way to complete the energies that we're actually unable to complete at an individual level. And in the past, it's been called imprinting, past life imprinting. I believe that we can bring this concept of imprinting, not actually have to live through the third dimensional experience of reality, and we can just upload and download what we need. And it's important that we are downloading what we need just as much as we are uploading what we have learned to give back to the collective consciousness. So yeah, a lot of seeds planted there, but that's just like another layer of everything that's going on.
Beautiful again, Elizabeth. You understand why these are my favorite people. This is amazing. Very high level transmission, and it's going to get deeper, especially now, because I'm turning it over to the twin ray. And I'm sure they're going to pull out another level of understanding with the fertile ground of what everyone said so far. I know they've worked a lot with Mother Earth. Part of their, I think, first missions was going around the world, working on the ley lines and assisting on that level. And also just speaking about the new Earth, what your concept is on your level that you can share with us. Timelines, whatever you feel inspired to share at this point. And of course, the frequency of love, as everyone's just been sharing here, as such a key. So take us to another level.
Beautiful. So let's speak into the end game. What's coming through right now is just to sort of pull the rug on this whole journey for a moment. Where's this all heading to? Well, the ultimate deep dive is to recognize that you don't exist, you've never existed, and every character that you've ever tried to play in any characterology has never existed. There is only consciousness. But that's a lot to take in. So we have to go through this journey. But that's really the end game of understanding pure source, pure God's presence, is that your story, who you are, matters, But actually, the whole point of ascension is to transcend it all. And what happens is this technology lights up. Like this future technology that's present right now, it lights up when you literally remove that narrative that you are someone doing something.
Identification, the identity is what we're speaking.
Yeah, when you remove all densities, doesn't matter what dimension you want to be in, but when you just remove it all and there's no more density, there's no more you and me, none of that, that's unity consciousness. It's not a concept. It's actually the very nature of your being. You can't get there because you are it now and always have been. So we like to play this game, and this game is called life. And there's different evolutionary steps of cycles that the life game we experience, the civilization ascends through. The first level we could say is this at zero, where humanity is just operating from fossil fuels, operating from pillaging the earth, has no idea what the real resources on this earth really have and the energetic capacity of this earth. We're obviously moving out of that dark age, dark cycle. And then the next level is at level 1, is a civilization that is so connected to the light streams coming in that the activation that's happening in the light body, the crystalline matrix, your energetic field, is being birthed from the genetics that are coming onto the planet through the sun, through the atmosphere, and through the crystalline core of the earth. That's happening now. What happens next is that there's an immortalization process where this civilization no longer is bound to this earth, and where there's more of a star race connection. There's interplanetary travel, not through spaceships. Are you kidding me? This is the spaceship. You are it. You walk through a portal, you go through that, you move, you dematerialize this vessel, and you go and rematerialize another vessel. We can speak from our own testimony that this is what we have done, this is what we do, and this is what you're all capable of doing. But how do you get there? You have to remove that ego construct that thinks it needs to level up and get somewhere else. That will all take care of itself. The alchemical process of the DNA hardware and software, the ascension, the alchemical process inside you, your body will create new organs, it will create new glands, it will create new biochemistries. You go beyond biochemistries to pure magnetic electricity. Beyond that to pure plasmic energy. What happens when you go past level 2, when you're actually able to travel, and the civilization does it as ascension, you start connecting to what's called the great attractor field, where Sagittarius is pointing to that 26-degree, 27-degree great attractor field. That download that comes in is just a pure black hole. It's not really black though, it's just pure source primordial energy.
It's unborn light.
Exactly, it's unborn, pure Christ, Holy Spirit, divine luminescent light that is unborn. It's brighter than 100,000 suns, will always pale in comparison to that light. What is that light? You. What is that? Love. We use associated words so we can understand that, but that's what you are, not out there, like in here, this beautiful heart jewel that you truly are, being able to use the interface of this human. When you tap into that primordial energy, that's when you start going through immortalization. That's when a civilization and collective races not only ascend together beyond solar systems, galactic systems, universal systems, cosmic systems, but that whole grouping actually ascends to this one monadic presence, this one logoic presence. But you still can create the unique expression of your physical form or your light body form or the sheaths or the koshas, if we use the ancient mentality or scriptural understanding. This instrument, once it sustains from that plasmic source, that pure consciousness, that pure infinite Christ, that pure awareness, once it's sustained from that, in this time cycle that we're in, it can't, if you do it in another time cycle, you reach that truth, that one truth as enlightenment, as liberation. But if you do it in this time cycle, you start unlocking all the tellers, the telekinesis, the telepathy, all the different psychic high sense perceptions start activating, and you start realizing that you've already done this. You've already done this process, but you haven't remembered. So that's why we learn from others. That's why you come to Wisdom Keepers, so you can remember this universal language that you are. So, but to do that, you have to let go of this personal identification trap. You have to let go of this story that I'm someone doing something, even the story that I'm doing something for this whole earth and I'm supporting this whole earth. No, let go of that and you do it even better. Really, that's the whole joy of this process, is to be free from the cage of identity. You are no one and nothing, but there's such a supremacy to that.
There is the emptiness.
We're just turning over cameras because the frequency was so high it blew out our Sony. So we'll just jump. So we'll jump to the laptop.
In any case, this is about activating your, what we call your cosmonetics, your cosmogenetic, your cosmic genetics. Because, beloveds, not only is the Earth, Gaia, ascending, but the solar system is ascending, and the universe is ascending, and it goes on and on and on and on. And thousands of years ago, we've been teaching about this for thousands and thousands of years.
Cycle.
And every cycle.
We all show up.
We all show up and say, oh, we're going to do this again.
Let's hold hands and walk home together.
And so what's happening now is that beyond, I'm going to bring it from the macro into the micro and inward right now and quiet things down. Because God speaks softly, and what is important is to recognize.
Or screams at you.
Or screams at you, but it's still soft. And when you take and understand that the secrets of the universe that are here and hidden within this omnidimensional space of the heart that connects everywhere to everything, you realize that the secrets of the universe hidden within you cannot and shall not be revealed if you are in polarity. They cannot and shall not be revealed unless you are in your neutrality. What does that mean? That means that can you allow yourself to look beyond what you perceive right now is going on in the world? Can you allow yourself, are you brave enough to have absolute faith and absolute trust in the divine plan right now as it is, even if you cannot understand it with the ephemeral human mind? Can you allow your perception to be so expanded that you can see that we've come here for nothing but a celebration? And that is exactly what is transpiring now. But again, the old must give way to the new, and chaos is only order reorganizing itself. And warring countries, beloveds, are just a representation of the internal war that every human being goes through until you transcend it, until you resolve it. And so all that is being reflected right now is only that. The work is not so much being an activist out in the world, although blessed be for those who wish to do that. The real work is happening here, and it is the hardest work you can ever have, and it is the most rewarding. And a person who has been genetically liberated through the ancestral line can affect millions and millions and millions of people and offset. And right now the light is rising. We have reached more light on this planet than ever before. And it is, in fact, those planets that are the divine feminine planets that had actually left and retracted their energies when the patriarchy began. And now it's returning, not so that the patriarchy gives way to the matriarchy. No, that failed as well before the patriarchy. But so, that's another story altogether. But so, the masculine and the feminine can come together as one internally, the left and the right hemispheres of the brain, the Ida and the Pingala, to become not electromagnetic, but dielectric and primordial. And then this leads into teachings of immortality.
Can we get a hallelujah?
Beautiful, you both. Beautiful, beautiful. So where I'd love to go now is for us personally, you know, because we're really here to understand for our personal self. And I know you've touched on a lot of it, but I'd really love for you in this next session to give your most important personal tools, most important understanding of the evolution that's happening now. And we've got about 7 minutes each for all of you till we get to the end. And then also share what you have to offer, because I'm going to put your information in the chat room so that people can go and connect with you and continue more teaching, because I'm in full support that we do need our ascension teachers and guides to help light the way. That's what's taken me so far. So I want to be able to share all of you with everyone that's watching now and that will watch. So Meg, you have a whole academy, and a part of what we're talking here is activation of the light body and activation of consciousness and the healing of the core wounding, and working with the Merkaba and the Taurus, accessing the higher self, all that kind of good stuff. And I know that's part of what you teach. So share whatever you'd like to share that you think is the most important thing to touch people at this point about their personal process.
Okay, Deborah, thank you. Being working closely with Archangel Metatron, who is the master alchemist, I'm going to kind of focus in on more of kind of as a tactician. Okay, so there's definitely what everyone has been sharing is quite cosmic and beautiful and transcendent. I'm going to bring it back down to very practical steps of what I have been guided to do, working with clients for 25,000 years, it seems like. Okay, so we are in the unlocking of this global simulation, this global matrix, control matrix, and we are starting to unwind and disentangle out of the incarnational cycle. This has been, in a way, a 3D, 4D entrapment where souls incarnate into the earth plane, and then they go back to 4D, the astral plane, and then they reincarnate into the earth plane, and they cycle and they cycle and they degrade and they devolve. And this is what's happened to humanity, and it's heartbreaking. It's why we're here. Many of us who've come from other solar systems and home stars to assist, especially myself and a big group of guardian angels here to help. So this is, in a way, an extraction of our earthly history and to close and seal the karmic wheel to basically resolve anywhere we still have any unresolved issues or karma or healing that needs to be done. I find quite a bit of core wounding from past lives still active in people's Akashic records and in their incarnational wheel. So we can't bypass that step. That has to be addressed. And as we work with it and heal it, what I've been noticing happening just like, I would say in the last year, which is pretty phenomenal, you know, as you have been talking about, everyone is talking about this new energy. I never thought I'd ever see this. So this is really exciting, where I'm actually seeing people's karmic wheels come full circle, alpha, omega, close, and clear out of their fields. These are all being transmuted. They're all being released. And when we're able to get free of that lockdown of that history, it allows more of our own innate soul blueprint to start to activate and turn on the light body. The other thing I've noticed what's happening is as the karmic wheel is completing and releasing us out of that reincarnational entrapment, that the human reptilian hybrid code is also releasing with the wheel. And I'm watching this in sessions, and it's like almost like overlay grids as that coding or bloodline or lineage, whatever you want to call it, double helix, hybrid code leaving underneath it. the soul DNA can actually start to turn on and activate, no matter where you're from. So if you're from the Pleiades, you're from Sirius, Arcturus, if you're an angelic, whatever, that is your own soul family lineage code starting to turn on and begin to activate the light body so that you now have your vehicle, your vessel, so you can finally ascend and go home. We're going to be able to leave beyond the 4D astral plane. We're able to have a direct pathway home to our home star. What's so interesting about this, though, is that this doesn't, yes, we're getting all this powerful solar plasma light coming in, and yes, this is all assisting, but your blueprint runs on your soul light. It doesn't run on the galactic light. Your blueprint, your light body, your soul operating system, your soul code is designed to run on your unique soul signature frequency. And if you are not embodying your soul, you aren't running that fuel into your light body to run it. So this is why ascension is not just leaving. That's not what this is about. It's not about leaving the planet. This ascension is about merging the soul in your vessel and utilizing your soul light frequency to turn on and activate your own crystalline light body vessel. When I see, and I kind of watching how my light body is, my soul's angelic body vessel is forming, it's really pretty exotic. It almost looks like a surfer's bodysuit, but it's all about interlocking diamond, like crystal diamonds. Like it's really quite gorgeous. And it is in a way solar cells, right? That run on your soul light frequency. So soul merging is so important. The soul embodiment process is where we become divine humans. That's what's happening. Okay, so that was just kind of some real technical stuff that's been coming up in the last year that I wanted to share. I do have a modality that I developed over the last 30 years with Metatron. It is utilizing Metatron's cube, sacred geometry, to activate the quantum vortex, which is an acceleration ascension tool, and to activate your Merkaba Taurus. So it's all designed to take you through the process in a very accelerated manner. This used to take lifetimes where we try to do this. And now look at what we're doing. We're doing it in like months or years. I mean, it's pretty phenomenal, but we have the tools and the knowledge to do that. So I have the Academy. There's self-study courses there that you can step into and work with at any time. And like Sandra, I've been leading a monthly global gateway activation since the first one, which was 11/11/2011. So for about 10 years, we've been running them every month, where in all these really powerful gateways as they come through, and taking advantage of the infusion of the cosmic light, the crystalline diamond light that's coming in to assist us, but also to apply it. We do both. We do personal ascension healings and activations in the monthly meetups, and we also work together in assisting Gaia through her own ascension and healing and transformation, and getting into the grids and the gateways and the field, really influencing the field on how we want this future outcome to manifest. So I also do, as I mentioned, private sessions as well with clients. And so lots of great services available. And it's just been a pleasure to be here, a part of this panel. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Meg. Yep, she's incredible to work with. And she does monthly activations that are really incredible as well. So Sandra, this is a big topic for you, because this is what you do all the time, is work with people so incredibly. And I know you've specialized a lot in DNA activation and light body activation, and teaching people how we're going from carbon-based to crystalline, and of course unity consciousness is the bottom line. So whatever you want to share that you think will be helpful, and what you're offering and your conference and all of that.
Yeah, I'll throw the conference out there just because it's so in my field right now. It's only a month away. So it's our 5th annual Crystalline Convergence in Sedona. It's 2 days. It's a very powerful weekend. It's geared toward mastery level. So if you feel you're not ready or whatever, there is nothing like being in the room with other people who are in hot pursuit of their mastery, just with open hearts and unconditional love, and you just come wide open, and we do extensive gate work on the self and unified harmonics, and just really applying everything that's been discussed during this panel to our current reality and playing with our unified co-creator skills. We really work in the crystalline field. Just tapping into the 250 people that are here right now and some of the people that are going to listen later. There's like different, people are at different levels. So if this, I want to say something about listening to free conferences online and then wandering to the next one and wandering to the next one. And I don't know, maybe I'll go over here. This is not a good time to wander. There are opportunities here. Yeah, Meg's laughing too. It's not a good, wandering really served our journey maybe 10 years ago. This is a time for applying divine perfection, which is the proper use of life force. And the proper use of life force is something that's getting amplified right now. So you have to grab the freedom codes that have been activated since 2019 and use them. And if you're at this level, scared, staying at home, don't know what to do, looking at everything online, trying to grab as much information as possible, you need to start using what is here and not just wandering around willy-nilly. Take the class, invest in yourself, get together with people, go to the conference, go to the gathering, get the membership. Whatever it is that you resonate with in this now, don't think about what you are going to be 10 years from now, right? Where are you right now? Be honest about it and get involved, right? Get connected with other people who are doing the level of work that you are in pursuit of, and you will find your journey escalates, right? You need other people. You need to unify with other people right now. As unity consciousness steps up, got to get together, and we get together and we play with our skills. We don't talk about the past or what's going on right now. We go, wait a second, something brand new is happening right now. We need to unify. We need to activate all the stuff that's going on right now, connect with Mother Gaia, and assist the whole of unity consciousness, the whole of humanity by our actions moment to moment. Trust yourself. Have a little bit more faith in your own journey and your own abilities. Have enough spiritual strength through consistency of spiritual practices. That's how you build spiritual power. Consistency, decrees, meditations, yoga, get out there and do the good work, activate. Consistency is key because you're kind of pushing through a little membrane right now, right? Coming out of your egg, right? You're coming out of what you were. You got to push a little bit. So it's not really the time to wander if you want to take advantage of the frequencies and the unique opportunities that's here. And there's something to be said for shedding the egoic thing that happens. There's something strange that happens to people when they're alone too much in their own process, right? You start spinning on thoughts. You are a creator being, you create whatever you want. But if you start getting a little too spinny and a little too nobody can help me, a little too my journey is so unique and I don't resonate with them, and it's not the time to block other people's information. We have to learn unity consciousness, right? Stay curious. And again, invest in yourself. Spend those freedom codes. They're there, right? And that helps everyone to be more free, right? Again, one high vibrational being, right, has an effect on millions. So be that, right? Be that presence through all of this. Get together, make the leap, whatever it is, a book, a class, a meditation. There's all of these free services that all of us provide, right? We always have that balance. There's plenty of free everything out there, but invest the time to experiment with unity. You have to get comfortable with being with other people. So if you've been kind of feeling separated, or if you've fallen prey to that weird low vibration of stay away from each other, bust right through it, right? Step forward. Don't worry about the gas money or what's going to happen. Just stand in your light. Hold the crystalline field with each other, and it will amplify for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Beautiful. And I'm posting all her information in there. And yes, her work and her gatherings are incredible. She's got a whole body of work, as they all do. And Elizabeth, so you're up to incredible stuff, and you work with people so personally on what's going on in the moment. You're always on there addressing what's coming through, assisting people in their personal process and expanding everything. And you have a whole platform that you've developed to support people. And you've got your YouTube is like 150,000 people, I think, and you've got more on your platform. So it's amazing. What would you like to share as some of the most important things people can focus on, and then share how they can connect with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, once again, seconding everything that everyone said in this panel. It's just been so incredible being here. I just feel so grateful to be in this community. So I want to kind of take it a little bit more tangible and a little bit more 3D, let's say. And, you know, this is a really ripe time to manifest, like right now. As a matter of fact, it's been a really ripe time to manifest for the past 2 years. And so, you know, like the way that I experience quantum physics or energy is I see it. I see everything visually. And what I started to notice in people's energy fields is like, if you could think about like a 2-year-old scribbling, like that was, you know, the rest of the world in their energy field, especially when 2020 hit. And I was like, what is this weird frequency that I'm seeing? And it came through as chaos frequency. And so when people are in chaos frequency, they're not actively creating their reality. So even for the people who are completely unaware that they even create their own reality, at least they want stuff. At least they're putting stuff out there. And it may not be the right stuff, but at least they're actively engaging in their reality. And what I started to find is that all of the distraction, all of the polarity, all of the shit that was going on around the planet took people away from their ability to hone into this manifestation realm, hone into the ability to create and recreate and uncreate their reality. And it put them into this chaos frequency, which is that spinning type of energy of, you know, you just kind of go around in this loop. So I really want to put an emphasis on manifestation. You know, we can cut through all of that chaos by getting back into 0-point neutrality. And it's been mentioned quite a few times here, but I am a firm believer that 0-point neutrality is where we need to be. And for some people, that might be a lot of words, and you might not actually understand what is 0-point neutrality. And you know, another word is equanimity. Another way to put it is objectively observing. If you're in an observer position of your reality and not necessarily playing the character of your identity, you start to realize that you're actually creating and manifesting every little piece of your life around you. And so the second part to the ripe time to manifest and cutting through the chaos frequency by going within, calming your mind, focusing on your breath, getting out in nature, whatever that is for you to get into that place of being the objective observer. The second step to that is really, really important right now is taking responsibility. All right. And, you know, I've been on the journey. I mean, I'm 29, but I've been on the journey for at least 10 years now. And I still have a hard time sometimes taking the responsibility. You know, a bee stings you and you're like, screw you, bee. And they're like, actually, I manifested that. I created that. Like, I believe to the point where, you know, some kid behind you in traffic is texting and he ends up rear-ending you. It's like, cool, I created that. I manifested that. It's so easy to place the blame, especially when it feels like it's not up to you. That wasn't your choice. You were not the one texting. You were completely responsible in your driving. We create every facet of this experience. And when we start to hone into all of the aspects of this and take full responsibility for it, that's when life and reality start to open up and unfold, and you start to really see how magical and powerful you are. It's very easy to take responsibility for all the good things, very difficult to take responsibility for all the crappy things. And when we start to do that, we start to bring the power back. It's not the kid who is texting, it's not the government, it's not your parents from childhood, it's not even your ancestral line, it's not the galactics, it's not your spirit guides, it's you. It's always been you. It's not even your identity or your identifiers, it's you. And when you start to recognize that you are the center of your individual reality, and by taking that responsibility, you then also take the responsibility to co-create the collective reality on this planet, I mean, it's game over, right? I mean, you take full power back into this present moment. And so cutting through the chaos, manifesting your dream reality by setting the highest vibrational intentions and taking responsibility for every element of your reality is so, so, so needed and so important right now at this time for everyone. We could all use the reminder, myself included. And I guess, where do people find me? ElizabethApril.com is a great start, and I've got a lot of offerings, but I'm super excited about the Cosmic Society membership. It is a safe place. It is a completely censorship-free place. It is not linked to Patreon or Instagram or YouTube. So basically, at the point in time when they kick me off of all of that, or all of that shuts down, we still have a community that is free of any sort of control or censorship. So that's what I'm super, super excited about. And, you know, talking about free offerings, everyone can join for free today and be connected to that community of people all over the world and view downloads and content and other things that are on there. So once again, thank you so much, Deborah, for having me on, and Neil and Scott and everyone who's kind of come together and made this possible. Of course, all the panelists and everyone who's watching. I super, super appreciate being a part of this community. And you're muted still. Yep.
Sorry, I'm not used to meeting during this. Incredible. You're an incredible being, and it gives me hope for where we're going, because I know you're going to be here. And all those that you are teaching and training now to continue to move this all forward at such a high level. So love you very much. And the Twin Ray. You get to hit the last ball out of the park here with what you want to bring through that can be a gift to all the people that are here with us now and all the people on the replay. What is the most important thing that we can focus on that you can share right now, and then share your beautiful offerings while I post information in the chat room.
Thank you, beloved. Well, all the panelists have shared so much that, of course, we second all of what has already been said. And we want to add that this time right now, it is imperative to allow forgiveness into your heart. It is imperative to bring in the frequency of that love that'll bring you to your knees when you feel it. It is the kind of love that cannot be, it is not tangible, and yet it is so palpable. It is undescribable, and it is so humbling. There is a calling for humility right now in the world. There is a calling for recognizing that, yes, of course, you're all created beings, and humbling yourselves enough to be able to pick up the power and bring it in. Because this is not a place of entitlement anymore. This is a place where the universe is opening and saying, show us your heart, show me what you really are and what you're really here for. And you have to unwind all of the wounds that are wrapped around your DNA to do that. And that's what the wounds are. They are wound. And as you begin to unwind them, you begin to see that even though there's the perception that something or someone has injured you or harmed you or created something that is displeasing for the ego to experience, it is invaluable to know that there is no need for forgiveness at all. For when you truly forgive, forgiveness is pain that never existed. It is an inner standing of the perfection and the divinity of all things that have ever occurred in your entire life stream to bring you where you are right now. What everyone is right now is a grand collective.
Yeah, and then being courageous to go deep within yourself. That is really the mark of the one that is chosen. For you choose to walk this noble path. And when you walk it through your heart, with your heart, as your heart, the only thing that can save you right now is not someone or something, but is what you already are as love. That is what is so needed right now on this planet. Love will instantly shift the reality, the matrix, the timeline. All of that will shift immediately for you when you choose love. And as simple as it is, you have to learn what love is. We're not talking about this romantic, emotional feeling of, oh, I love you, you love me because you give me something that makes me feel good. No, we're talking about the brutality of completely accepting all things, but having the power to make new choices. Being compassionate to every single being on this planet because there's only one being here. And being so within yourself that you're willing to give everything, give it all up, for it never was yours to begin with. Give it all up. So whatever you can sacrifice, which means make sacred, which is the portal that we're in right now, the holy portal of the sacrifice, no matter what stones are thrown at you, no matter what is pushed at you, metaphorically and potentially not, what has happened to you, you must accept it all with love. For if you can't love every single aspect of the spectrum of your reality, you do not know yourself. In order to know yourself, you must love yourself unconditionally. To know God, you must love God. To love God is to know God. You have to do that if you choose to really experience anything that we're talking about. That's the foundation. Without that foundation, it's quicksand. You're gone and you come back. And again, it's this matrix of reincarnation.
Without that foundation, everything that we've talked about cannot be grounded in. Yeah. It's like inviting something so beautiful to come into a dark hole and live there for the rest of your life. No, you have to make it inviting. You have to make space in order to let God in and to let God out. And so we're asking you to make space.
And that piece of forgiveness, you are the source of that. It's not something that you have to go do. You don't have to do it. It does it through you, but it takes courage. And everyone on this panel is being courageous enough to really help everyone see that reflection inside themselves, that they've been given the honor to be in service, because that's what it's all about. It's about what can you give, not what you can get. It's what can you give. Humble yourself. Be selfless in your giving. And when you do that, the greatest bounty awaits you. The greatest bounty awaits you. We have something that we've wanted to share is a free path of divine love. It's a fourfold path of divine love, teaching what love really is, remembering what you are as that.
It's the contemplative journey.
It's something that you just contemplate. You don't have to do anything. You just receive the transmission and you remember the truth that you already know. Service, divine service, being of service. That's what this world needs right now. We need to come together in a unified manner and be agents of change, be agents of love, be the love that we already are, and actually do that in every single moment. Then alchemy, the divine path of alchemy, which is the same as ascension, which is alchemizing this human vehicle, alchemizing this template, immortalizing it through the alchemy that's available through this powerful ascension portal right now. Learning the incredible technology that Gaia has, the stargates, the nodal points, the dimensional doors. All of that is accessible and it's all here to be accessed as well. And then divine wisdom, knowing truth, having discernment, knowing from the things that shift consistently, the temporal truth to the ultimate truth that's unchanging, being detached from your emotions, not manifesting through your emotional body, but being that divine witness as pure consciousness, pure awareness, as love itself. Being disciplined, consistently being that consistent expression of that the greatest self that you truly are, like the beloveds have shared. So this is it's a simple path, but it's not easy. And if you can tap into the intelligence, the supreme intelligence, the Christic intelligence of love itself within you and around you, that is the only thing that we can do. That is the only thing worth doing together, and is why we incarnated together to do this.
And we say to you, this life is a temple. What is your offering? And you contemplate that. What is your offering?
So thank you everyone for being here, for showing up for yourself. Thank you all the beautiful illuminated panelists. We love you all so very much. Thank you for shining your beautiful light and helping the world. And just thank you to the divine that is present in this moment and that is a part of every single fabric.
It is the fabric of the universe, of truth, and of all that ever was, all that ever could be, and all that ever will be. It never changes. It is eternal as you are.
And all is given to those who give all.
In asking, it is given.
Beautiful. Again, thank you so much. Amazing. These panels just keep ripening and ripening. I want to let you know, Elizabeth and I want to make a few announcements. Elizabeth and I are going to be on the Awakening World in about a half an hour, an hour from now at 7:30 p.m. The Awakening World is hosting a Saturday Night Alive celebration. If you don't know, we've done 90 shows during the pandemics with all the prominent luminaries and speakers. It was amazing. And we're going to have a reunion. The Twin Rays will be on tomorrow night. And tonight we'll have Elizabeth, April, Pato Baton, and Antoinette. Ellen Steinfeld is going to be there, Cornflower. Tomorrow we're going to have Marianne Williamson, Neil Donald Walsh, Gary Zukoff, Matt Kahn, Marcy Shimoff, and then we have a Sunday morning. So I'm going to put that link in the chat room so you can join us, and there's a promo code to join. I've also been putting in the Ascension tips that Meg and I wrote, which are really wonderful. There are 45 stages of ascension that we're all going through, and it just helps to clarify and point out all the different things that are happening that's promoting ascension. So I'm going to post all that in the chat room again. And I just like us to pause for a moment and really drop in, like the Twin Rays started to do, with deep gratitude, and drop into our hearts and just have a moment of silence where we really feel each other. We connect with each other on a deep heart, multidimensional spirit level, because we're all here together. We've all received such an amazing transmission. not only from these amazing teachers, but from our guidance and ourselves that was activated by all that they said, the remembering that was shared that's happening now, because we all know this. We're just remembering and waking up at this time to play again at this next level, at this highly activated level. And so much gratitude that we can come together like this and raise our consciousness and our frequency and open our hearts, and then take all this good energy and help spread it into the world. Because the world is asking for our love and our light. And like popcorn, it starts popping and spreading all over, pop, 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 as all the world awakens. And we know it is so, and we know it is done. Like Elizabeth said, we've already won. That was Sandra. So you can feel all this energy here together. It's so powerful. And it's so beautiful and so much love. This is what it is about. So much love. So thank you all. Thank Neil. Thank everyone.
Thank you so much, everybody. Beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Thank you, Deborah, for your dedication to transformation, to light, to bringing in truth.
Yeah, and really anchoring in the intention for this whole conference, you know, definitely Ascension, but the theme for this specific one is unity consciousness. And like to add to that, healing the divide, realizing that we are one family, you know, and all of these divisions, these belief systems that we adopt are just that, just these ideologies that we've adopted, we've been indoctrinated with, we've been born with different things, but now is the time for us to come together, because together in numbers, we have the energy and the frequency to create a collective shift on this planet. So I'm really hopeful. You know, just recently, just to add something more before we close this out officially, I read an article the other day that through scientific studies, I guess, right, they've realized that humans are hardwired for hope, you know, and I feel that ultimately all of us want love and to be loved, right? And that's why I have so much hope for humanity. We inherently aren't evil. We aren't bad. We don't want bad things on each other. And a lot of times when we act that out is because we have that lack of love. So it's up to us, like the Twin Ray had said so eloquently, to really emanate love to our other selves, even those that we may feel that we don't agree with. So just want to thank you all for just bringing this energy and just really like anchoring in what this is all about. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Joan, we want to hear you.
Well, I had to quiet the house down so you can hear me. Yeah, so I just really want everyone to know that this was a very healing day. The consciousness just brought it all together for me. And there was something you ended up with, the last thing you said, Twin Rays, which was like, what is your offering? So I feel like we went through this whole day to get to what is my offering, you know, and what am I giving up to spirit? So Deborah, I love your panels. I love your people. I feel so honored and blessed to be here with you all.
You know, I just want to mention one thing Sandra said, which is the earth itself is ascending. The frequency.
Alan's internet chopped up for a second.
You never know if it's yours or his.
But it's going to come back. It's been coming back all day. There we go, Alan.
Yeah.
You cut out for a second, brother.
Oh, sorry. We're going into the unknown, and the earth is taking us with it if we want to. So that's the key. These earth bodies is moving at a new frequency. So.
And so are we, which is so exciting because there's so many of us. The energies just gets bigger and larger and larger. It's just such massive. I think this is what's going to get us there now. This is our time.
One more thing I just thought of is that the earth is becoming a star with the vehicle of humans.
Thank you again to all the panelists. Deborah, you're amazing. And we're going to be doing, we've had some discussions, everybody. We're really going to be cultivating a whole entire aspect of Portal to Ascension that is specifically next level Ascension teaching. So you can look forward to that. And really just expanding all the awareness that, that we've been putting out there in the world. So Deborah, thank you so much. Elizabeth, Twin Ray, Sandra, Meg, love you all.
Twin Rays.
Thank you, Deborah, for all that you do.
Yeah, I'll see you soon, Alan.
Thanks. Yes.
I love how you all work together. We are all intertwined on this journey.
Deborah said it's very incestuous. Like Neil is there with Sheree. We're just intermingling. This is community. This is global community, non-local community. It's obvious. It's a demonstration. So, thanks.
All right.
What an incredible day. So thank you all so much for being a part of this day with us. And this is only day one, everybody. So we set the foundation for the next couple days of this conference where we're going to even go deeper. I feel like today, a lot of times, I when I create the schedule, I put people where I feel I need to put them without really having any direction. But then when it actually manifests, I realize that it happened exactly the way it was supposed to. And today I feel we did a lot of spiritual foundation, really just the inspiration, the hope, and the emotional component of it. And then tomorrow and the next day, we're going even deeper. We're going to explore some ancient sites, some deep esoterics, and then of course talk about some extraterrestrial experiences, UFOs. So I'm really excited for what's to come. How about you, brother? You're muted.
I'm not sure which brother you were talking to, but I guess it's me.
It has to be, well,
I guess it's
there are
me.
two.
There he goes again.
He got frozen. Well, I'm excited about tomorrow. I have 2 presentations tomorrow.
It's like food. It's like food for nourishing and awakening part of myself. So it's all good. And I'm hungry for some food. So yeah, thank you.
I loved your presentation, by the way, Alan. So well done.
Thank you. Somebody said to me on the chat that, I'm old school because I didn't do enough technology inserts with the, but that's okay. I try not to let judgment bother me, but what are you going to do?
It happens sometimes, but we're pretty good with this technology, and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for tomorrow. I think we're going to have a fantastic day. I'm going to share some of my art tomorrow morning, Alan, just to let you know, and some other things tomorrow afternoon too. So how to step into the miraculous and use your intuition and your inner knowing.
That is creativity. This is what Neil's creative platform and canvas is, Portal to Ascension. That's where he shines, and Deborah and her ascension studies. I always tell Deborah it needs to be a book that everyone can look at this, the tip for ascension and all the interviews and the levels and levels you start to work through in this work there. Deborah, very excited.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to split myself like the Twin Rays do, so I can do all that at the same time. So
I can see it. I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's so great to be non-local and connected and part of a community.
We're all just pieces of the puzzle. We're coming together to create a beautiful tapestry, and it's just beautiful to witness it all blossom. From my research, at the beginning of every zodiac age, there is a new energy that comes on the planet. In the past, it's been all these other religions. 2,000 years ago, Christianity. You can go back and back and back every couple of thousand years. There's a new religion, right? Even when Moses came down from Mount Sinai, he didn't cast the people away. He was basically telling them, you're worshiping the old zodiac, the bull. Even Hinduism came from the Taurus with the cow cults. So just by evidence of our history, we are now at the precipice of a new energy on this planet. The old frequencies, the past religions that got corrupted, a lot of them, and became organized religions, are on their way out. And we are at what I like to call the age of non-dogmatic spirituality, completely transcending, being organized and coming from a place that can be corrupted, but something that is universal, that connects us all. right? So the evidence is out there that we are definitely in this upturning consciousness. And this is the beginning phases, just like in the beginning days when the apostles were going around the planet spreading this awareness. This is the new energy. Now we're doing it online through webinars and bringing in the new frequencies just from this information here. And it's truly just beautiful to see that, just see this flourish and connect with all these individuals worldwide that have the same passion to really assist in the shift that is happening on the planet right now. All right, so let's how about we talk about the schedule for tomorrow, guys?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Let's get people excited about, because we're lifting. Oh, see you guys, Mr. and Mrs. Quinn. Thank you, Sandra.
Thanks, all of you.
Thank you, Deborah. See you soon.
Yep.
All right,
beautiful.
back where we started.
All right.
2 days ago, was it? Oh, hasn't been 2 days yet.
Feels like it, huh?
Well, that was a long day. That's like how many hours? That's like what, 10 hours we just did or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna also bring Rob on because
Good.
I think he's here. Rob, yeah, if you want to come on, brother, come on and make some comments here.
But you know, it doesn't seem that long because each moment was fresh and new. So I just made a joke, but that's not true. It really was refreshing.
It was. It was there was a lot of energy too. I felt a lot of healing. I felt a lot of sort of diving deep and then breaking apart and then kind of healing it and going further.
Well, you know, each person is so excited about what they're sharing, and each one is a piece of the bigger picture. It's like you can almost fit them in somewhere and make a mosaic of the process that we're in. From the physical to the psychological to the ET to the creative. There's all pieces of this dynamic puzzle.
I love it. Well, we've been doing it for thousands of years. We are expert at this.
Well,
just doing it in the physical now. All right.
All right. So
what's happening tomorrow?
Let's do it. Okay. So tomorrow, Saturday, we're going to go live at the same time. So 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 Eastern. And we're going to start off with introduction with all the MCs once again, 30 minutes, setting the energy for the day. And then after that, we have Joan of Angels, who is going to be doing, and what are you doing for the first part, Joan?
I'm going to be showing my art and how the art and the ascension went hand in hand.
Beautiful. And then we have Kathy Mason, who you're interviewing. Do you want to maybe tell everybody a little bit about Kathy?
Well, just so you know about Kathy, Kathy is Conscious Business Zone. She applies a very high frequency to helping bring starseeds and authors out, and people like me and Alan and Neil. She does that, but her consciousness is so strong that she'll sit down with you and she could see in the future how you got to do the work you did. Like she would be sitting with Alan, say, and actually have laid out the plan Alan took to get there. So
really,
yes, so she did it with me, and she introduced me to my 14th dimensional being who was sitting here, and now he's sitting here. We're together. So very powerful.
Who's this person?
Kathy Mason.
Kathy Mason.
Meet her
And
tomorrow.
she's going to be on first guest tomorrow.
She's on after Joan, 10:30.
After Joan, right. Right.
Yes.
Great.
And then following Kathy, we have Robert Schwartz, who is a speaker that was on, if you guys have not checked out the After Death Communication and Near Death Experience Conference that we did a few weeks ago, I recommend you do it. That was free. It's going to be aired on YouTube soon. We just did it on Zoom, and he was on that event. I found him from the Near Death Experiencer annual epic big conference that they do, that I've been producing through Portal Ascension over the last 2 years. And so he's going to be speaking about near-death experiences and his research on that, which is going to be pretty insightful. Then following that, we have Tariq Bibi, who's also been on Portal Ascension a couple times, but never had a slot for presentations, only come for like 5 to 10 minutes before. And he did some hip-hop, conscious hip-hop once. He did a little download at one time. So this time he has a good 40-minute slot. He's going to share his passion, just what he does. And he also is a support for other conscious content creators, other people that are out there doing this work. He provides support, whether it's practical third dimensional support or spiritual support or coaching even, to really help people embody what their purpose is on this planet. So he's going to be here. That's at 12:10 Pacific tomorrow. And then following him is Geraldine Orozco. And Alan, you want to speak on Geraldine?
Geraldine is a fantastic person. She has dropped into some peace within herself. So her vibration is always one of calm, relax, and yet she weaves this with her interdimensional ET program that she's a part of the ET hybrid program. But she's one of the few people that feels at home in both worlds, the human and the ET. So she is really a bridge for a lot of us. And she also has ideas about lineages and bloodlines and genetic evolution, morphogenetic fields. So, and she's developing that knowledge. So it's always a wealth of information for me.
At this point, I know he'll be right back.
Right, we know he'll be back.
But he doesn't even know he went.
Well, that is the funny part.
I'm
Alan,
back.
we love you.
This is the hotel Wi-Fi I'm using, which is not very good. You must have a better hotel you're at, Neil, because this hotel just keeps cutting out on me. So what are you going to do? But anyway, I said Geraldine is someone I always continue to learn from. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we're going to do a whole mystery school weekend retreat with Geraldine on Portal to Ascension by the end of this year, which is going to be like 16 hours of Geraldine, right?
Whoa.
Because she has so much info. We just need to go deeper into it. All right, then we have Joan you're going to do your presentation at that point. So what are you doing for your presentation?
Well, you're supposed to say wonderful things about me in this moment.
Okay. Well, I was going to wait for tomorrow to say that, but I'll say it right now. I mean, I said it in the beginning too, that my amazing friend Joan of Angels is going to be presenting tomorrow, and I will tell you something about Joan, that she has probably been the one individual that has assisted me in coming to terms with my own traumas and my own limiting belief systems over a period of 10 years now. Definitely more active in the last 8 years, where I would say that I definitely owe a lot to her for me to have owned who I am as an individual. And, just doing Portal to Ascension in itself, she's been a huge support, and which is why you see her all the time, is because I keep my best friends really close. And so that's Joan. And what are you going to present tomorrow?
So I'm working on it now, but really on developing your rebel gene. Okay, the rebel DNA, and coming to terms with that part of us.
Beautiful.
Altering the timelines with it.
Nice. I can't wait for that.
Well, I can't either. It's so complicated.
Okay, and then following Joan, we have Carolyn Corey. And Alan, do you want to speak on her?
Carolyn Corey is an excellent filmmaker. She's also very connected to the ET phenomenon. But her new movie is called A Tear, not a Tear. I always was saying A Tear in the Sky, where she tracks with high quality equipment the appearance of UFOs in the sky, and she tracks them on radar, visibly infrared, and then she sees this field that appears, and it's a brand new scientific discovery. And William Shatner's in the film, and Michio Kaku. It's a really well done movie, and it's based on science, and that's Carolyn's strong point, and it really is worth seeing because she is making a discovery right in front of the audience in the film. So,
yep, and she will also be at a live conference in a year and 1 week from now in San Diego. She's done a lot with Portal to Ascension, so she'll be there as well. You can catch her in person. And then after that, we have Emily Gosh Harris, who is the co-host of the podcast with BROOKLIN RAYNE, who you saw earlier today, just a few speakers ago. And Emily is the way I got connected to BROOKLIN, because I was following Emily on Instagram and truly just loved everything she was sharing. And then I even checked out her podcast with Mary Rodwell. So I hit her up and said, hey, do you want to be on this conference? Then in exchange, she had me on her podcast. And just read a little bit from her bio here, just so you know who she is. She is an intuitive guide, multidimensional business mentor, here to help humanity reconnect to the divine gifts, remember what it feels like to love themselves unconditionally, and return to unity consciousness. So 100% in alignment with what we're about at Portal to Ascension. And then following Emily is a dude called Neil Gore, and that is myself. So I'll be doing a presentation, and I'm gonna give. There's a few presentations that I'm going to ask you guys tomorrow to choose from, in order to tell, like in the morning, to see what kind of energy is flowing for the day and what you guys want to hear from me. So I'll be right after Emily, and then following Emily we have Phil Gruber. And Alan, you always do the intros for Phil. Do you feel up to doing another one? We will wait 2 seconds for Alan to return. This time he may not return. There we go. All right. So I was saying, Phil Gruber, brother, do you want to do the intro for Phil?
Well, what can you say about someone I've known for?
Well, you start with that.
Did I freeze again?
Yeah, but you're back now.
All right. He's a fantastic communicator, and I don't know where he gets this information from, but it always blows me away because it's so out there and makes so much sense, and he connects the dots in ways that open doors to people's reality that they haven't thought about before. So I'm always looking forward to what Phil has to say.
Me too. And then we have Yvonne Smith. And Joan, who's Yvonne Smith?
Oh, yeah. So Yvonne Smith is an ET regressionist. She does hypnotherapy, past life, and ET. And I actually had 2 wonderful ET regressions with her that really did change my life. So she's going to have a lot of information to share. I think she has several books she's also written. And we haven't had her on the platform for quite a while, I don't think.
She's never been on Portals Ascension. I've been attempting to get her on for around 8 years.
Oh, good. So we succeeded this year. Okay,
yeah,
good.
She's great. She's very passionate about the whole ET abduction phenomena. She learned from one of the best. I think she was a student at Bud Hopkins, who I interviewed in that clip I showed. Bud was one of the original people to, I think he was the first maybe to use hypnosis to understand the abduction phenomenon. And then I think Yvonne was working with him or studied with him, and now she's doing incredible work in that field. So
she is. She has her own experience, her groups.
Exactly.
And yes. So I think everyone's going to love her.
Yes. And then the final presenter for tomorrow, there's a whole other day after that. So the final presenter for tomorrow is Laura Eisenhower, and she's going to be doing a presentation on galactic astrology and also tuning into our galactic heritage, tracking our lineage to Earth. So that's going to be pretty amazing. That's how we're going to close the day out tomorrow. Just one other mention is a friend of mine that I just connected with now. Alan and I just had dinner with him a couple of days ago. His name is Verdar Luz. He's going to be coming on during a 10-minute segment sometime tomorrow, and just dropping some astrological alignment info. We had some of that today, but we're going to have a little more tomorrow, just to really anchor in the fact that there's so many alignments going on this weekend, right? Passover, Ishtar's Day, the full moon, the astrological alignment with Jupiter. So there's so much energy, and we definitely are tapping into it. And I feel that energy is in alignment with everything that we're sharing here today. So he's going to come on, just give us like a 10-minute download on what exactly is happening in the cosmos.
Great. No, I liked him. Full of energy, that guy. Full of intense energy. So, yeah, he'll be great.
Yep. All right.
Okay,
so
you want to show any upcoming events? Or
let me do that. And then we're gonna close out with poetry night, everybody. So as you're in the room, you can stick around, you can phase out during poetry night, or you can stay for the whole thing. And I've just put together, in the last 20 minutes, I put together a little presentation of all the poems from my first album, which is in mastering right now. And this isn't the hip hop album, this is the spoken word album. And I have different albums coming out. This one's called Planet Earth, so all the songs about the Earth experience. And then I have one on specifically on intergalactic, beings. But this album that's coming out is all I hired a composer to create classical music behind all of my poetry, and he made it custom for my poetry, right? So I'm going to do everything a cappella, but that's what is going to be coming out very, very soon. I just spoke to him yesterday. He's in the last phases of creating the album. But yeah, let's show some upcoming events really quick.
Okay, Neil, if I have to leave, it means because I'm trying to get on that other show.
Sounds good, bro.
Okay, Great to see you, Joan.
See you
Blessings.
tomorrow
See
soon.
you tomorrow. Oh, wait, we'll have to see for the Marina workshop. She's amazing. Just talk about that, Neil.
Yeah, so this one is Make Contact with Extraterrestrials workshop with Marina. We had to postpone it before, so if you saw this before and thought it was over, it still hasn't happened yet. So if you want to sign up for that, that's going to happen next week. And she's going to give different contact modalities because she's in constant communication with ET beings. If you've seen any of her interviews, especially she's done more interviews on New Realities than probably anywhere else. And if you're on the YouTube of New Realities, I do encourage you to check it out, where she's going to be giving tools and techniques to make contact with ETs. You want to speak on that a little bit, Alan? Because since you've worked with some.
She is a really original being, and she's 21 years old, and the wisdom and the connections to the galactics that come out of her mouth are just mind-blowing. So I'm always interested in what she has to say because she is a real gift to the planet, and she's going through some interesting situations where she is creating her own agenda, sort of breaking away from the hybrid agenda and creating new avenues of thought. So she's a very interesting speaker to have with us.
Rewriting the contracts, if you will.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, and then we have the post-conference workshop. I'll mention once again that Joan is going to be facilitating on Monday. After 3 days of all this information, about 30 hours of constant downloads. If you want to join us for an integrative workshop with Joan, that's going to be how to use the intuitive gifts you were born with. And that's going to be on Monday. You can sign up at portaltoascension.org under the online events. And over the weekend, you can mention it again and kind of tell people, Joan, what we're going to actually have in that event. Yeah. Then William Henry, he normally does this event live, right? This is the first time he hit me up a few months ago and asked if we could do it online. So he's doing his Awakening the Pearl Halo 1.0 2-day retreat, which is about 6 hours a day that he's going to be doing on Portal to Ascension. That's coming up this month as well. And then this one, everybody, I just want everybody to know about this one because this is something I wanted to do for some time, but I didn't know how it would feel with the community. But I really wanted to go into some paranormal information here. So this one on May 7th is Paranormal Magic and Ancient Folklore Conference. And all of the speakers on this event are completely new to Portal Ascension, never presented before. It took me a year of research to find the right people for this event. Constant vetting out, and I feel like I've pulled together a really good crew here. So this one's going to be on May 7th. You can check that out as well. And then the last one, there's many events here, but I'll just say this last one because this one is a tri-production between Alan, Joan, and myself. So it was perfect to mention it, is the Kundalini Online Conference. And, I'll let Alan, you speak on it.
I want to say, thanks, Neil. This is a conference I've been wanting to do for a long, long time because I kept meeting people who've had Kundalini awakenings. Some people may not know what that is, but it is the serpent power that arises from the base of the spine, and it goes up and creates a kind of an awakening field. And there's many levels of this, but I've met people with this. I've experienced some of my own. And it's so dramatic, and it's such an important part of our evolution that it's great to get all these people together. And Joan pulled it together, so thank you, Joan, for making it happen.
It's a team effort, and I'm telling you, I had never met so many amazing.
Your volume's a little low, Joan. Don't know what happened.
What happened?
Your volume went really low.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Alan, maybe mute yourself. Maybe it's something to do with that.
You know what happened? I know what happened. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay,
you're good.
I had to rip off that headset. It just wasn't doing it good. So we have some amazing speakers on this, some very big names. And I think at the last moment, we even got Barbara Hand-Clout. She's going to be here. But we also have Val Tonini is going to be speaking on Sunday.
I saw Val have her Kundalini awakening. It was fantastic. She was bouncing off the floor. And it's like she came alive in an hour. She went from being one person to being in this awakened, incredible being. So, yeah.
It's going to be very exciting to have her.
And Larissa Stowe, people don't know, Larissa Stowe's music emerged out of this Kundalini. And Barbara Hand-Clow, you mentioned, wrote a book called Astrology and Kundalini. Kai Shante has had years of Kundalini waking. My friend Saria Erickson had a massage one day and a kind of chiropractic manipulation, and boom, suddenly the energies went out, and I saw her actually become this divine being. Right, we were at a meditation, and she just tuned into that energy, and boom. Anastasia is a beautiful woman who has lots of energy. Dorothy Walters writes poetry, Neil, from that Kundalini place.
Amazing.
So,
Beautiful. She's 85 years old, and she had her Kundalini. She's so excited about Kundalini. And she says she came into Kundalini before it was an American pastime, before anyone knew about it. So
yeah.
I think we'll have some good insights there.
And I love the way this came together, because I don't even know if you remember, Alan, because just in the last year and a half, you know, or even more, you just throw out titles to me at the end of every amazing event we do. You're like, oh, this event was so great, we should do one on this, you know?
Yeah.
And I listen to everything you say, and I put it in my spreadsheet right at the bottom for a day for it to happen. And that was this one right here. This was one of them, right? So, you know, you had the idea, then I asked Joan if she wants to come on and help us out with it. And then Joan helped get all the speakers with your assistance, and then I produced the event. It's really beautiful how like we work together to create this.
It is great, because I have lots of ideas, but then I need someone to like actually do it. I mean, that's like, you know, like the Crystal Skull event we're doing in the fall is another one that I've been thinking about for a long time, and Joan pulled that together too.
I did. I'm the Wonder Woman. And I got to meet Carolyn Ford in Sedona, so that's going to be a great conference. But we'll talk about that soon.
Yeah, Carolyn Ford, just for people that know, has the largest one piece of crystal formed into a skull. And when you put your third eye up to it, you actually are communicated to. That's the power of some of these crystal skulls. It's a...
Yeah.
People think skulls represent death, but I think they represent pure consciousness, because it's the skull that contains the bulk, you know, the frequencies of consciousness. Of course, it's all over the body, but skulls represent non-local communication to the galactic origins.
I like that.
So I can see how this is going to go. You get the download, you tell Neil, and then it's like, then we make it happen. Okay, guys, that's a good way of manifestation.
Yeah. Well, it's happening, though. This is manifestation. You're right. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Love
All
you
right, so
guys.
I'm gonna get into some poetry then.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and if you have to head out, Brother Alan, thank you so much.
Thanks, Neil.
See you tomorrow, man.
Great day. It's this. You know what's different about this conference is that you've dropped in deeper into yourself. That's just my take on it. So
yeah, I feel so, man. And I've told you like a million times already, but it's definitely because we hung out for a week and a half.
I cannot take all the responsibility, though. I
No,
think
man.
you did the hard. I mean,
yeah, for sure. But
I'll
just
take
my
some of
presence at this event and my groundedness is really inspired by just having you as a friend and having to spend time with you. So for sure.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
All right.
All right, let's do this. Okay, everybody. So here we go. This is poetry night. Thank you all who stuck around, and I'm so happy that a lot of you stuck around for the whole entire event too. And please do come back tomorrow and on Sunday and be a part of all the information that's going to be shared. Share it out with your friends and family, because it'll be great to just, you know, we have all the people attending, but let's get more and more people into this for the rest of the weekend. And again, you do get unlimited replay access to everything here. So that's just me right here, and I go by MC Resonance, and what we're going to be listening to today is poetry that I created for my Planet Earth album. That again these are not all the tracks, because there's like 10 tracks on the album, and that would take a long time to go through. So what I'm going to do is like, I'm going to do some of these poems, I'm just going to do straight because they're pretty self-explanatory, but maybe a couple of them I will actually go slower and explain the meaning behind the words, right? So this is kind of like a poetry workshop. So Planet Earth. Meditate and levitate. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. Connected with the provider. source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third-dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, consciousness duality, the epitome of creation. Ether's imagination, facing our ego, requiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. And join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. Planet Earth Part 2. This one here is the story of, so the first one was just meditating and levitating, and then just getting to that place of center, that singularity, so that we can ascend into the fifth world, the fifth incarnation of this planetary existence. This next one, astral travel, is the journey of my soul from the black hole in the center of the galaxy, the central sun, to Earth. And this is the incarnational cycle. So what we're going to do is we're going to incarnate onto Earth, okay? And then we're going to have an experience on Earth. We're going to go through the mission. We're going to empower ourselves. We're going to transcend. We're going to rejoin the Federation. We are going to go through a journey from incarnating on Earth as the light workers that we are, to expanding and evolving the consciousness of this planet. Astral travel, vibrating high at the center of the galaxy. We materialize etheric energy, dropping in density, increasing in complexity. To the ends of the spiral I shall go. Planets form all around. I see a water world in the system of soul. My soul speculate in this illusion, a spacesuit made of skin, into a polarized reality of duality, oneness, and sin. Carbon base will join the crystalline children. I slowly descend through the ozone. I will be born soon, so I enter a womb. Birth cycle almost ends. You see, I rode the unity wave into this dimension. An external reality, a fabricated fallacy. I forgot when. Time became linear. Masculine-based society suppressing her feminine energy to transform this planetary existence, creating stargates to raise the vibration and other etheric tools, a wormhole spinning around like a whirlpool, here to overrule the external in this earth school. From my eyes, I finally lifted the wool. I reincarnated onto this planet, November 17th, 1982. I reincarnated onto this planet, November 17th, 1982. The mission. Live life to the fullest. Each day, seconds turn into minutes. Time passes by. Animals and leaves die, browning by the seasons. Growing and planting seeds again is what all men and women are destined to do in order to continue to live the life that we choose. The sun shines light as we move through heaven's tunnels and tubes, wormholes, niches, and grooves, navigating existence so we can enter the womb. In gestation, I am elation, exhilaration, and patience creates balance in this wasteland of nuclear pollution. My observation of creation is that we're all heading for the same destination. Millennia of intergalactic wars can't stop the frequency that we're all in store for, so I spit from my core of my lost, fragmented soul, reclaiming pieces I left in this world, the carrot in front of me, the elusive pearl. I remember. I remember. I remember. I came here before. Just one MC, energetically emanating empathy connected to the fire within me, where I became pure energy, an allergy towards this world of anarchy, amnesia in this fallacy, anesthesia to numb out the insanity, overstimulation leading to apathy, speak out against the status quo, accusations of blasphemy. The gravity of this third-dimensional reality eventually causes atrophy, physical and emotional bankruptcy, so I travel the galaxy to release the agony, rearrange the anatomy to avoid the catastrophe, achieve cosmic morality. Time to embrace the duality is the only analogy that supersedes all we need, just so we can let go and breathe. Just so we can let go and breathe. Just so we can let go and breathe. Just let go and breathe. 5 sensory being. The sun shines brightly. Solar flare activity creating cycles of lucid dreams. An etheric beam taking 8 seconds to arrive, asking God if I'm alive, pinch myself, water in my face. This has to be reality. My thoughts are encased in physicality, construct, limitation. I debunk conspiracies, agendas, and pain. The 5 senses limit my frame of reference, blessed with so much reverence for all I encounter. This is my own resurrection. When you look at the sky and see your own reflection, you know you're heading in the right direction. I fought my entire life just to be present. Now I'm here in the moment. What is the next step to take? Embrace the polar opposite and don't fake myself anymore. Real to the core, 100% intention, no doubt I'm heading back to source. No need to force your own evolution, etheric resolution. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. With peace, I'm out. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. With peace, I'm out. With peace, I'm out. With peace, I'm out. With peace. The moment draws near. For years, we've been purging all fears, letting go of the old energies, making room for the new frequencies. I know we all feel these on some level. Hired multidimensional entities, embracing our galactic families, emissaries of unconditional love. The one vibration that fits all creation like a glove. I know sometimes this incarnation can seem tough, with masons, illuminating manipulations, facing, tasting, wasting our life away. We must remember the lessons that we're here to play. We chose to be here today. Nothing external to you, to your God self you pray. There's only one speck of light, experiencing itself in multiple forms within our sight, taking us to new heights. So go against the norm, no longer conform. When one transitions, there's no reason to mourn. No scorn, take out the thorn. The crystalline children are now being born. There is no devil waiting for you with horns. There is only love. The vibration showering us descended straight from densities above. We must stand up and say enough and take our power back. With peace and understanding, there is no reason to attack and energize fear, as they are reflections of us. Time to trust our brothers and sisters. This is all a self-imposed test. So you got the job. Put all your concerns to rest. Through the darkness, the light will firmly nest into the dimension that is next. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now. The prophecy. The night has come upon us. Just one level to trust, the undercover rhyme. The one who preaches the find, archaeological design, ancient pyramids corrupted from inside, worlds ended, but I will exist in all forms of life. Life doesn't exist, existing is fried, unconditional mind, uncover the inner world to discover and find, travel through dimensions and bridges of space-time, radio waves and frequencies penetrate the fabric of my being. I hear you in planetary systems, as far reaches of the universe, has set into motion the curse while I traverse third-dimensional reality, unrehearsed in this free will mentality, diversity of races incarnated to experience physicality. Disperse the energy, coerce the magnetic poles into shifting our reality into days of old, the oldest of souls, here now to release control. Prophecies foretold will allow the scriptures to unfold. The vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. The vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. Within humanity's soul. Within humanity's soul. Gaia. 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 I hear Gaia crying, only dying to be reborn again. Realizing there is no separation. The Illuminati government is our own projection. So why are you tripping? Protesting and rejecting is only self-hating. We are the sons of men, Goddess of Zen, sons of God, call me Zeus. Here now to choose, linearity, ends of calendar let loose. Time is fluid, from the beginning of creation taught by the ancient druids, shamanistic, ritualistic, prolific, sickest lyricists. Atlantean crystal buried in the west. Lemurian tablets, Mount Shasta, light work of fanatics, delusional normality where we only believe what we see. Tap into the fifth dimensional frequency, existing in multiple dimensional realities, manifesting in planetary systems to teach a journey through the darkness, taking us to the peak of duality so we can once again see clearly, remember who we truly be. Multifaceted beings, soul freeing, the pyramids would start to spin, disintegrate the word sin, wrap my crystals with copper and tin, conduct electricity electromagnetically, traveling astrally through the macabre. Speed up my aura to 3/4 to the speed of light, to enter simultaneous time, make the unconscious believe this, glasses on my eyes to see the transit of Venus, solar flare, sun gaze. Decalcify my third eye and enter the maze. Vibrationally raised, there are many pathways to the same place. Source clears this illusionary haze. This is the end of days and the beginning of a new unconditional phase. This is the end of days and the beginning of a new unconditional phase. This is the beginning of a new unconditional phase. It's time for humanity to wake up. And it's time for us to be the sovereign beings we were always meant to be. To reclaim our sovereignty, to take care of our planet, to live from our hearts. The moment is now. Thank you, everybody, so much. Love you all. Thank you so much for being here, part of today. And see you guys tomorrow, 9:30, epic day. We just begun, everybody. We're going to go deeper and deeper, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So love you all. Have a beautiful night.